Yet another wonderful day on the internet.
Are you ready to dive into the topic?
I thought you were going to say you ready for Halo Reach.
He doesn't know that reference. He doesn't know Halo
Ooh,
Reach.
Oh, wait, that sounds somewhat familiar.
It should sound familiar. I brought it up recently.
If you were, well, not just that, but if you were on the internet when Halo Reach was coming out, then it would have been hard to miss. But maybe you
I'm
did.
sure once I find out what it is, I'm sure it'll all come back to me because I was indeed around during the Halo Reach days.
Did you watch stuff on Newgrounds by any chance?
Oh, not really. I didn't. No, not really.
Well, the chances are now
Here and
lowering.
there, but
You know, Eageraptor is, right?
I mean, it was uploaded
Yeah, I
on
know.
YouTube.
Yes. What does that have to do with what I said?
I was almost treating it if you were saying, like, did you ever, like, use Newgrounds specifically? But
No,
I suppose it could also be just
I'm here for an
generally
awareness, because if you know
world.
Newgrounds, that means you probably know all of the kings of the animators on there. And if you did, that means you probably followed their channels. But if you don't know Newgrounds, especially because Newgrounds would be promoted on the YouTube versions as well. So
I've been there before, here and there, but I'm not a regular viewer. But you know, back in the day, you'd go to Newgrounds and E-Bombs World and all kinds of wacky places.
do you remember any of
It
the
was a different
classic
time.
Egoraptor animations, Rags, before he was lame?
Let me take a look because I might recognize them.
The LA Noir
based
one
on-
was pretty funny.
I mean, I kind of loved them all. He had a
Like,
style.
You
He had
know,
a lot of fun.
hey, oh wow, these drawings are pretty good. Hey, draw the chief. Give him that double chin. It's like, what? Double chin? I don't have a double chin. You piece of shit. I'll kill you.
Do you remember his?
I recognize the character, but I never watched the animations.
Remember his little animation for Avengers with Thor grabbing the hammer and it like smashes through all the Hellcarrier and kills a whole bunch of people as he's throwing it
I
toward
don't
him.
remember this.
So
No,
funny.
I don't remember that one.
You know.
That was a better era for YouTube and for creation in general. For you know,
Hey, but maybe
don't
things are turning
smile
around.
because it happened. Well, I mean, nearly wasn't it? Wasn't it like Adobe was about to like animate was about to end like briefly there before the backlash prevented that from
I saw
happening?
really fucking. It was David Firth just put out a tweet saying like, "This is how I make salad fingers." Like the you know for those who don't know, it's like an animated series that's been going for like fucking.
That is kind of the takeaway. It's like what. How do you just end it? Like this is like this is just used like consistently and regularly. Like it's just oh yeah, no, you want, you know, it'll be over in a year. It's like what? how do you just say this? Particularly when like it's used for professional productions as well.
Do you think they were telling the truth? Because they said there was the thing, the poster came out afterwards, say, oh yeah, that original thing, the apocalypse post we made, that did not meet our quality standards. So what we meant to say was that we're not getting rid of it, we're just not making new stuff for it anymore. But of course we're going to carry on supporting it. Do you reckon that was true, or do you reckon they read the backlash and thought, shit?
Obvious horse shit.
It has to be the backlash, because like it doesn't
were they proposing an alternative?
Like, yeah, no,
like, did they have a new thing they wanted you to buy?
Not animate itself, like, or you know, anything that was equivalent to it. It seems like the takeaway was, oh, do you want to push people towards using AI tools? But like, you can't just end a program like this like that. Like, that's insane.
Oh, you can't do this to me. You know how much I sacrificed using that fucking program?
A little bit.
I'm sure a lot of them felt that way, and yeah, you know, I guess decision reversed.
And maybe there was major pressure from like professional.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
like maybe there was actual pressure of like, what are you talking about? It's going to be ended. Like, this is used for like professional productions.
But they must know that. They must have usage statistics. They can't. They know presumably how many people use it and bought it and have a license for it.
They really just want to push people to use AI tools instead. But like,
it might be that they are shit,
and they'd be the ones selling it, I would assume.
Anyone else feel like the more time goes on, the more unfortunately the veil gets pulled back on all of the like oldest and richest of the world are just retarded, and like a lot of decisions that get made.
Oh, sure. I mean,
you're just like, oh wow, that's really stupid, and they're like, what? No. What?
I mean, it is a foolish assumption to just be like, oh, you're rich, you must have like good intuitions and make good decisions constantly. It's like,
yeah,
no, not.
I was like, well, once upon a time that might have been true, but then they hired like 15,000 middle management people who now run the company. And...
Well, but even then, you got like Elon Musk. Oh, thermonuclear explosion-proof glass on a car. It's like. I'm sure that sounded awesome when you came up with it. Like,
I, for one, need that.
Cybertruck, it's bulletproof. So, okay, does it work as a truck? No, but it's bulletproof.
But he did tweet that it would be a good, it would work as a boat. It's like, oh, what the fuck does that mean?
You know, there's like one dude out there who's so fucking happy about that. He's like, yes.
Well, I saw a video. It's And this guy, or it was a tweet where he said like, for sure, that this tweet was the first time that the engineers had heard of this idea of making the Cybertruck a boat, have the ability to be a boat. And yes, someone in chat has pointed out it is Homer building a car. That's what the Cybertruck is. It's Homer's silly car, except Homer's car has more personality.
Every time, anything to do with Homer and creative stuff, like, my memories, it just barges in the, why does mine look like that? It's one of the fucking best Simpsons memes ever.
Yeah, it is. And then the part where, Marge asks Bart, like, if he's done, he's like, almost, let me check. He's charging him with an umbrella. Yeah, I think he's done. Le Grill? What the heck is that?
Le Grill. Anyway, so other though of I guess just projects and programs and things being made and things there's some connection here. I'm sure we could draw it up if we really tried, but we said we were going to do it, and here we are talking about Iron Lung. Just a week ago, we said this was going to be the next episode, and here it is. So look at that, came through. No scams here. Yeah, That was a tough one to come through on, but there we are. As chat, you would be aware, this is of interest for a couple of reasons, but one of them is just it's probably the most like high profile, I guess, YouTuber turned filmmaker thing there is, in the sense of its success, because
probably. I mean, what else is there really?
I mean, you're comparing it to Shelby Oaks.
Well, because I was going to say high profile in terms of coverage. Like Chris Stuckman's was pretty well covered.
Like, I mean, I guess Has Been Hotel, right? Because that was like a YouTube thing that's now like an Amazon Prime show. So I guess that's probably comparable.
But whereas when we did this equivalent for Shelby Oaks, we were dealing with a lifelong, passionate filmmaker who learned everything there is to know about film and then moved into the industry gradually and made a bunch of networked friends and even stopped being critical so as to avoid artists being, downtrodden through such awful coverage, to then create his own story that he wrote for as much as 10 years, cobbling together ideas. And wow, what a life changer. We now have Goofy Clown Man, who yells at horror games, has made a movie. And so what does that mean? What does that translate into? And so we're going to try and do the same thing, though this time we're going to need a bit more context because we'd covered Chris and his antics many a time. So we gave you some extra context while we were doing that episode. But with this one, I don't think... Have we ever covered Markiplier really in any way? I don't think so. I think he's really come up.
Not that I can recall.
No, we haven't really. He only comes up in passing occasionally.
Well, I guess what I could say is that for me it goes all the way back to when Amnesia: The Dark Descent came out. I loved it so much. I started playing a bunch of additional like maps and stuff, community made stuff, and so just grabbed like highest rated stuff. And there was one called The Great Work, I believe. Someone in chat will know what I'm talking about. And I was like, man, I think I got stuck, or I wanted to see someone else play it. It was one of those two. And I searched it up on YouTube, and there was a channel called Markiplier, and I was like, all right, this guy, let's see what this is like. And it was quite enjoyable. He's a fun crazy man. He's got a lot of passion. Was the main takeaway, as well as just getting involved in whatever he was playing. So I was like, this will do. And then I just sort of in and out watched a bit of his playthroughs generally. And couldn't watch everything. I think when was Game Grumps happening? Because I'm trying to think of the timeline here. If I watched them first or him or whatever. But there was a brief time where I was watching
like
some
10 years ago, right? Or plus.
I'd have to go check the specifically the JonTron era, which only lasted the 1 year, but like that's what I remember. Anyway, then Machine for Pigs happened, and then Soma happened, and I was interested in checking in with him with all of that. Hence, he ends up in my my Soma and Amnesia videos. And since then, just been like, yeah, there he goes, doing stuff. And as far as I knew, he'd like expanded a bit, made some more crazier, bigger projects. Some of them sort of like interactive stories on YouTube. I never checked out, like, I think it's called, some of them call it a heist with Markiplier or Markiplier in space or something like that. He made some things, and it was like, okay, good for you. And then news came out that he was going to try and make a movie adapting a video game, and it was just like, okay, cool, I guess. Best of luck with whatever that might end up turning out. Makes me think, in retrospect, how wouldn't he have been involved with the Five Nights at Freddy's movies? Because he was like the biggest YouTuber that covered them, as far as I remember. Other than, I guess, Matt Pat.
I guess
maybe it's just a lot more of a corporate kind of endeavor.
If that was like Blumhouse, and I don't know, like, I mean, are they, do they care that much? It was like, oh, we can't have a YouTuber helping out with this. Yeah, they had Game Theory fella.
Game Theory,
yeah.
or...
What's so funny though is because the first one did well. I think both of them have done well. The second one seems to have pissed people off a little bit more. The Five Nights at Freddy's ones. He probably would have been the best person to get involved on them because he was obsessed with like the story behind everything and was like directly involved with theory crafting and shit. Yeah, it's like he probably has the best handle on. I think you're out of sync. Either you or I am. But oh wait, let's switch regions. We know how to do that thanks to Nick now.
Yes.
Nick
see
saves
here.
us.
Region Singapore. Thank you, Singapore.
Hooray.
But carry on.
Go
warmer here.
Singapore.
Well, it looks like Five Nights at Freddy 2, even if people didn't like it, it made $240 million.
No, I was saying they're both successful, but the second one seemed to have got a lot more backlash from what I saw of people just talking about it. And I was just thinking that it's like you want to satisfy the Source fans, of which there are fucking many. Like, Five Nights at Freddy's fandom is enormous, but then you also needed to make a movie that would be strong enough for general audiences, right? Which is also something people brought up with this film, which I find somewhat amusing in the sense of, like, Five Nights at Freddy's is an enormous lore at this point, many games and all kinds of crazy shit. Iron Lung, I don't, like, if you're adapting it, obviously it would still piss people off if you just didn't do anything to do with the lore, but when I was thinking of playing the game, I was like, I don't think this shouldn't be too hard to get all this in and then to add whatever you want that doesn't destroy it all and stuff. But I guess I'm slightly ignorant on whether or not there's a core hyper-passionate fan base for Iron Lung as the game, as opposed to people who think it's really fucking cool and are interested in seeing what he does with it.
Probably the latter, I would imagine. But then again, I don't know, because a lot of the times you sort of glean things just from being around on the internet, people referencing it and stuff of that nature. But every once in a while, you hear someone talking about Iron Lung. It's a neat little indie horror game, and it's kind of it. But maybe I just haven't met people who are really big into it.
Made in about 2.5 weeks, apparently. Iron Lung. Just like, okay,
interesting.
Neat.
I did not know that.
The guy also made Gloomwood that made that. I played that briefly. It's I remember liking it. I can't remember why I fucking stopped playing it, but it's got
Gloomwood?
I forget what it's called. You know, like the graphics. Is it like considered voxels or when you have?
I'm not sure what it's called. I always refer to it as like the PlayStation 1.
Yeah,
like,
kind of like, it's reminiscent of Quake. The way it looked. Oh, he made Dusk as well.
Oh, did he? Dusk is ace. I would highly recommend everyone play Dusk. That's fun as shit.
Well, so that's kind of what I would say
about
Dusk. Iron Lung is the considering how long the development. Yeah.
So Iron Lung came out in March 2022, and Gloomwood came out in September 2022. So
well, hey, you know, these developers are wacky.
Now I've got to check Dusk. December. Oh, Dusk came out back in 2018. That was like his first, or those 4 years before.
Okay. Look Outside being like my favorite game of 2025 was a side project for the guy who made that. It's just like, oh, okay, fair, I guess.
What is this guy drinking? What's going on? What's he doing?
You never know with these peeps. But so the plan is, as it stands, Chatterino, we're going to introduce you first to, I guess, Markiplier and Iron Lung at the same time. The game version of just sort of giving you a little montage of, it gives you an idea of what the game is. It's not too long. It also gives you an idea of what kind of stuff he makes, typically, on YouTube, if you don't know him, before we'll get into Le Movie, as they say, or Le Grill. So, it just says, we'll just get going. And we, who here has played Iron Lung, out of curiosity?
I've played Iron Lung.
Me too.
I've watched people play Iron Lung, because I did not have the hour, unfortunately, but I have watched
no
it.
problem. Well, that makes for 3 of us, and then several people in chat. So what we will do is probably talk about what we thought of the game, while pieces of it are being shown as well. So, again, a lot of people who've seen this movie don't even know that this is what the game is like, so I think it's just good for context.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and I'm very tired. I'm going to go into the ocean, and I'm going to...
All right, Iron Lung, the game.
Fuck.
It is, I mean, it's worth repeating. Very short. I think my playthrough was only like 80 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, I finished it in an
quite
hour.
Short. Yeah, if you really, just get through it, yeah, you can absolutely get through it pretty quick. Though I would imagine, due to the nature of the game, in which you have to navigate essentially you have to navigate a 2D space using coordinates and snapshots in a map. So it's very neat in that sense, because you have such limited information to go off of, but it's very intuitive. And if you can grasp the idea of, if you know your coordinates and trust them, you can scoot around pretty darn fast if you get a good system of how to actually navigate. And every once in a while, you can press a button which takes a little picture of the front of your sub, because otherwise you are going blind. Just to make sure, if you're trying to squeeze through some tight little passages here and there, and checking out some of the spooky dooky things outside.
There's I've kind of like included within this his sort of introduction to the mechanics, so that it sort of gets all this with visuals as well. So just give it a moment.
Probably do a better job than me.
Lixie, roll it back. I don't know what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
I thought it was neat.
My name is Markiplier. Welcome to Iron Lung. I'm gonna go into the ocean. I'm a fuck Poseidon. Decades ago, every known star inhabitable oh my god.
What's kind of amusing about this is him just playing a game next up on his list. Obviously, little.
Well, yeah, like he doesn't realize at this point how significant
it will consume him.
Remind me, what year is this that he's playing this? 2022 when it came out, or
yeah, when it came out, like on the dot, I think. He plays pretty much every horror game ever on Steam, I think. Obviously not every, but a lot
Alpha
of them.
Beta gamer, kind of.
Any horror game you've heard of, he's probably got a playthrough of it, because he'll play stuff. It's kind of cool about the channel, right? It'll simultaneously be like, oh, new, frictional game. He'll definitely have a playthrough of it, but he'll be like, new game where you're a cat running around in sewers trying to fight Cthulhu. It's like, yeah, he'll have that too. And he's like, oh.
Well,
the pixels.
If he plays every horror game, and he's played Soma, therefore, through the transitive property of philosophy, Soma is a horror game.
Oh, God.
That already sounded funny, your little made-up cat fights Cthulhu game, because I'm thinking, like, I would assume that animals might actually have, like, a better chance of dealing with, not in the sense of, like, defeating, like, a Lovecraftian monster, but that they might have a better go of it, because...
Immunity to it?
Well, almost because, like, they're not as smart as humans, which means that they can't psych themselves out.
Depression scales with intelligence. It's a terrible burden.
We're dealing with cosmic horror. Maybe a cat would be almost indifferent to it.
Well, if that game comes out on Steam in a year from now, I'm gonna call copyright. I'm gonna get my lawyers.
Like, it just sounds like it could be a cool idea of cosmic horror, but with an animal, like a cat or a dog. There's
got to be stuff that exists that is that already in some way, but yeah, no, I'm with you. It would be
Well, David
Cool.
Szymanski, he did make a Squirrel Stapler, where you hunt squirrel, staple into a corpse, and meet God. So he's an animal lover, you know.
Yeah,
he likes his critters.
definitely an animal lover considering this game. Fun little animal in this one.
Lixian make me seem like a coherent human being. Every known star and habitable planet vanished, leaving only those who were on space stations or starships. This event became known as the Quiet Rapture. With supplies dwindling and infrastructure crumbling, survivors are searching for any trace of natural resources in a universe of barren moons lit by the ghost light of vanished stars. One such moon holds a strange anomaly, an ocean of blood. You are a convict tasked with exploring this anomaly in a makeshift submarine nicknamed the Iron Lung. It was not designed for this depth, so you will be welded inside and a forward window will be closed. There is no time for training. If successful, you will earn your freedom.
Kind of a cool premise, like on
I think,
its face.
yeah, Blood Ocean is already kind of like, oh, yeah, okay. What is how did that go? But you know, expanding it into it's basically the end of humanity, and you're exploring a blood ocean to find something.
Not to be a stickler for the lore, but it's odd that it says one such moon holds a strange anomaly, when I think in the lore there are 4 blood moons, 2 of which are under the control of the consolidation of iron. But
would that be inconsistent with this?
One such moon. It is an odd thing to say, like one such moon.
One such moon as opposed to 4 moons
that
of
does
which you are
imply
on one.
It does imply that it is like particularly special in that regard.
I don't remember it being relevant at any
apart.
point that there are other moons with this phenomenon, though. So, like,
so what's kind of
the story doesn't really matter.
What's kind of funny is this game. He'll go over it as well, but there's like a couple of things the movie does that I think the game sort of updates to account for, in funny ways, because they're not completely compatible. It is an adaptation. It's not in the sense, you know, like how sometimes you could adapt a game and it can be canon with the film.
What, like Fallout?
Fucking no. Those liars.
It is interesting how quickly.
Did you have fun, guys, with Fallout Season 2?
No one watched it here.
Seeing the
do believe.
Right? New Vegas get obliterated, but yeah, that's canon according to Bethesda, right? So yeah, but I get what you mean, because when I was watching the film, I was sort of wondering, it's like, so is this like a direct sequel to the game? Like, could this coexist with the game?
Yeah.
As far as I know, I don't think so. It's a complete.
It is an adaptation.
Undoing of the.
They are incompatible. They can't coexist, which is fine. That's how a lot of adaptations do it.
Sure.
Yeah. It's different things based on the same thing. You know?
But a very faithful adaptation is absolutely what everyone's come away with. So he's done a good job on that front.
If it's blood, just drink the blood. Blood's got resources in it. Here's a scientific breakdown of all the materials that are in blood. Look at all these. So I'm assuming that if you found blood, you're going to be
Don't drink blood.
I don't know how to.
Very much don't drink blood, unless you're a vampire,
Don't
of
drink
course.
blood, especially strange moon blood.
That you don't even know
is it healthy
blood,
to drink
really.
your own blood or a stranger's blood?
Probably worse to drink stranger's blood, I assume.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Let's assume that it's the same blood type as you. It's probably safer to drink your own, I would assume. But I don't know. I'm not a blood drinker. I'm not a vampire.
But I feel like the only time it would ever actually be useful for you to drink blood is if you're like desperate for salt or something like that, or iron or something like that. So if you're drinking your own blood, then you're not really getting anything.
You're also,
but you're losing the blood that you're.
But,
and it's going to be less efficient.
I was going to say there's so many more problems at that point, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you need to drink blood for any reason, you have a lot of problems.
You're in trouble, yeah.
Extract resources out of blood, but I'm gonna find out. Also, interesting concept about the idea that just like, oh, here I go then.
Beginning at descent.
I am.
Cruising depth in roughly 40 seconds. Stand by.
So you say, I have not been trained for this.
Closing porthole shielding.
What do you... Oh. Okay, thank you. 2 weeks...
Like, that is a cool idea, like, immediately. You're in a submarine, but, like, you don't get to see all the time. You have to
It
choose
takes
when
away
you
your
see
primary sense.
snapshot. It's disempowering, but it also like provides the game with some cool opportunities to show you what the world actually looks like.
It's a bit of philosophy that I think Frictional were talking about when they made Dark Descent, is when you limit all the stimulation of senses, it like cranks what remains. So everything else now, the small hums or little noises will start to, be really significant.
Yeah, like when you hear a sort of sound on the hull, it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Ago, we conducted an exploration of Moon AT5 for the first time since the Quiet Rapture, leading to the discovery of a fourth blood ocean. A fourth. 1, 2, 3, fourth? You found 3 others of these, and this is the 4th one. What happened to the convicts that you sent down into the other 3 blood oceans? Are they okay? Am I that one? I don't think so. I have no training. Your task is to photograph these points of interest with the SM-13's forward camera. Photos must be taken within 2 units of the specified position and 10 degrees of the specified angle. You can also use the camera to help with navigation. Only photos taken at the specified points of interest will be saved. Since you can navigate by sight, pay attention to your coordinates and consult the map. The proximity indicators next to the sub-controls will trigger if you're getting too close to an obstacle. Good luck. Hello?
So
simple premise?
Yeah, and the thing about it that is kind of neat is you'd assume, because you're locked in a sub and that there's even the porthole's closed, it's like, so is there even a map, or is it all just made up? And you're with the brief visuals from the camera, is it all a lie? Like, how did he make this? And it's like, nope, there is a map. It actually does exist. It's all there, and all the stuff is in there. He only wants you to see through the X-ray camera. Unless you have a cheat, which I will show that
That's
as
right,
well.
In the terminal, yeah.
This is not an expedition, it is an execution. When they put you in here, they don't want you to return. And even if you do, and even if they keep their promises, what freedom waits for you? A few dying ships in a sea of dead stars? If there is still hope, it lies beyond the veil. Hope in this void is as illusionary as the starlight. I will choose to breathe my last here at the bottom of an ocean, unseen, unheard, and uncontrolled. They will get their execution, and I will get my freedom.
Again, kind of amusing to see him messing around with this in a Let's Play when this will be put into the movie, like 1-to-1.
It is interesting to think about it. And it's not even that long ago. It really isn't. It's not like something he watched as a child or anything like that. This is only, 4 years ago?
Not like he, worked on it for 10 years or anything. It's just something he came up with like immediately because it would have been as part of the game. He just took all the best bits.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as good as something that was made over 10 years or so, I'm thinking. Because
no.
Tight and well-formed.
Assuming this is from one of the explorations of the other 3 blood oceans, how fucking cool does a blood ocean sound? Not at all when I'm in it. Where am I? Hover or node information. Okay. X325 741 AA.
Of course, this map does the fun thing of it doesn't give you all of the information at certain points. Portions of the map that you need to traverse are obscured.
Yes,
I wish more games did this. Obviously, this isn't like to the extent of something like Thief, where in universe it's presented as like this is a map that Garrett got through some means, and the information on the map is as good as somebody could get in that world, which means that as the game gets harder and the locations get more dangerous, the information becomes less reliable. Like, that's particularly awesome, and a lot of games don't do that, but I do like that even in this, because the main one is this, the portion that's sort of in the middle, but to the top left, it's like, you have to go through there, and you can't quite tell what the path looks like compared to, most of the other paths that are relatively easy to understand and traverse. Just a little bit of dynamism for a very short game.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, right off the bat, you pull up the map and instantly you're like, okay, well, where am I? And you have to look at the coordinates.
Yeah, it doesn't say you are here.
Pushing you to it instantly pushes you to engage with essentially the primary, the few primary mechanics of the game. Is like, yeah, well, find out where you are. The only way to do that is to look at
rely
the map
on that spatial awareness that you've developed. By navigating through the world. At this point, if you manage to make it this far, even though again it's not a very difficult game, it's like you get a sense of how to move through the world by the time that we throw these challenges at you.
18. Well, this is why the universe imploded. They didn't named the Z-axis with a Z. So I seem to be at
He hasn't yet realized his angle, but that's okay.
182.
Yeah, right.
That's what I thought it was at
116.
first, because
Okay,
that's typically
182,
the
116. That would put me at
Oh, it took me a while to just get fully grasped, but once you can, you get more confident as the game goes by, which gets kind of fun because then you can fully. He does this in the movie. You fully navigate through the
you
sensors.
figure it out basically.
Yeah, you
get it.
as time goes on, you need to check the thing less and less, and you're just using the beep 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 beep, and you're just like, yeah, I know.
I figured it out by crashing into a wall pretty much immediately, and I was like, oh, I see. Like I just fundamentally didn't get the controls until I crashed into the wall, and I was like, oh, right, okay, yeah, okay, I get it.
Which you get an achievement for, so not bad.
I was less a beep traveler. I was more of a coordinates traveler. I'd pick points. I'd use Z and X at one time. I would try to use I wouldn't go diagonal if I could help it.
Oh,
Obviously,
I
you have
did.
to sometimes.
I did try to.
Whenever you can, like crossing big areas, you like, oh, I need to go to X560, and then once I'm there, boom, and then I stop at Y this, and then I can go up. So I guess it just depends on how you interface with it and everything.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the part above the middle of the map, right, where it's blanked out, can't quite make out what the gap will be, and that part's cool as well because the structure, the wall doesn't look even borderline natural. It looks like something that created it there in that little section. There's all things that makes your brain go,
82.
Really encourages you to use your camera for navigation when in
Well,
a lot of this. You don't have to use the camera for navigation.
I literally never did. I only used it to take the pictures that I needed. Everything else I just did by judging it.
I used it a lot. I loved the way those pictures looked. I was just like, this is such a cool and spooky thing, and I just want to see if I can, get myself in some positions where I start seeing some things that are really hard to make out as to what they are.
16. So I'm starting right here, bearing north. Okay, so that's good to know. So I need to go up to stay in the 175 range, and I need to get to Y200. This seems pretty easy. Well, let me just quickly. Whoa, that was turning. I did not mean to do that. Damn it. Okay, my oxygen is doing okay. I don't know what this is all about. Oh.
And so I would say this is probably one of the more inspired parts of the game, being there's a button, it's delayed, and it'll display like a black and white sort of fuzzy image of what's outside. It's for a horror game, it's like, oh, yeah, there's lots you could do with that.
I guess it makes sense because a huge amount of horror is finding ways to disempower the player, right? You got to take things away from them. And obviously there are various permutations. When you think about something like Dead Space, that's much more conventional, I suppose, in terms of the nature of it. It's like, you're not really like prepared for this situation. We're going to design how you interact with the world through Isaac in a way that makes it clear, like, you're not really ready for this. And obviously there's a lot of cool stuff to it, right? That your primary weapon isn't even meant to be a weapon. It's meant to be an engineering tool. But then, like, the more that you get through the game, the more empowered you get, but the more crazy the enemies get. That's, like, a much more normal one. Obviously, with a lot of these sort of indie horror games, there is sort of a reliable one, which is you have, like, no weapons at all.
Yeah.
But like in terms of this as a mechanic, I would agree. It's like, this is a really cool idea. You can't see anything until you press this button and it goes bloop, bloop, and then you got to wait a couple of seconds and then get a flash on the screen. It's like, oh, there you go, and then it's going to disappear pretty quickly.
Is that a picture of the outside? Well, that's not good. Well, I don't like this and I don't like that. I really don't like this at all, actually, but I know what I'm doing, so I'm just gonna go. Is that the proximity sensor? Because I'm not exactly worried about that, because I know that I'm doing okay. Yeah, we're fine. Oof. We should be.
So what I like about, of course, the proximity sensor, you'll be able to encounter it more than likely in the mundane way first, which is you're close to a wall. Be careful, and you're like, okay.
Oh yes, and it all ramps up to
Well, it starts to play with you, right? Like this, there'll be a moment where it moves around the ship, something. And it's like that couldn't have been a wall. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
so what was that?
Because the one that is really close to the end, I thought was super cool. The way that it's used.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it has to come up in this.
Right
It's
up
all
on
about
it,
it when we get there.
honestly. Close enough and
It's just the
capturing.
wind.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's a thing. I don't know what that thing is, but it's a thing. Taking picture.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's great
Of
because this is
course.
like, excuse me.
Okay. Well, this is just digital noise here.
That's just great. Good job, game. It's gone now. And obviously, if you've seen the movie, very, very similar payoffs.
Yeah.
184 confirmed. Taking picture. Can't wait to see this with my own eyes.
Ah, yes.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a thing.
Well, feels like that one sort of. It's like, ooh, we're doing some magic sort of
Supernaturally shit, yeah.
The anomaly is what it's
Yeah.
all
Well,
it's
yes,
called.
because of course, when you're told what the, it's like you're gonna look for an anomaly. It's like, well, I don't really know what that means, but okay. But then when you see that, it's like, ooh,
Yeah, and as you get closer, it makes everything in the sub kind of
Wobble.
shake. Yeah,
Yeah.
wobble a little bit. There's obviously the noise as you get closer. It makes everything distorted. It's like, oh, what's this? Strange.
Ooh. What? Whoa. Oh!
I got hard jump scared by that. I think I happened to be at the time nearly hitting walls. And so I was like, whoops, too far, whoops, too this, whoops. And then when the buzzer went off and I just took a picture and I was like, how close am I to the, wow! Just like, oh my god, it's a fucking alien. So, again.
Your experiences and mine were different then, because that is not quite how it happened for me. When I saw it, it scared me because this was before the picture. I was in a place where I knew there were not walls based off of the coordinates because I was following the 700 y-axis going down towards the last point. And I was like, I'm smooth sailing. I know when to stop. I was like, I'm really in the zone. I got the hang of this. And then I saw that and I'm like, oh, I fucked up. I misread the coordinates. So I like instantly slammed on the backwards brakes and everything. And then I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know I got off. And then I took the picture and then it scared the fuck out of me.
Wow.
So I got like a double hit of it because I didn't expect the motion sensor for the wall and the picture. So it's interesting how like two different people got, two different
Well,
things.
here's the third one. I never saw this because I didn't take this picture, so I never saw the eye. I just pushed through this area. I just
Video
went
games.
through it. I like pretty much because my thing was like it's beeping. And I'm like, well, I don't really know what this is, but like I know that I need to go through this way, so I'm just gonna like charge through basically. I'm just gonna go through and ignore the sensor, and that's what I did.
That's why I like video games.
Oh well. He's just like, fuck you, sensor.
I
got places to be.
Pretty much. I was just like, yeah, I mean I know I gotta go through here, so I just gotta push through.
X647. Oh, whoops. Oh my god. Not 650. 675.
What Fringy needed was a guy on the radio to tell him to take a photo. Bro, I completed the game.
You needed Miles McKenzie.
You needed Miles. You did.
I completed the game.
Hey,
That would be a good time to take a photo.
The big green button behind you to see what's on the outside of the submarine. Whoa!
Focus Fring.
Focus at.
You know what that means? Yeah, trouble. You guys excited for the Wolverine game? It's going to be great.
As excited for that as I am for the 007 game.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's going to be amazing. It's like Hitman, but 007. That's what
I'm sure it'll be just like Hitman.
All of the game journalists keep saying. It's like, okay, we'll see.
It's just like how Back 4 Blood will definitely be just like Left 4 Dead in quality.
Everything these days is like that other thing you liked from before. Where's the Trailblazers, damn it?
I gave Back for Blood more than a fair shake with like 3 friends. I played it in the ideal scenario. Me and 3 other people playing it together, giving it its time, and the game was just not good.
You know what though? Evolve was kind of cool. It's a shame about the business model.
Right.
Because that game was
I remember that. Yeah.
it. Like it was a cool idea for a game, and under good circumstances, it could provide a really cool experience. But the monetization, which is funny because of Evolve release now, it's like, yeah, they would have learned their lessons in terms of how to monetize it successfully, because all that stuff back in like 2015, it's not even like remotely as bad as it got now. But yeah, it's all of our standards have gone to shit. So, you know.
It reminds me of I don't know, like it reminds me of because it's still kind of a concurrent thing, but with Marathon about to come out, I just kind of realized that it does not matter how good the game is. It's made by Bungie, and they made Destiny 2. And there is no way.
Which is so funny. You say that, Rags, and a lot of people would go, yeah, Destiny 2. Meanwhile, us, because we played it together. It's like,
we played
yeah,
it when
Destiny
it came out.
2.
That's right.
Ooh.
And I've only heard like the stuff that I've seen about the monetization and the removal of content and stuff of that game, and how horrifically mismanaged it's been, and how the monetization is abysmal dog shit. There is no way that I'm touching a Bungie game with a 29.5 foot
They got away with a lot, because I remember like, I feel like in 2016 I was like, you know, I want to go back to Destiny, and I couldn't play it because I didn't have the first major expansion, so I literally just couldn't play any online component. It's
well,
like,
the stuff we played, Fringy, you can't play that anymore, apparently.
Yeah, you can't play
that
the base game
exist.
of Destiny 2.
So why the fuck would I ever... I don't care if Marathon's the best game ever in the universe. Why would I ever want to get invested in it if I know that they could rug pull all of the content at any point, and I'll have to pay out the nose for all kinds of stuff? There's no way.
Certainly, I imagine that I'd probably even feel worse about it because I haven't played the original Marathon. It's like, oh, this doesn't like seem even remotely the same, but okay.
The original Marathon, you were fighting like aliens and stuff. It was like a Doom-esque shooter where you fought aliens.
One that it's actually got like a pretty cool story about like AI and stuff. It's like about AI that have gone crazy and are sort of fighting each other and everything. But yeah, I mean, you know, have fun with Marathon, guys, I guess. You know, if you want to play it. But I'm kind of the same boat. It's like I don't really care. I don't care about Bungie's modern output.
So yeah, at this point in the game, if you've taken photos of all of the points of interest, which progressively get a little more creepy as you go, right? Instead of it just being like a broken thing or something weird, it's like, oh, that's a skeleton of a big old beast, and then some of them seem like vaguely structure-ish, as if there's some kind of ancient thing that happened here or something like that. But you got one more left, heading right to it, and obviously your oxygen is on very low. The ship is filling with blood. It's kind of the end game, so to speak, of this, you know, hour-long experience. And
things could be better.
And then
675 is what we were looking for. My bad, got that wrong. I better hurry. This blood seems to be rising.
I would love the movie if he talked like this during the whole thing. Like if this was
that's how he copes with, you know, he just
this blood seems to be rising.
Uh-oh.
95 confirmed beautifully.
Yeah, fuck that last jump scare, Jesus.
Yeah, I was not super enthused, but oh well, you know.
I think that gets everybody.
It's just turn around. Yeah, all right, fuck you.
And that's how it ends.
The expedition ultimately raised more questions than answers. Satellite images showed pieces of the SM-13 scattered all over the bottom of the trench as though it had been torn apart by some huge beast. The wreckage cannot be reached at this time. No photographs have been recovered. The stars shine pale as bones. The moon is a lifeless corpse. Its ocean a gaping wound. The universe, what's left of it, is dying. But somewhere in the void, there must be hope. Well, I don't know about that. I'm dead, but maybe in another multiverse, there's some part of me that lives on to go into the blood ocean another day.
Isn't that a fucking interesting comment?
Interesting. Maybe, Mark. Maybe.
That was actually excellent. That was incredible. I really loved that experience.
Yeah, so I wouldn't go that far. It's cool.
It was pretty neat.
It is pretty basic and short.
Yeah, no, I think it scores well for what it
kinda
is.
cool.
That's the kind of thing we're
Yeah,
dealing with.
but for what it is, which is like,
A little
yep, it's not
expensive.
super
Quickly
Yeah,
made
a little
indie game
expensive.
that's showing off an idea, and it's like this could very well be expanded. And you've hit on a lot of like design choices here that I wish more horror was capable of taking use of. But cool, good job, thumbs up,
But
that sort of
yes,
thing.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. But it's like, would you recommend it? It's like, I mean, as an experience, you get through it in an hour. But like as a product, like I don't know, what is the full price for Iron Lung?
It's
Just like on a normal.
$8,
Yeah, like even then, I'm
which
not
is
sure. It's like $8 for like an
it's
hour. Like
it's
I
a
think
it's a
it's,
steep price for what you get.
If it were a bit more robust, maybe involves more story or something, I would feel more justified in saying go for it for $8. But as it stands, it feels more like kind of like a test, a cool test of an idea.
Yeah, like you're paying for a
Yeah,
proof of
your
concept.
navigational ability.
It's so novel. It's so interesting. There's not like a super direct thing that's threatening you. It's everything around you is threatening you. And it's constant and pervasive. And any game that can create a constant and pervasive sense of death lurking right outside a thin metal wall is a pretty cool game in my book. So thank you everybody so much for watching. This has been Iron Lung. Link in the description if you want to play this for yourself. It's strange how popular this game is, except for the fact that it's absolutely...
Now we jump forward in time.
A new day. A new day, a new dawn.
Strange how popular this game is. It's very good, and I like it, and it's really cool, and the whole universe is captivating. I did no extra exploration when I was playing this the first time, and it's a tragedy that I didn't, because there's so many like questions that I have now that we're here. The COI. What is that? The Consolidation of Iron, or COI, is a brotherhood of 3 space stations and 2 spacecrafts found on the principle of collectivism and ruled by the popular vote of all citizens, numbering 257 at the time of the century. Its name comes from the iron and steel materials its 2 main stations are constructed from, and the principle of unity and togetherness in the face of menace from other surrounding stations, such as Eden. Space Station Eden is the largest man-made structure that still exists in the wake of the Quiet Rapture. It was formerly the main station for Mars, and the populace still maintain a strong sense of Martian patriotism and independence, making them a constant threat to the sanctity and security of the COI. It has a current population of 468 and has the only known remaining trees in its interior garden. The COI considers Eden a threat to all collective well-being after their attack on the Filament Station.
So see, this is like, the film hasn't made this obsolete. You can go to Iron Lung the game and you can get a bit of bonus stuff, and then you can get involved if you really want to know more about the background, because they give you pieces, but they don't expand it as far as a literal like near enough wiki entries in here. But it's still interesting to consider how this will be adapted is kind of the point of this. And sure. Filling out the universe a little bit more.
Interesting. Filament Station was the 4th and largest space station of the COI until 362 EIC, when tensions between the COI and Eden erupted in a 9-day battle on the station. The conflict battle ended unresolved when Eden troops resorted to sabotaging the station's reactor, resulting in a critical breach. Redacted. The breach left Filament Station uninhabitable due to high levels of radiation, and it has sat empty since. Prisoners taken during the conflict have been undergoing conviction realization in the years since, with the final ones expected to repay their debts and integrate into the COI Society by 381 EIC. Quiet Rapture. In 357 EIC, without any prior warning, radio contact with our respective planets was suddenly cut. Nobody can recall having visual contact with any planets when the incident occurred or experiencing any other unusual phenomena, so it's uncertain what might exactly have happened.
This means, by the way, because I think it does say that Earth got blipped essentially entirely.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
Which,
when
Earth,
I said
Mars,
habitable
basically
planet.
everything.
Yeah.
well, I mean that's obviously the one possibility. The other possibility being that it was the space stations that got blipped, and somewhere Earth is
presumably the sun is still there, or are they just floating through moons? Like how does that work exactly? Because they mentioned
the
that
sun. The
They
sun
mentioned
hasn't
the
been
stars
referenced. So I don't think they ever referenced the sun. They just referenced starlight. And I think if the sun still existed, that would be like the primary navigational / largest
Well, not
star
if
in
they're
the
near
sky.
it, because if they're close to it, if they're like within the solar system, then that light would go away in like hours.
Yeah.
I know in the
That is
movie, because
true.
they
That
said
is
when they're
true. It
looking up
would've,
at the
yeah,
stars,
that's
and they said,
true.
"Oh, they're still there. I can still see them." But they said, "No, they are all gone. It's just like that. It's the remnants of the light that they used to be, but they're actually all blipped out of existence. But if all stars have been blipped, then the sun would have been blipped too, because the sun is a star. So I would assume the sun is also gone."
Yeah, I would assume so.
It's kind of interesting because I guess then it would. So what's left is a handful of planets, the dead ones, so to speak, and then the moons that orbit them.
No, it's just
I think
moons.
they only say moons and asteroids.
If that's the
Uninhabitable moons or
case, wouldn't they be
asteroids?
so chaotically tossed through the universe that there's
Yeah.
no. You know what I mean?
Almost
Yeah,
like there is I guess there's the idea that when they were transported or whenever they blipped, it was somewhere unknown because you would be able to use positioning of some kind based off the stars that you could see to figure out where you are, unless it was flung so far away in the universe that you have no point of reference whatsoever based
Well,
on the
yeah,
light
because
that you have access to.
there is a part of the film where it's offered that instead of everything getting removed, it was actually them that got removed. Like you just mentioned. And if that's happened, then I guess you can have some supernatural flimflammery to explain how they've ended up in the situation they're in, as in a handful of moons and space stations are all they have now.
I think it's supernatural flimflammery either way.
For sure. I guess what I'm trying to say is like instead of assuming the physics, it's some of the forces made certain things happen, even if they don't make as much sense. I guess I don't know. It's just it's not something the movie talks about really at all. The state of the solar system, I guess.
Upon investigation, it was observed independently by several stations that where there had previously been planets, nothing remained. Further investigation over the following months revealed that all known planets with sentient life, flora and fauna, and habitable atmosphere or any sort of natural resources were likewise gone, along with all known stars. The only celestial bodies that have been found since are either uninhabitable moons or asteroids. Many theories have been proposed for this disaster, including religious interpretations of it as a literal rapture or some unknown quantum anomaly, or something more cosmic and sinister. There are no concrete answers yet.
Which, if you want to be finicky, is a little bit fucky, because asteroids and moons have natural resources on them. So if it's everything with natural resources, they shouldn't exist either. But you don't know anything is the point they're going
edible
for
or
here.
useful for people.
Well, yeah, to an extent, these accounts are made in universe by someone who's guessing what's happening. So there's space to assume they're just wrong.
I get what you're getting at, though.
No, yeah,
it's
for
like,
sure.
yeah. I mean, the any definition that we draw about like the usefulness of a place is arbitrary in a sense. Is like how useful it is to us as human. Like Pluto is not. Wow, I was about to say like, oh, Pluto's not very useful. It's like, oh, but maybe it's got like 1 billion, kilograms of gold on it or something. But yeah.
Or unobtainium.
Ah, yes.
That sounds valuable.
Then it will be whale juice, whale brain juice.
Whale brain juice, immortality juice. Yeah.
I have a question. So the thing he reads at the very beginning of the game, which gives the initial premise, is that something given to the character in universe, or is that an like out of universe?
I assume that's like rolling intro credits. Like that's probably universe knowledge as opposed to this.
Okay. So like the movie in that regard.
Yes, presumably.
Yet Iron Lung. Ah, there's one. The SM-13, one of 4 in-service underwater crafts fashioned by the COI for use in conviction realization in the blood oceans. It is designed for deep liquid photography and analysis. Redacted. All rumors of the SM-13 and similar crafts being used for so-called mob justice by way of forced suffocation or otherwise have been proven false. Yeah. Oh!
I would love the movie so much more if that's how he acted. It'd be so much more entertaining.
I should have rammed it. 700. I think I just got to go by the radar on this one. Maybe some pictures. That's not helpful. I'm just going to go by radar. Oh, nothing. Great. I'm just going to go to the bottom of this, which is about 775, 700. What? SM8? SM8? SM8. Oh! Okay. Hopefully they don't redact this before updating the database. What most people don't understand is that not all subs are built equal. The SM8 isn't a burner sub. It really is for exploring and surveying blood oceans. If they send you down in the Iron Lung, they don't give a fuck if you come back or if the sub comes back, because it's a pile of garbage and you're a piece of shit. You come back with photos, great. You sit down there and suffocate quietly, even better. But if they send the SM8 down, one of the scientists is piloting and they all expect them to return. And now the SM8 is in the blood ocean in pieces. No, not hit a rock pieces or sprung a leak pieces. It looks like something tore it up. And the weirdest thing is that nobody else seems surprised. We might have found the first planetary life since the Rapture, and they're acting like it's no big deal. I know you're next in line for realization in the Iron Lung, and usually that means you won't be seeing the stars again. But they don't have an SM8 anymore. They have 3 burner subs and a lot of curiosity about AT5. And maybe that means you have a chance. Okay, that's good. I don't think I do, but hey, the SM8. So that's,
which is a bit of fun.
Also,
Have you
it
seen
sort
the
of
film?
bump me as well, in the sense that exploration is objectively just basically the only important thing they have left. So the notion that they would be spending any resource on burner subs didn't quite track with me, either in game or in film.
I agree. They wouldn't be a burner sub. The resources are so
they would all be
low.
precious.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to get rid of a convict, you would just shoot them or strangle them. You wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah, with
you
everything,
wouldn't go through all the
population is like
this.
under 300. They can get away with executions now. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it's 267 for the EOC, and I think it's 460 something for Eden. So there's like under 1,000 people left that they know of.
Yeah, just with the COI is they're the authority. I don't think they have trouble. I mean, it's just I think it's supposed to just be a sort of lead-in, like, creepy assumption that you've been sent here just to be killed, but then the reality is it's much more complicated than that, but also true in a way, if you know what I mean. Like, it's meant to be twists and turns.
It's lying right here on the map.
For similar reasons, I struggle with the idea that they would send convicts at all. It just seems like, wouldn't you send someone who's a bit more knowledgeable and
they
invested?
say there's no time for training, but I feel like there is.
I feel like there is too.
Yeah.
But it also feels like the idea is that they ran out of oxygen every time, so he collects photos, and then they get the ship back, take the body out, put a new one in, and restore the oxygen. At that point, just get more oxygen, I guess, or make them come up.
More oxygen, get a better radio, get better camera.
Now you have an experienced pilot.
It's an intergalactic human spacefaring civilization would have enough technology and knowledge left over to make probably better submarines than they did as well. So like, there's a whole bunch of that stuff. The convicts, you can kind of say, well, I'm mostly with you. I think I'm not really buying that they would send convicts down in burner subs or otherwise. But you can kind of rationalize it as, well, there are so few people left. That people with any knowledge at all have such a high priority status that you wouldn't want to risk them. And, you know, there is precedent in human history for sending convicts to do important resource gathering missions and stuff. So like, that did bump me a bit, but not as much as a bunch of the other stuff did.
But that still leaves a question about what's here. The weird one over there. Okay, so what happens if you go in reverse order? Do you die the same? If you came all the way back to the beginning, would things be bad or would they be okay? I don't know. Okay. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you were going to do that anyway. I knew it. So I do think this amounted to a worthwhile endeavor, even though that was only partially successful. But I'm going to consider it fully successful, because when you consider the success that I had in getting all the things that I intended to get, I did those things and I committed to it. So that's what really matters. So thank you everybody so much for watching. I look forward to more stuff in this universe because it is inherently creepy and I want to see more about it. So thank you. But I was saving this because...
Now this is post the film having been filmed, I think. But it's still pretty early, like, in terms of it getting more releases and stuff.
I wanted to play the cheat code update.
Yes, before it starts, while it's on my mind, those sound absorbing hexagons that you put on the wall, Do any of you guys use that? Do they work decently well? Because at my new place, I'm trying to line up here. I might have to get them. Obviously, when you go check out a place and there's nothing in there, and you talk, you get that echo and everything.
Just put stuff in the room. That's always been my solution. Put stuff in the room.
Yeah, that's because I don't have anything special in here. I just have a bunch of stuff everywhere, and it seems to work quite well. So, but you know, you
don't
get to
need
thinking.
You don't need specialized soundproofing equipment so much as you need a bunch of varied surfaces and different angles, so you're not getting a lot of flat surfaces for sound to like ping directly off of. So if you have flat bare walls, that's bad. Put like a couple paintings or tapestry or something on it. Bookshelves filled with
I love
books,
tapestries. I'll put some tapestries up.
There you go.
Anything to make it not just a big square empty box is good.
I figured.
Cheats update, the cheating update. I wanted to play it after I was officially done with the movie, which I am. I mean, okay, so obviously the movie is not out, but the main sprint of what I was doing is now done. This has been the longest run of pure work that I've ever done in my entire life. This has been the most arduous thing that I've ever taken on. It has required the most of me. And it has required the most of my concentration for the longest period of time than anything I've ever done. And it's not like I was working every single day on this, but I was working a lot of every single day on this. It has been so long since I just played this game that has somehow taken my entire life and shifted it in a good direction, but the shift was violent. It was a violent shove. I got slammed into a submarine and welded in with dangled promises of freedom in front of my face. Oh, please. Oh, no. And then submerged into an ocean of blood. It's crazy.
He does go on to talk about it's not just the filming of it or even the pre-production and stuff. There's nightmares for marketing or distribution, I guess, the theater stuff, and then the weird things that happen
because
people.
the film was shot like 2 years ago. Right? It was like 2024?
I believe so. Lots of work happened afterward.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. I think it was shot in 2023 and it was like totally finished by 2024. And we're only seeing it now, you know, technically a 2025 movie, but a lot of us only saw it like last week.
So, will the reasons for like the delays and the production stuff be a part of all this? Or
he's going to allude to some stuff, but if you don't know who this man is, he's not one to be critical of much of anybody in that sort of way. Like he doesn't want to.
He's not gonna be the kind of person to say like, dude, they fucked us over so hard, like getting this done or something.
Yeah, there was probably a whole bunch of complicated. He'll appeal broadly. He does mention Disney at certain points, but he's not going to say any individuals because it's just not professional, as they say, I suppose.
Like legitimately crazy to think about.
Cruising depth in roughly 40 seconds. Stand by.
I have thought about this game and the movie and the universe inside and out so many times, so many ways, that just hearing it in its original form is so weirdly nostalgic. And it's only been, well, I guess it's been 2 years now, which is a long time. So there's cheat codes. This first one is it's just
black and white.
Noir.
Noir.
Oh man, God. Oh, you beauty. You beauty! Ah, man, what a strange thing to be back here.
It is very refreshing to see someone adapt a video game that actually likes the game.
Yeah.
You know?
It's crazy.
Regardless of
Isn't it?
how successful it was, it is really nice.
Have fun, Baldur's Gate fans. With
God, Greg Mazin and
Craig Mazin, but yeah, the main thing is that it appears that Larian is like not involved. Like that just appears to be the case.
Yep.
It was part of the reporting that they weren't involved. And that's going to be just like Fallout. It's going to be a canon direct sequel, And I feel like I saw somewhere like, oh, hopefully they bring back the voice actors. That is delusional. They won't. They will not.
They never do.
They will get replaced, as they do in everything. Remember, Jen Taylor was not going to be the voice of Cortana in the Halo show until there were delays from COVID. She wasn't going to be a part of it either. There was going to be nobody. Like, that is the normal way that it goes.
It's out of place that she's the only one who very conspicuously is still a part of it.
She was going to be played by the person who played Halsey. You know, I mean, kind of the same as she did in the games. But yeah, no, that's you should never expect that. It's kind of wacky that God of War has some of the people like that. Oh my God, Mimir Duncan. Why is his name escaping
Alistair
me?
Duncan.
Yeah, like that's kind of noteworthy that he's getting to play Mimir.
The voice actor for Thor is playing Kratos, right?
Yes.
So some interesting stuff going on.
A wacky turn of events, but yeah, that's unusual. Just we are firmly really and truly in the era of video game adaptations, and like most of them haven't been good, and even the ones that were good turned to shit in their second seasons. So
yes, they did. But luckily, and the guy who did that, and he's doing the Baldur's Gate thing. So
what's Christian Link doing these
There's
days?
no reason to hope for anything.
Well, I guess they're working on their next little show, right?
I'm gonna be so mad at them whenever they release that. Like, you fuckers coming back, really?
Well, I'm looking forward to Super Mario Galaxy movie having nothing to do with Super Mario Galaxy. I barely see any of it in those trailers. Why is the Odyssey Desert World? Why is that there? You know?
Why not?
And I'm sure it's not going to even remotely have the why is it that Super Mario Galaxy is one that tends to be elevated? It's like, well, it has a very distinct mood compared to a lot of other Mario games that doesn't really lend itself to the goofy, wacky, fucking meme shenanigans sort of styling of the that first movie. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to that because it's probably going to be worse than the first movie, and the first movie ain't even good. so yeah, that'll be fun.
We're in a great era for video game adaptation. It'd be fun.
They're probably going to have some botched remixes of the. I'm looking forward to a kind of a crappy rendition of Gusty Garden Galaxy. Even though that's probably not even going to be in it.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be in the movie or any of the locations.
Don't worry, we'll have plenty of pop songs.
Oh, and I'm also looking forward to the
I can't wait
fact
to
that
hear Take on Me.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, they probably learned that was a good decision because they made a lot of money with that movie. And they're like, yeah, putting in Take on Me in a Mario movie, that was actually a good decision. And we know that because we made money from it.
Yeah, so, it's because of the song, not because it's called Mario. So we know.
That Zelda movie's probably going to be pretty bad too, fellas. I mean,
yeah, probably.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
I mean, based off of who he knows. Yeah.
This means nothing to you, but I've gone on a journey. I've gone on a hell of a journey over the past year and a half, and it's been all for the better. I've said it a few times, but I have learned so much. And I've made projects before. That's the thing. I've made them before. And there's so many skills that did apply, but the other things that went into this, the psychological difference of making one of those and making a movie, to me going into it was no different. And even coming out of it, it's not different. But to everyone else involved, incredibly different. There's a cheat code here. Now you can see. Oh, can I? I can't. Oh, I can. Oh my God. What? That's so weird.
It's weird.
It is weird. It's kind of neat.
It's super neat, but like, wow.
That's sort of an alternate mode of play.
Yeah.
But I do wonder how this intersects with like the monster getting close with the eyeball and stuff like that.
In it's awkward because I did test it. I was curious myself. It just appears.
Well, yeah,
and then
they wouldn't have accounted for this, obviously, when they were making it the first time around. So
no, it's probably something he was like, I wonder what happens if I do pull it down. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, we can put this in the cheats. Why not? You know.
So weird. Oh, that's so weird. That's not right. That's not right. Oh, bizarre. I wish it was slightly larger. Forgot about the random noises. There was a huge strike in the middle of it. That was a big deal. That threw a wrench in. But also, there's a bunch of stories that I probably can't talk about and don't want to talk about because I don't want anyone seeming like I'm painting them in a bad light. That's the last thing I want to do when coming out of this. But it can't be denied that there were a lot of problems because of people. There's people problems when it comes to making movies. Because you can't, well, you can, but you can very rarely make something of this scale on your own. I'm not saying it's impossible, but even I would be, whoa.
So, on like the way that he's talking about stuff, like a lot of this is not unusual, the sort of observations he's making about like filmmaking, but you can tell that he's making them through his voice, which is a difference between him and someone like Chris Stuckman, who just feels like he's regurgitating the things that you're meant to say about like making movies.
You can like, hear that
I had to,
he's thinking about
the challenges. Like I had to account for catering, shit like that, compared to what you're hearing from Mark. Which again, it's not like surprising, right? These are expected takeaways, but they sound like they're coming from him because he actually experienced them, not because he heard that these were the things that you're meant to say about making a movie.
Yeah, you can tell he's trying to balance it in his head. He's got stuff to say, but he's like, I got to account for how it sounds. I got to account for what people are listening, and I got to account for the future, while also expressing genuine things that happened. Versus the prepackaged sort of dry, dead delivery that's just like, are you there? Hello. The one thing I'd say about him that's so obvious from watching any of his stuff is just the passion is there. If he's chosen to do it, it's because he really wants to.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to wonder what sort of people and personnel problems he had, because he said, like, obviously, you can't make a movie like this completely on your own. He did, to a very large degree, do this on his own, in that he directed it, he wrote it, he starred in it, he edited it as well.
Yeah.
But he does have a number of other credited producers, so I wonder...
Do you mean in the sense that he was the man in charge for most of the major operations? So as much as there's many people involved,
more than the average movie,
yeah
he definitely was.
I would be remiss to say that it's likely to happen. So when you're making something of the scale, like turning this into a movie, even though it's a contained idea, there's a lot more moving parts than you could ever hope. There just are. And when you have all those moving parts, then what you end up with is, a lot of people with their own lives, their own schedules, their own egos, their own problems, and all of them have sometimes interpersonal problems working with each other. When you're making a movie, it's a lot of people management. It's like you gotta have good people skills. And I'm an introvert. Look, I can talk publicly, and I can speak somewhat competently, and I feel like is that a drip? I feel like I have the general ability to know what I want and be able to communicate with what I want. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be perfect all the time, because again, you're dealing with people. I hope you understand that that's what I say to blanket sweep a large portion of why this was such a difficult process and why I had to take up so much on my own with Lixie and Marcus, Rachel, and new addition to the team. Everybody thank Molly, not the Molly but Deadly Melodic on Instagram. Huge help with like so much. Like, cannot thank enough, because when it comes down to it, communication, when you're dealing with people, communication is everything. It just is. It's everything. All right.
There's always the creepy reality of like a sci-fi project of if everybody were unified, the amount we could achieve instantly would be amazing. But there's like, but then we wouldn't be, ourselves. You got to overcome the problem of translating from everybody to everybody, basically, and
or be the pluribus people, and then just be husks.
Yeah, you could be really efficient, but you won't be you anymore. So
I still can't believe that there were people who didn't realize that they were evil until the baby goat. I can't believe that. It's like, how are you not paying attention? Oh, Zosha's evil. It's like there is no Zosha. They're all literally exactly the same person. Then it's like.
It's not ambiguous either. Like that's the whole idea. Like, how do you not get that?
Yeah, like, oh no, oh,
Dude, reading
no, I thought they were actually getting along. It's like,
fucking pluribus subreddit filled with idiots, crazy people who are just like, hey man, I can't believe these things are happening. I thought better of these guys, and to some extent they're like, oh, see, you went on the same journey as the main character, and I'm just sitting there like, how?
You're fools.
Did you make that mistake?
You damn fools.
I had the opposite problem watching. I was thinking, like, if I were the main character, I would have asked way more than 5 questions by episode 3.
Yeah.
Like, why? She's not that inquisitive, considering
That was
how
one of
easy
my
it is to
things.
get information out of these people. Haven't learned as much as I would have learned in that situation, but, you know, there we are. Still quite good, though. I did enjoy Pluribus.
I like it.
It is.
Hey, season 2 in 2 years from now.
It is an interesting point as well. Like, I mean, because interpersonal problems being, you know, presented as you know, reasons for things being difficult, they are. I mean, they can also be a difficult way of making the thing better than it otherwise would have been. You know, sometimes it's not easy when you're stuck in a room with multiple people, or at least one other person who might have like a very other equivalently good, equivalently strong idea, and like, you know roughly where you want everything to be going. They have a very different idea either about where it should go or how to get there. That is difficult. It slows everything down. It is inefficient, but sometimes it's, you know, actually the thing is better for a result of that. You can smash those ideas together and a better product comes out of it. And sometimes you could smash them together and it becomes a huge fucking mess and it just doesn't work at all. It's a huge, like, the more people are involved, the way more luck is involved. It's not just about personnel management. It is just like, who wins an argument on any given day? Like, that makes such a massive difference to what the end product is going to be. And it's why so many of these products are very unreliable at the end of the day. The same team who makes one really good thing can come out and make a really bad thing afterwards because on the day you were doing it, things just didn't work properly. People are annoying, and if you can do everything on your own, it's so much more fun, but, you know.
You can't make a movie on your own.
No.
You can't make a feature film,
unfortunately.
So, there's another one here that adds... Oh, man. So... It's one of those things where you play this game so much and you think about it and you hear a voice on the radio. So, you know, when you go into the movie making process, you go like, oh yeah, of course, there was a speaker in the game, right?
Point being, there wasn't. There's a cheat to add the speaker now because like it's in the film. It's just kind of funny. He's saying that he knows the game inside out, and yet he was like, "There is a speaker. Yeah, there's a speaker." It's like there is no speaker.
Yeah, how the memories get crossed. What was the original, and what were the changes? I can totally understand that 100%.
Yeah.
Especially when, I mean, like with the Lord of the Rings is a good example with extended versus theatrical. I haven't seen the theatrical since theaters like 20 something years ago. So every time I've seen it since has been the extended editions. So sometimes I couldn't tell you every scene that's in each. Some of them I know, but a lot of the times like I couldn't tell you. Oh, is this from the original or is this extended? But you just can't tell because you're only
the
used
only
to one
time you
version,
can
one
tell, I
memory.
find, is when like one of them just comes on TV randomly and you watch it and then you think, wait, no, there's like 3 scenes that are supposed to have been there. Oh no, it's the theatrical version. I'm gonna turn it off and put the DVD on instead.
Disgusting.
You entirely forget like the smallest details, because like obviously, because you saw in the very first teaser trailer that was released over a year ago now,
which this is it, by the way. I didn't see this teaser, by the way.
Yeah, neither did I.
Kind of fun.
Cruising depth in roughly 40 seconds. Stand by. I'm seeing some voltage irregularities in the instruments, so keep an eye out for sparks or flames or anything like that. Approaching maximum depth. The hull's feeling it, but it's still holding strong. Closing toward hull shielding.
Oh, I like that.
Neato.
It's a good teaser. Yeah.
That's a good teaser. That's pretty solid.
And how often are you going to see a trailer for a film adaptation from a game that's going to involve anything from the game, let alone actual, beginning with it and being like, remember this? When most people be like, huh? But it's like, yeah, fuck you. It's about the game.
you saw the interior of the set and what we did with it and how we did it. If you haven't seen it, actually, I could probably just pull it up. So you got the game here, and then you got our set here. And so it's kind of dark. Some people might have even missed it. But up here is a speaker, because I was like, they're talking on the radio. There was a speaker. There was a speaker in it, right? There was a speaker in the game, right? I really thought from the very get-go that the game had a speaker in it. And it turns out it didn't. I was like, wow, man, that's kind of crazy. Mostly the recreation of it is pretty faithful. But that one is it's just one of those things where you're like, I never suspected that was that way. There's one cheat code that I'm saving here at the end that I think you guys are really going to like.
Before we get to it, I will say that I like the colors of the game better than the movie.
Well, right now
more reddish,
it's
rusty.
Yeah.
That's fair. I was just going to say right now it's on a rave color set, so that's a cheat code thing. So
But even from what we saw earlier,
yeah, I got
even
you.
the teaser trailer, it's like, I like the colors a little better. They just had a little bit more to them.
Party in the sub, man.
What is that? What is that? What is that one?
They even have the Farquaad meme.
Of course.
Oh god, it should be Chica! Hey, there she is. Oh man. Yeah, Chica was on set alongside Henry, and really the emotional support bedrock of the entire experience was just the pups being able to be there. I was actually in for the past 6 months. I've been bouncing. That's crazy. I don't like that, actually. I don't like that. For the past 6 months ish, I've been bouncing back and forth between Austin to work on this movie and Dallas. And then for the past 4 months, we've been in Austin, just sprinting in an Airbnb with all the editors working together on finishing up the movie for various reasons. Again, that we had to start taking a lot of stuff on ourselves to do. And even then it was questionable whether it would be enough. And I loved it. I hated it when it was happening because of how much work it was there. But that's what I've always talked about, like when I'm in these sprints, when I'm working on these things, when I'm doing these kinds of bigger projects, and this one being the biggest one, is because it's so much work, but it's so nice to have the pressure that you have to do something, and it forces you to transform. Basically, it forces you to learn, to push yourself more than anything you'd ever done before, because how could you not do it? You know what I mean? You have this pressure cooker of the project, the timing, the kind of like desperate need to finish it, and also time is money. And so when it comes down to making projects like these, the longer it goes, the more expensive it gets. And so the only way to save money is to do more yourself, and it has to get done. It just has to get done, and you have to learn everything to do it. I love opportunities like that. It's so rare.
I really do kind of just agree with the whole sentiment. I think it's borderline counterintuitive, the whole like being under great pressure, solving really difficult problems, and having to, not even knowing that it's necessarily possible. But of course, the flip side of that is once it's all completed and you look back, you're like, man, that was kind of like really engaging, and every opportunity to learn different things, experience different things. And when you compared to sort of chilling out, which is totally fine and reasonable between projects, but eventually it'll just stop being like, I'd be up for some more challenges. Maybe let's go again. Let's see if we can do this something else. It's almost like overwhelming pressure, but in something that is about to manifest. A creative project can both feel horrible and amazing. It's kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah, I think
Sounds like
he
didn't intend to edit the movie himself from the beginning, and that part of the personnel problems involves whoever was originally supposed to be an editor. That's what I gleaned from that, because the way he phrased it made it seem like he didn't intend to edit it himself.
My assumption is
the credited editor.
If things had gone relatively smoothly, he wouldn't have said a single thing. I think something probably pretty bad happened to make him say, yep, people were problems. It's like,
something must have happened.
Have that.
He'll probably take it to his
it's
grave.
So rare to have the opportunity to push yourself like that. It just is. And this was the most arduous one.
And the reason that I put so much pressure on this one, and the reason why I tried so hard on this one more than any other is, well, I mean, honestly, I would try just as hard given, sorry, I'm just noticing my faces every once in a while. I would try so hard because I do that for everything that I'm doing because I want it to be good and I want to be able to do it. I often, will say things that I don't know necessarily if I can do them in the moment that I'm saying them, but I believe in my ability to push myself to learn the things that I need to know to be able to do those things. And this was the biggest check that I wrote that I could not cash at the moment, but I knew that if I tried hard enough and if I learned enough, I would be able to do it. That's what I knew. I absolutely knew that I could push myself to do this project. I just didn't even know from the very get-go what I needed to know. Circumstances be as they may, in an ideal world, I wouldn't have had to learn as much as I did to get to where I was, but I knew that it would be transformed.
It's like,
someone, he had to step up and do something that was supposed to be someone else's job.
For sure.
For me, personally, I knew that I would be able to do anything. If I pushed myself enough to make this one happen, I could do anything. I could do absolutely anything. And even in me saying that is still this scenario where I'm like, I don't even know the problems that are gonna come up. Wow, I didn't know that there was obstacles that I would be driving through. I don't even know the problems that are gonna come up in the next one. But that being said, I really, really am proud of what we made. I really am. I cannot wait for you to see this one. Theaters are a very complicated process, and negotiating that is, again, more people, because as it turns out, there's not just one button you press and it goes out to everybody. No, there's a lot of people involved and a lot of people that want to be part of the process and contracts that need to be negotiated and things like that. Yeah, so I'm not looking forward to that part of things. I'm
funny because there will be bumps with that, but that'll be later.
I'm actually not at all, because that's the part of things I don't like. And that's the part of things that why I'm so eager to get back into YouTube, is because YouTube, my channel, is something that I can do. I can do on my own. And that was the beautiful thing about YouTube. That's the beautiful thing about coming up from making content on YouTube, is because there is a freedom to it. And internet in general, and TikTok or wherever you make content, there's a freedom to it. There is this expression that you get to have. You get to put things out there. But the problem with YouTube, and why I always crave doing more, is YouTube is very easy to get comfortable in. You don't find yourself challenged in ways that really challenge you creatively all the time. There is the pressure. There's the pressure that some people put on themselves of like, oh, I want to be successful on YouTube. I want to have a certain number of subscribers. I want to reach a certain number of people. And those are things that you can challenge yourself with. But my biggest problem way long ago, and I talked about this over the years, is that I accomplished the goals that I wanted to accomplish way back when, way back when. At this point, not really in the grand scheme of things, but at this point in my life, I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish on YouTube, which is to be successful on YouTube, whatever metric that was. And then I realized that sitting at the top of that mountain, I felt very unfulfilled because I didn't feel like I was chasing anything else. I didn't feel like I was improving. And that's when I started down the path of doing the bigger projects, with like A Day with Markiplier, and then, Who Killed Markiplier, and then Heist with Markiplier, and all of these different things, all the way spanning up to
names.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
I don't know. I just feel like this is 100%, 1,000,000,000% true. I really like the commentary that YouTube simultaneously, as well as a lot of online stuff, it gives people sort of access to abilities to be able to just do anything they want within that scope. But simultaneously, once you reach a level of success, and this happens to pretty much all channels, I don't think anyone's immune from it. You'll reach a sort of format or a consistent thing that works, and then continue to do it, and then eventually sort of lose the reason maybe that you'd started, or that the drive will start to depreciate because there's nothing new happening anymore. It's just the thing that you do.
And then you might just end up in like this routine where, and then it's like, holy shit, a lot of time has passed. My God, well, holy shit, is there something else that I should be doing? Is there some other goal? Have I lost sight of some goal? Something that I wanted to pursue because I got so comfortable. Yeah, I mean, this is just listening to like a real person talk about his worldview and dealing with these problems, which again, in stark contrast to someone like Stuckman, is like, yeah, no, I learned that making movies is hard.
Remember, he never even
It's like,
liked
that's not the
YouTube.
most-
Oh, interesting.
Well, no, that's the thing, is that this seems like a notable difference of pursued a thing he was passionate about, worked really hard, managed to achieve a lot, and then eventually wanted to try to do different things to sort of just see how it was, compared to like, yeah, YouTube's like bullshit, I don't give a fuck about YouTube, movie reviews are bullshit, I just want to make a movie, and then failing, and then crawling back to YouTube and churning out like 5-minute reviews in which you have 2-minute ads for bullshit.
Yeah,
That's the thing, because like he spent most of the time in this clip talking about the things he's done that aren't YouTube, but then he's able to talk about YouTube without that sort of dead-eyed shark stare that Chris Stuckman has, which is interesting because like what happens is like a doll's eyes. But like because what he's arguing for is not like, oh yeah, I used this as a means to an end, and as soon as I could jump ship, I did. It was I did really well at this thing. It gave me so many great opportunities. I explored those opportunities. And I'm very grateful to have had those opportunities. But then in taking those opportunities, I rediscovered the value in the thing I was doing, which is the creative freedom versus the restrictions of the opportunities that I was given. So it's a way of reinvigorating your love of both mediums, essentially. If you can do one thing for so long that you get an opportunity to do another thing, but then you realize what it was that you enjoyed about the first thing you were doing, and then you can jump between them as and when you will. It's kind of the ultimate creative freedom, as opposed to Stuckman, who is like, well, my movie made less in total than this movie made in previews, so I guess I'm going to have to start shutting gambling ads. And in the next video, I'm going to do debt collection agencies, as though there's no narrative between those two positions.
Payday loans, hooray, I'm the hero.
And that great irony that Chris Stuckman's attitude about, YouTube not being something that can satisfy any kind of creative urges, and that being seen as the director is going to be the ultimate thing. It's like it's going to trap him with what results he's gotten versus what's happening with his like community on YouTube with all of these ads coming out. There's only probably a few more he can do before he loses a portion every single time he does it, right? Like he's depreciating the audience.
Well, I mean, and his audience is already depleted because of the fact that he isn't really making shit that's worth watching.
That's his whole audience can see him stepping onto the lifeboat of his own Titanic as it's sinking, and they're all like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, yeah, no, I'm still reviewing stuff, I guess. Did you see that new Mario movie? Yeah, that was okay. And they're all just looking at him like, what are you doing? And he's like, gambling.
Anyway,
gambling
this
apps?
Video is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Yeah. As he's pushing the lifeboat out, like, I want to go.
It's a real struggle. Mental health is crazy. Sometimes you just want to blow your fucking brains out. So that's what BetterHelp is for. BetterHelp is here to and you can, and it's just like, what is going on? As the lifeboat is lowering, it's just like, anyway.
Yeah, versus Mark, who's basically just rallied the entire audience. I'm not going anywhere. Consistently releases the Let's Plays continuously.
He's happy to go back to YouTube.
Well, he kept doing it while he was doing all of this, while he's doing the clothing brand, while he's got his podcast. Well. It's like he's a creative man through and through, right? He's just trying to make things. I'm not saying that like everything he makes is quality or whatever, but like I do feel that's the fundamentally most important spark about all of it, is that at the core you're an artist that loves what you're doing and wants to express yourself. Like that's step one. And he clearly is
he wants to push himself forward, and he wants to actually make things. I guess the comparison might be that Chris Stuckman wants to be known as a director. He doesn't want to direct. It's certainly
he likes the title of being a director. He likes that.
Yeah, which is
it, and being known as the thing, not the thing itself.
It makes you wonder if Shelby Oaks was a masterpiece and it got $1 billion at the box office, whether that would even be good for Chris, or he would just be like, well, there it is, I've done it. Now what? As opposed, you know what I mean? It's because it didn't come from a place of I have to tell this story, it's so important, there's so many things about it I love, and then I've got other things in mind. It's more of a I got to achieve the role of director with a movie everyone considers as good. Once that's done, it's like, so now what? I don't know.
I get this in the process of it is because I watched some of the behind the scenes stuff, the making of stuff for Shelby Oaks when that movie came out. I didn't, because you had to pay for the full thing, and I'm not fucking giving you money, no. But I'll watch the snippets of it you put on YouTube. He is notably more enthusiastic when he's talking about all like the process, the work that goes into it. Like I think he enjoyed working with the people. I get the sense he does enjoy the art of being a director. but he wants to be a director. He doesn't really care what he's directing, which is the difference, because quite clearly in this case, there is a passion for the thing you are creating, as opposed to being the person who created it. Stuckman would be happy, I guess, directing literally anything. And
that makes a lot of
not the
sense,
case here.
Considering he used to have a passion for YouTube, right? Like, the old Stuckman was clearly... There was something there. But he got driven out by, I don't know what exactly would have happened to him to make it happen. But
I don't know, the general cynicism of the passage of time.
But it just feels like he might actually be a victim of what Markiplier talked about. Like, Chris Stuckman hasn't evolved his style ever. He basically just did the exact same thing forever. If anything, he devolved it, right? He removed certain things he was doing, like the hilariosity version.
Element of spice.
Yeah, he went from doing a selection of reviews in the similar format to less of those, and now it's just like, yeah, I'll put out a review every once in a while. I'll put a smiley face on the Lord of the Rings getting a re-release. Like, yeah, because that's a good movie. Go see it. Anyway, just like, oh.
Like, I know I'm not allowed to tell you otherwise.
This is now. And so, yeah, this is just... I hope you understand that I look at this not as the end of the road, be-all, end-all of projects that I want to make. Nah, it was one fucking huge mountain of a stepping stone. And everyone's so mad at me. Everyone always gets so mad at me when I say this, but I was like, I can't fucking wait to do it all over again. I can't fucking wait to do it all over again. And that's a tough thing. It's like, this one isn't even out yet. But I really, really, really can't wait to bring some of the things that I've learned into YouTube in general, and like just the normal content that I have. I have so many fun ideas planned.
Well, I mean, it's just nothing but good news. All of that. It's just like, oh, that's good stuff, man. Yeah.
It's definitely a little bit different from Red Letter Media when they talk about their movie making experience. When they're like, oh man, it fucking sucks to make another movie. We're not going to make another movie. That shit was miserable.
Yeah, making Space Cop kills that dream outright. They don't want to do it ever again. It's like, oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Which is a shame, because I would like to see them give a serious shot at making something, again, that's not, better than Space Cop. Yeah. Maybe something dramatic. I still believe they'd be able to pull off.
Behind irony and give it a sincere effort.
Give a sincere story, because they always they do a lot of reviews of drama, and they have like suggestions and corrections. It's like, I'd love to see you guys give it a shot. Even if it were bad, just give it a shot. But I guess it was that much of a nightmare. I'm sure things went wrong that we couldn't even conceive of, and that put them off forever, but you have that little hope. This is just a snippet of an animation that's on the channel of him playing Iron Lung, and it's sort of an example of just how much it started to like take over in terms of stuff will be happening with this.
Just a second, Houston, need to take a picture of something that was outside. Okay, cool. All right. What is that? Oh my God! Oh, hey! Whoa! Hey! Ho! Fire on the bridge! What happened?
He throws the extinguisher at it. His eyes.
It's so awesome. I fucking love it. How could you not just love it?
Okay,
obviously, go check out the full
good.
version. I don't want to show the whole thing. So, it's called like Markiplier animated Iron Lung.
Yeah,
it's on his channel.
That would be a fun, like an Iron Lung spin-off movie that's just Iron Lung,
It's
but
more
like a
that
comedic
energy,
let's
yeah.
play.
Yeah.
And it would be
stop motion.
Stop motion, which means it will just it'll just be better. Really is what it means.
Which puts us at that's the first port. That's like intro. We're going to talk about the movie now, and then we'll come back to sort of post-movie stuff. And the visual I'll put in will be the trailer for good old Iron Lung. Kind of the usual sort of approach we have, but I'm probably going to put up the copyright shield, because I think I might even some of the stuff I've got in here talking about his just going over some of his videos, what he's talking about. I think some of that is just like claimable as well. So I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen overall, but worst case scenario, I think the stream will stay up. It's just it won't be monetizable, which is it's all right. It's fine. Trying to think. I guess final trailer is probably the one to go with. Mwahaha. So, I guess before I get all this sorted and we go somewhat chronologically, why don't we start with what everybody thought of Iron Lung? And I mean, I don't really mind in what order we go, but we can go left to right if you wanna go first. There, Capital O. What did you think?
I didn't really like it, if I'm being honest. There are things I admire about it, but it's more that he was able to pull it off and have so much success doing it all on its own. The movie itself, I don't think he's quite a good enough actor to carry the whole movie for reasons that we talked about a little bit already. I don't find the premise very compelling. And from what I didn't play the game, but from what I gather, watching playthroughs of the game and, hearing people talk about it, I don't think it translates as well when you don't actually have any control over things. I didn't feel the same atmosphere of dread and tension that you might expect if you were in that situation playing it through yourself than as I did watching the character. So what the hell was that? Oh, sorry. I didn't
mute it. You'll be fine.
What? I didn't think it was very good. I don't think I'll ever see it again, but I'm happy it did well. And I think I legitimately would like to see what he does in the future as a director, if maybe he's not starring in it. And taking what he's learned from this in terms of filmmaking skills and improving in the future. But I'm not a huge fan of the movie.
Alrighty. Fringy, what did you think?
I think it is okay, but I liked it a decent bit. Like I am favorable towards this film. I think the way that I would summarize it is I would be interested in watching a film from him in the future on the basis that it's him making it over the novelty of the fact that it was a YouTuber who made, an attempt to make a film. I think it's got plenty of like clunk that is that's like, yeah, right, this is your first movie, if you get what I mean. In terms of like there's some lines of dialogue that are a bit like or certain line deliveries that are like, yeah, no, that wasn't fantastic. But at the same time, like, there's clearly a vision here that in a lot of ways is like pretty well realized. I think it's a generally very nice looking film. I think it's a film that in many instances sort of takes advantage of its format to do like cool things. In terms of like, presenting spooks or sort of visuals or levels of dynamism to, I suppose like the progression of the story, which in some sense is going to be limited by the fact that it's set in one location. But at the same time, I really appreciate that it's a film that's set in one location. It's I like that it's this. I'm really glad that like at an attempt to make a first movie, there was an effort to like limit the scope significantly, which itself yields a lot of benefits. I imagine in terms of like making it, the logistics of making a film are already complicated. So by having it in a very enclosed space means that you like reduce that, and then hopefully that will yield better results elsewhere in the production. But like it's like it's flawed, and it's not flawed in like a minor way, right? There are general problems, and like I said, that sort of clunk. Nevertheless, I'm kind of partial to it. I enjoyed it, and I do not think that it was too slow, as is sort of seemingly a common criticism of the film. So yeah, it's like it hovers in the middle of the range, It's not terrible, but it's not great either. Or I guess if you want to flip it around, it's not great but not terrible, depending on how positively you want to skew it.
Or how much you want to reference Chernobyl. But I guess Platoon, what did you think?
I'm probably closer to Cap's position than Fringy's position. I think this movie was at least an hour too long. Event Horizon came to mind as being a movie with there's the cosmic horror kind of thematic tie-in and certain aesthetic tie-ins as well. That movie's, I think, more than half an hour shorter, or around half an hour shorter than this is. Some of that will depend on your probably, I suppose, your tolerance for and level of interest in the kind of claustrophobic feel that the movie's really going for. I got the point after 5 minutes, and the first hour of the movie was probably one of the longest hours I've ever spent watching anything. Got it. It's not that we're not getting enough information for me to remain interested in this. The game is only an hour long. This movie is 2 hours long. There is a reason that the game is only an hour long. It's exactly as long as it needs to be. Plus, the game is interactive, and that you are the one who's kind of controlling the pace. You're the one who's controlling the pace, not only of just general progression, but the pace of discovery. You can make mistakes, and they are your mistakes that you've made, and that's just more engrossing than watching somebody else do it, over which you have no control whatsoever, which I think made it even slower than the game felt. I made a point of watching this before I ended up watching the playthrough of the game, and I know nothing about Markiplier, so I was like, I want to kind of come at this as the general audience would. I have no attachment to the creator, and I have no attachment to the game going in. What is this like just as a movie-going experience alone? And I think the conclusion I drew was that it would have made for a pretty good long episode of television or a short movie, because that's what it is. The story is a short story. It becomes quite, I think, self-indulgent in a bid to pad its runtime out to 2 hours. The pace picks up quite significantly sort of in the last half an hour to 45 minutes. And I think if it had maybe spaced some of that out or contained that pacing all the way through and generally being shorter, I would have had a better time with it. There's all the problems with the premise that we've already sort of touched on, which was limiting my ability, I think, to buy into certain parts of it. But generally, the mood was there, but that was kind of all that was there for the most part until stuff happened, and it took a long time for stuff to start happening. Didn't have too many problems with him as an actor, because I think they quite wisely didn't spend too many shots sort of full on the face. There's a lot of, like, he's half hidden in darkness, or you're already seeing half the face, or he's hidden by hair, or there's camera effects on, which was probably quite a clever way of hiding the limitations he might have as an actor, because you're not really looking at his expressions too much. Dialogue has been mentioned, occasionally clunky, otherwise just serviceable. Some of the performances on the voice acting side, mostly fine. Again, a couple that are slightly clunky. And then by the end, when stuff did start happening, I'm not a huge fan of this genre of sort of psychic, cerebral, cosmic horror anyway. I prefer things to have explanations, and this does not. So not my type of thing, and also I just generally think not all that well developed or delivered over the runtime that it has. Definitely not the worst thing in the world. Set's brilliant, camera work is good, music is very atmospheric. There's lots to recommend it. It just should have been significantly shorter, and better pacing, I think, overall would have improved it. Won't be watching it again, but quite happy that it got made.
Alrighty. And Rags, what do you think?
Well, you probably won't hear anything new coming out of me, because I share a lot of the concerns and the issues and praises that the four before me have stated. I do think it is too long for what we learn in the time span that we're given. I don't think it can really justify itself in that aspect. The game being only, like I said, I took my time and it took me 80 minutes to beat the game. So it felt appropriate. It never felt like it overstayed its welcome. It does feel like, an episode of TV or a very short movie, something along those lines. I have had virtually no watch time of Markiplier. I know nothing about him really, just whatever, drips in through, internet culture and whatnot. He seems like a likable guy, and based on that, I like him. And I can't say I was too enthused by the movie. There's little things about it that I like, the set, the music. I like that it stuck very closely to the setting of the game, that it was very faithful in that regard, that it kept a lot of the aesthetics and the sounds and the concept from the game. But that's the kind of thing that gives me an interest in whatever he makes next. If he has a new project, it will be based on something that he's passionate about, something that he's interested in, and he'll adapt it into faithful and I guess, a faithful way that kind of sticks to the premise. As an actor, I think he did all right. I didn't have any complaints with him as an actor. But I think the biggest issues are that by turning this into a longer movie narrative, it does invite a lot more of the world building questions about the premise and what's going on. And you do wonder that if you're going to extend a game length essentially by over double, then can you add enough information and suspense and intrigue into that runtime to sort of justify itself, which I don't think that the film does. Oddly, it was my sister who texted me because she watches Markiplier and said, "Hey, are you going to go see Iron Lung? Do you have any interest in it?" And I said I did. So we went to go see it, and she wasn't really that keen on the movie either, being a pretty big Markiplier fan. So I think that it seems to be a bit of a common trend that that we don't think the movie's all that great, but I can respect it. I respect Markiplier. I respect what he's made. I'm interested in anything he makes after this, and I have no ill will towards the movie, other than just simply saying, in a very flat, objective way, that I just don't think that the movie itself is all that good.
Very well. And as for myself, I think sounds like I'd be the most positive on it, but I'm still sitting in like middle of the scale, and who knows if that will change when we get to discuss a bit more of the nitty gritty. But I have a pretty favorable bias for the genre, and I've got a major bias for wacky ideas when it comes to like we're going to stick a guy in a little metal tube, and that's going to be the sort of the story at whole. Like that's the main location. So I'm just interested in how they solve the problem of pacing at that point. And I have said somewhere else, but I'll just say it again here, that I don't think that problem was solved, and that I would opt to chop out. I would keep a maximum time of 90 minutes, and I would probably want to inject a bit more something else to give the audience to sort of grasp onto. I'm aware, and I think that it does achieve this in different levels of immersion for different audience members. The sense of isolation and the drawn out sort of like waiting to die experience. But of course, you run the risk, as you do when, say, for example, you want to create a character in universe that is really fucking annoying for everyone. Like, you run the risk of that being annoying for the audience to actually engage with. In the same vein, if you want to try and get the audience to feel this laborious sense that there's nothing you can do, that the tide of the universe is coming to destroy you, nice and drying it out all across this amount of time, it runs the risk of boring the shit out of people as well, because it is a movie. As for me, though, I broadly was pretty engaged. I was really enjoying the way that they shot the whole film. I was trying to pick up on any of the changes or details about the place he was in or what was in the photos, and I enjoyed the way he was problem solving through a lot of it, even though I have my criticisms of that as well. A lot of the way I feel about a lot of it is like, I really like this, but there's this, and like I said, it applies to almost everything. I quite like the character, though I'm critical of certain two things about the way he conducts himself or certain things he says at certain points. Like, I quite like a lot of the dialogue, except there are some lines that are like, I wish you didn't put that there, or that didn't need to be there, or, oh, that was a bit clunky. Like, I love the way... I don't think I have any problem with the way that it was shot, really. I think they did a really good job of solving the problem of keeping that somewhat interesting, especially considering the runtime they had. But funnily enough, I'm still undecided on whether or not I liked that they pulled him up, like, in the first act at all, to have the porthole, even though there's lots of things I like about the back and forth and the conversation, what that achieves. I was thinking, like, I thought the challenge was going to be strictly within the sub. Like I said, undecided on that. But the other thing as well is there's just a few things that happen that seem kind of like they don't fully make sense to me in order to make certain payoffs happen, and it's not 100% how I feel about how cohesive all of that is. But I also thought his acting was better than I was expecting. I was worried about that going in, but I was like, okay, you did a good job in some of these moments, but there were one or two where I was like, oh, that felt a bit off, considering the history that we're learning about this character. And then, yeah, there's just some world building stuff. I was just like, I'm not sure I fully understand that, and I wonder how much of it is supposed to be taken on in a sense of, like, it does make sense, but we're only giving you pieces, versus they've told us most of the pieces they have in their head, and that it didn't make much sense because they just want to get to this point. So I like it, I really do, and I'm very excited to see what he does next. But like, you know, the question that seems to have come up is, would you rewatch it? It's like, I don't think so. I might like scan through it for something at some point, or be curious about something, but it's not something that makes me super passionate. The thing I really liked the most, I guess, was like the tension of being hunted by something borderline Lovecraftian, and there was a difficulty in understanding fully what happens in the third act. I've seen that sentiment for a lot of people. I guess I was more in sync with it because I was really enjoying it. Like the third act was kind of my favorite part of the film in terms of how everything comes together, and certain things characters do and what conclusions there are. And there's some theme stuff that I thought was really working. And so that's why I'm stuck in a weird position of I really do like a lot of it. I also don't like a lot of it. So, which doesn't seem to be too far away from what a consensus is here, though it's different.
No, I mean, I definitely agree. Yeah. It's not worthless trash by any stretch of the imagination. There is definitely stuff of value.
I think I'd almost,
and I think it leaves us hopeful.
Frame it a bit differently than that when it comes to, it's like, this is like clearly, there's clearly like actually an effort to tell a story here, like for real.
Yeah,
for sure.
With a theme that's in a sense, despite like the gloomy and oppressive atmosphere of the film, that is somewhat like optimistic and life affirming. And I think that it's like generally sort of moving in that direction, but with like plenty of the sort of flaws that I suppose one might expect in somebody's first movie, of just like mostly functional, sometimes good, but sometimes off or clunky dialogue, of like generally decent performances, but sometimes like, oh hey, not bad. And then sometimes like, oh damn, like you know, like that didn't. It's like a lot of the sort of I don't know, like expect it's more like I could expect like a lot of these problems to actually be fixed, like going forward in terms of like making another film. It's like it's less of like, oh, you got potential, but that was a bit shit. It's more like you got potential and that was like not bad.
Jolly good.
You know,
yeah,
like
that was a
like
real attempt.
There's like really some strengths here for sure.
When I look at Shelby Oaks, that movie has a lot of problems. One of which being that the writing is really bad in it, and considering the fact that that movie has really bad writing, and it was made by someone who's been critiquing films for many, many, many years, and has really
worked on the
subsumed
scripts
himself
for years.
Yeah, in the the process.
Also, I feel like you're underestimating, by the way.
Long.
Like it's pretty catastrophically bad. Like the script is awful.
It's pretty awful. Yeah, it's quite terrible. None of us are Shelby Oaks fans, but when you look at that and its quality, and then you compare it to the person who made it, you're like, oh, there's no hope for you. You can't write a good movie, because surely with all this time and with all your experience, you would have at least got the writing even passable.
Just to be clear, Rags, like, because some people will be like, yeah, of course you guys think that because you don't like it. It's like, this is coming from his friends. This is coming from people like Jeremy Johns both, and the Flick Pick guy both said, hey, maybe don't write, maybe direct only. Which, again, if you guys ever wanted to compliment me that way, please don't.
But yeah, but when I see Markiplier's video here in Iron Lung, I'm like, okay, I think a lot of the issues with this movie are the kinds of movies I feel that I would have issues with if I made my first movie. Namely, like the pacing and the just sort of general narrative construction in terms of what you show and how much time goes by and the kinds of information you give the audience. I feel like those are the things those are the difficult things to get down, and you have to kind of learn them because there's a lot of, I guess, feel that goes into it. So I'm super interested in anything else he makes, because I bet he learned a lot in the filmmaking process of this. Whereas I would feel that Chris Stuckman didn't learn a goddamn thing.
I also just don't get much hope from watching Shelby Oaks. It's like, do you want to see the next thing from this? Like, not particularly.
No.
Yeah, whereas in the case of this, it's like I said, I'd want to watch it because I'd be like curious to see what he makes next for its own sake. Not like, oh hey, look, it's Markiplier, the YouTuber, making his first movie, and then it's like, well, what about a second one? It's like, oh well, I don't know about that. Whereas like, no, I want to see what the next thing is that he wants to make.
I saw a fake tweet going around, and I did a double take when I saw it of how it says, Marcus Fishbach, Markiplier, has announced that his next movie will be an adaptation of House of Leaves. And I was like, oh, calm the fuck down, Icarus. All right. Jesus Christ. All right. I like your sub movie was all right. Okay. Let's chill. But then I was like, oh, this is obviously fake. But like the idea, it's like, holy shit, shooting for the moon there. Jesus.
Listen, just give him a shot, okay?
But look, maybe let's baby step, all right, baby steps. Maybe that just shouldn't be a movie. Maybe it shouldn't be a movie. But yeah, I don't know what he'd make next. I mean maybe.
Well, no, there is something that he might want to make next that would be.
Yeah, there might be.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward logic. He's adapting indie horror games. That's like what could pigeonhole him for a second in a good way, right?
What are some indie horror games that he's partial to?
Well, I mean, Dark Descent and Soma are two major chapters as far as he's concerned. Both like because he loves them, and Dark Descent helped build the channel and stuff. So frictional and not going to be too difficult, probably to wrestle an IP license thing from. The idea
with the amount of success that the film has had, accruing resources to make the film might actually become a bit easier
this time.
Not that he would be listening to this, but
experience.
The recommendation would probably be Dark Descent before Soma because it's much more.
That's probably the smart choice.
It's easier to make it, and it's going to be more of a audience pleaser, I think. Guy wakes up in a castle.
A bit more straightforward.
Horrifying shit in there, and he can't remember. So you get you can even do the flashbacks with Alexander.
You discover the story with the character. Yeah, it's very much an easy to make narrative blueprint compared to Soma, which is a bit more complex.
But I could totally see
he wants to tackle
he may even have those irons in the fire already, as in like contacts have been made and scrapping up ideas and stuff. But I would believe full-heartedly that he would want to adapt Soma and Dark Descent into movies, and they could be really fucking good movies, man. Like if he knows what he's doing, sort of thing.
He would want to do them justice.
That's another thing to sort of give you an impression about what I think of Iron Lung is if you said like, so what if it was announced Markiplier is making a Soma movie? How does that sound to you? I would be happy. I'd be like, that's hope.
I'd be happier than a lot of candidates, like for sure.
My worry would come from just his experience with filmmaking, not in his passion or his I know that he would want to adapt it in a faithful way, and he would know that this is a way to get that IP, that idea, those concepts onto the big screen for a lot of people to see, and he would not want to fuck that up. It just might be a matter of let's make some more movies, let's get more practice in, let's learn a bit, let's see if you can get connections with some more super talented people. Because that would be the one you really want to, knock out of the park.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of there's nobody else I would prefer at this point, because I know how invested he is in not only the games themselves, but we now know as well how much care he wants to take in the adaptation of the thing. And since he's a YouTuber, he probably knows a lot about how, so to speak, the people on the ground floor feel about a lot of movie adaptations of games. How the world sort of is turning on that front. And as Kat mentioned earlier, it's kind of nice to see somebody who actually liked the thing they were adapting. That's crazy. He's got literal evidence of him playing it, saying he loved it before he had any connection to adapting it or, being able to make some kind of profitable artistic project from it. So it's all there. It's all authentic. There's no cheating all of that. He played the game, he liked it, and then he adapted it. It's as opposed to, I'll fucking make a 7th Resident Evil.
Yeah, I'll make a Baldur's Gate.
Oh yeah, just whatever, and I'll toss. Who's this? Yeah, I'll just put them in there. The Silent Hill recently came out. Everyone said that was shit. Unfortunately,
oh wow, what a big surprise that is.
I know. That's kind of the sad part, I guess, because when people were saying that, I was like, well, yeah. And then it's like, no, not well, yeah, because the guy made, you know.
Too. It's like, what do we... It's like, isn't that one of the most, you know, acclaimed and beloved, like, horror games ever? It's like, yeah, and then you expect that the adaptation's gonna suck. Isn't that crazy?
That's what it's something that it would be nice to get away from, is the automatic, you know, the God of War series. It's like, do you have hope with the castings? Like, not really, no.
Not when the showrunner's like, yeah, I don't really know fuck all about video games. It's like, oh, awesome.
Oh, maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Well, because
and of course, the fact that they're even starting with Norse, it's like, wrong choice, but, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm sure the corporate suits thought that was the good choice because the Norse games have sold better. That's probably as far as the logic went. Oh, and they're the ones that have, like, an actual story, not, like, the old bullshit ones or something.
And there's so much to say about, like, I think someone would obviously point out, wouldn't you say Soma's best medium is the video game as part of what it means to play, is part of what you learn from that game? And I'd just be like, yes, you'd have to make changes, that's necessary, but it also, putting it in a different medium means it can't do some things, but it could also do other things, as well as just exposing the story to more people, which I think is beneficial to almost all the best IPs, right? Like,
yeah, there's going to be some necessary concessions, but
shit tons of people
still totally be worth it. Yeah.
Shit tons of people read Lord of the Rings, but the movies then added a shit ton more fans that didn't previously exist, and they got to, you know, enjoy a story that is so fucking awesome. And in the same vein, I would want that for plenty of. If we lived in a world where the video game adaptations were good, man, holy shit, you know, I'd want so many done.
If only. Jeez.
So many.
If only.
I was on Open Bar mentioning, of course, BioShock, and I think one of the guests mentioned, it's like, yeah, that's actually, you know, there's rumblings of production about a BioShock adaptation. And I was just immediately like, ugh.
Yeah, hellish. That's hellish.
Get away from me. It's like, no, I think it could be good. It's like, yeah. We'll see.
Won't be.
No.
We're still trying to get over the gap of video games given, you know, the proper respect that they deserve. It's breaching closer and closer by the day, I feel, but it's still not quite there.
Well, it sounds maybe silly to some people, but I do think Markiplier can make the difference on stuff like that. At least some difference. Being like, you made all this money, you have all this support, what are you even doing? It's like adapting a video game. Like, oh, what one? Indie horror game made in a couple of weeks. It's just, it's been given probably more respect than any game adaptation ever. And no offense to Iron Lung, of course, but of all the games to be given that respect, you'd be like, wow. Like, it couldn't have been Halo? You're like, no. You're like, okay, fine. Nah.
Again,
though, it's good that he's doing it that way. So if we talk about the film...
one of the reasons...
Oh, go ahead.
To be most hopeful for what he could do in the future is because this adaptation was so faithful to the game. Obviously, there are some changes and there's some things he added in order to make it a feature film. But because it was so faithful, you imagine that future projects, if he chooses to keep adapting video games, will sort of ride or die on how well the game itself is written. And so if he picks good games with good stories, then there's reason to expect that he will just do a good job faithfully adapting those. And in terms of the filmmaking prowess, I think it's a little amateurish for the amount of money he spent on it, which I think the budget is $3 million, which isn't a lot compared to studio movies, that many of which are much worse in terms of the writing, that have like $200 million budgets and all that. But $3 million is still a lot, and I would expect the production value to be higher than this was. I think a lot of that is just coming down to the fact that he and his team haven't really made a feature film before, but like this is a really good first effort. And so if he surrounds himself with even more talented cinematographers and editors and all that sort of stuff and actors, not that he's awful, but I just don't think he quite carries a whole movie based on this premise like you might hope he would. But the more he surrounds himself with really talented people going forward, you have reason to suspect the movies will just get better and better.
It simultaneously can possibly get in people who are amazing at doing it as opposed to potentially good as he's entering these challenges, but simultaneously then gives him more time to focus on, directing in total, or being, and I consider it a really important part, the connection between the adaptation, right? Like he's kind of these people used to exist. I've talked about before, but like you need the studio people versus the artistic people versus he kind of talked about it with communication. he's like a bridge between all of them somewhat, hopefully. You'd want it to act that way. He literally played the game, knows it inside and out, has a really good connection with the dev, but then also is hyper involved, if not just writing it outright. And then, you know, can talk to the people doing effects, can talk to me. Like, I'm describing the role of a director as though it's some revolutionary thing, but unfortunately these days a lot of those roles don't get filled in by the director. It's just
Sometimes
ignored.
lost knowledge has to be rediscovered.
Yeah. And there's great potential.
Someone
if you
said
can
it had
keep
$1
that
million budget for the film and $2 million for the blood.
up. Maybe.
Pretty good.
So yeah, like I said, so going through this is going to be a bit strange because a lot of it is sitting with him in the room. So describing certain events will take us through like as much as 10 or 15 minutes in a few sentences. But so it doesn't, like, me describing this isn't going to capture the experience that the film is hoping a lot of people have, which from what I've seen, a lot of people did, like fully immersed and felt what he felt throughout the film, sort of thing. But you know, a lot of people didn't, and that's what I'm getting at. Is like this might go a bit faster than you'd expect because of, you know, those sorts of things. But hopefully, it prompts some conversations about what everyone thought about different things as we go, as per usual. And yeah, I guess it starts out as similar to the game with the notion of the quiet rapture, the stars disappearing, everything sort of outright dying or disappearing, and then the light of distant stars still reaching visibility is still there. So there's like a visual of them gradually being blotted out, which I thought was kind of neat as like a horrifying spectacle of the universe, which again I think adds to the whole. Well, and then adds to the whole Lovecraftian
scale of it.
Something is happening that's so beyond you that you'll never understand, which is obviously something they're playing into. And there's the careful balance, because I've seen a discussion as well over I didn't understand why a lot of things happened versus the people who are like, you're not supposed to understand why a lot of things happen to capture the experience of being lost in the universe and overcome by odds and stuff. So what's the happy middle ground, you know? Because they clearly tell us a bunch of stuff. How much stuff was too much, or how much stuff needs to be there for us to understand everything, that sort of stuff. Yeah, he's lowered in, and the dialogue for when you're getting lowered in the game is all in, like, the sparks and flames, look out for them, and that, you know, this would be... He's like, you do test this thing, right? They're like, this is the test, which... when you're going in and not knowing enough about it, obviously it's just supposed to create a sense of like, what the fuck is going on? What is this horrifying universe and why is this happening? Just basic
Surely
intrigue.
you'd say yes, though.
Some of it you wonder, what wouldn't they have told him a lot? Something that I came to think about is the character Ava, right? The one that's talking to him the most in the movie as a whole. She like oscillates between someone who is I hate you and don't care if you understand fuck all, over into I really wish you'd work with me to solve the biggest problem we have right now, which is that we need to save the world for future generations, like a more empathetic.
Yeah, if it was me, there would definitely be an element of like, oh, I understand, I want this mission to succeed. If we want to kill him, we could just do it when he gets back or anything. That part doesn't matter. But if we want him to actually do the thing we want him to be doing,
so
here,
this ties in.
We got to be nice and supportive and give him confidence and information.
It has a bit of a cascading effect into understanding how this world works, and we kind of covered it even with the game, but it's been adapted faithfully in that sense of just not only would you expect each of these subs are extremely precious, but that each of the pilots are extremely precious, and you wouldn't want to throw it away. You wouldn't
want to send them in blind because it's just like that increases the risk of everything going wrong.
What I'm saying is
destroying everything.
Not only do you not want the pilots dying, and thus I guess an intuitive thought is like, so you wouldn't send them then? It's like no, you definitely want them in those subs.
More information.
Well, I'm saying that you wouldn't even want, as we said before, the convicts. I don't even think, because if they fuck this up and crash it and blow it up.
You could work with a convict, and they have the idea of if you do all the objectives, you've repaid your debt to society and you're free again. So like that does work as a strong, potential.
I assume that
carrot of a kind.
Mola's getting at is it's almost like, well, yeah, but I mean, if they're not like super on your side, that could be like detrimental to you in a big way.
Well, what the movie will try and do with this is so the movie's And well, I guess I actually can't remember this features much in the game, but like so the reason for the antagonism is obviously your protagonist's involvement in a disaster, which is magnified by how few people there are left. Which isn't it is an excuse for the people who are commanding his submarine not to like him very much, but given that the stakes of the mission are like almost unimaginably important, I don't think that overrides the point that you would care if he succeeds. You don't have to like him, but you would care if he's successful. So I don't see any way of getting around the point that they are very, very flippant at sending these submarines and these convicts down to do the most important thing ever while not caring if they live or die or succeed or fail.
That's what I was trying to start at the
As
root.
we learned, Simon Simon is you go ahead.
Well, it's starting at the root, meaning that like before this operation even begins with Simon, we're not even talking about him. It's just the concept of we've got 4 subs. We need to find out what's at the blood ocean bed. We need to find if there's an item or something secret down there that could give us a clue as to life or some progress of things. There's more on that we can go over later. But to me, if you've got that level of personnel, you want to use someone who hates your organization by definition, as far as you're aware, as in like he destroyed a significant facility for you guys, and this is his punishment. That feels incongruent. Like I
the most he could do right now to cause further damage to the Confederation of Iron, the conglomeration or this organization is he would want to wreck the sub, and he'll die in the process. He probably thinks he'll be dead anyway.
He doesn't care,
but he would want to just ruin this mission to cause the most damage, on behalf of Eden that he can.
And it feels like it's kind of because it's like the film wants to get to that point and go from there, because obviously if you can have this premise, you get the benefit of number one like immediate pre-established conflict, which obviously you want in your story, and number two, that he doesn't really know much, which can obviously sort of amp up the horror, but then as you see him learn, as he goes, it's like, there he goes. So it's like, it's almost like the film is, can we get past this inherent problem so that we can have our premise and move forward from there? And it's like,
you can work on it. Like, Simon doesn't have to be a convict. Doesn't have to be, and even if he does, then what's the nature of the crime that he committed? He's a terrorist against the people who are sending him down here, which means he has an ideological reason to sabotage the mission, not to go through with it, instead of him having messed up in some way, or him being a criminal who is legitimately wants to repent and he wants to get back with everyone else, and he has that. As they said, this is a very collectivist group, as you'd probably be in this situation, so his sense of wanting to belong and be back in with everybody else would probably be super strong. So that would provide enough of a reason there. Or you simply go with a route of he is not a convict at all. He is he's a sub pilot. He is maybe an apprentice. This is his first excursion where he's alone, something along those lines.
Yeah, and he's familiar with the controls and maybe used it in another environment or something, but this is the first time he's doing it in this one. And that maybe the reality is they need the information, but what they haven't told him is that he's very likely going to die on this mission, but it's desperate for them, but they don't want to tell him that to keep him focused. Like, no, this is a normal mission, just take photos, get things, don't worry about it, and that could be the reveal over time. Not to attempt to, because lots of things have to change with that sort of in mind, but, like I said, moving forward from that,
also allow for flashbacks to be in the same location in the sub, where he's being taught or instructed.
Potentially. So with that in mind and being accepted and moving forward, it's like, so we have Simon involved on an event with Filament Station where he's being punished now by being put on here. Coming into the dialogue, right? As Platoon mentioned, there's justification within the script for why she would be aggressive, rude, or a bit of annoying to him, kind of hates him. But would it not be the choice of her character to not let him know that? She doesn't want him to know that she actually has a very strong personal hatred for him. And I know this sounds crazy. You don't even want him to feel disrespected, in the sense of you want him operating as best as possible. You'd hate, for example, if he felt so rebellious that he did something that ended up, I don't know, nearly killing all 3 of the people in that room through a mishap. Hypothetically, of course. So Yeah, and I think it offers a lot more potential for the act structure to move forward, right? If she begins actually really forthright, really encouraging, talking about how safe the mission is, he has nothing to worry about, and every question he has, she answers in ways that answer the question, but give us something to chew on. Like, oh, what does she mean by that?
She'd
Or
say
yeah,
some things are classified, and
yeah, of
or
course.
like just a simple ask of this, I'm not the first person to do this, stuff,
But
right? This has been
when
tested. She's like, absolutely, 100%. This has been tested.
we could reach an Act 2 where it's decided that the sub is lost because of whatever accidents that happened, but he can still hear them, and then she could reveal over the course of Act 1 to 2 that she fucking hates you. You're a piece of shit, and to be honest with you, it fucking sucks they're losing the sub. But if anyone was to be lost within it, it's good that it's you, that sort of thing. And then Act 3 can be the resolution of that relationship where he's found the thing, she needs him back up, and she's learned more about him, he's learned more about her, and they have to actually work together, which is somewhat what happens in the film, and there's things to praise about it. I really do like some of the things that happen between those two, but yeah, from the Act 1 beginning, I was already just kind of like thrown off a bit, with how important these subs are and how finicky he's going to be, and then his history of already sabotaging the shit out of you guys' operation. You should probably be more careful.
Why? Is there any reason why they don't? His main objective from the beginning is to find SM8.
What do you mean? Oh, are you saying why wouldn't his mission be that?
Yeah, why wouldn't that be his? Especially once he discovers it by essentially happenstance, and it like flips everything, and it's the most important thing in the universe potentially that he gets the data in the black box from it. Why wouldn't that be instead of go around and take some photographs of some stuff down here? I guess because it turns into this should be the alpha priority #1, numero uno.
They have their map. That is a curiosity. We might need to. So I'm going to say this now. We're going to spoil the shit out of everything, okay? Because we want to talk about a lot of the stuff in depth here. So if you're interested, and I do recommend, for the experience, that this could very well be a film that you enjoy the shit out of. It's a cool idea.
Yes.
We've been over our sort of takes on it. If you want to check it out, obviously we're about to go over a lot of it, so you might.
I'll put it this way: it would not confuse me by any stretch of the imagination if someone came out of this and said that they loved it. I would totally understand 100%.
Yeah. So now, on what you're saying, they've got their map. The SM8 went down there for research, and something happened to it where they lost contact, assumed lost, blah, blah, blah. But it's important enough that knowing it exists, makes it go kind of crazy in the third act, as in, holy shit, that's what, you got to get it, got to get the information. So they believe that there's potential salvation on that ship, that its wreckage is potentially gone. If we're to believe they believe there's no recovering it whatsoever, I'm not sure how they could possibly conclude that, as opposed to wanting to search the area. And if they'd done that, then they wouldn't need him searching the area. So I guess I kind of agree with you.
To salvage it, it was the data that.
No, I'm saying they would have known. The only way to conclude it's not there is to know it's not there, and if they knew it wasn't there, then they wouldn't need.
Ways to check where it is.
They would have checked everything
to begin with. Yeah,
because he was slightly off course or off map or whatever. But it's well, at the same time, that's probably worth checking. The place is relatively finite.
If you're close enough to get tussled by the creature close to it, then you're not that far.
Well, so that's the other thing I was going to bring up. They know that a ship was destroyed down there, and they're sending this next one, quote-unquote, burner sub. So they're kind of under the impression that he might just die, it might just be destroyed, and we went over this as kind of an issue, as that shouldn't be their attitude, but it seems to be that it is. So yeah, why not make it a thing of, you've got collect resources, or rather take photos, do your research, but secondary mission, find the SM8. That's a previous, mad mission that went wrong. I don't know why. I don't see the value of the lie of no one's been down here before. Why not just say, yeah, we're sending you down. We sent people down before, and in fact, they've come back up, and it's been great. So don't worry, you'll be fine. Normal mission. Everyone does this. Loads of people actually. And then you could have
where you think that even if it wasn't true, because I don't think we get confirmation whether or not it is or isn't true that people come back up. I mean, the subs come back up. As for people, we don't know, but you would think they would at least manufacture information, having people posing as sub pilots who came back up or something along those lines.
But to really bring a different element, then you could actually frame it as though they tell him, if you complete the photos and bring them back up, that'll be good and you know it'll make a difference and everything, if you find that sub and you download its black box, you'll be cleared of all charges. You'll have the best life you've ever had. That's like your ultimate mission. If you actually find that, you know, and work with him in the sense of giving him everything you could want. I feel like that would have been the better thing to opt for. But I simultaneously think that they, from the get-go when building the story, wanted the SM8's wreckage to be a shock. To be like, whoa.
Like in the game, yeah.
Exactly. And so I think that's probably where the issue might come in of trying to devise alternative storylines. You don't want to get too far away from how the events run in the game, which we talked about before. The one I'm fascinated the most by is Doctor Sleep. You know, making a film that is an adaptation of a book, but also a sequel to a film that is notoriously different from how the book it adapted went. It's like, what are you supposed to do at that point? Which I've heard from many, it didn't work out, you know? Doctor Sleep. Cap, you like that movie, right?
It certainly did not work out.
So,
awful.
Several examples of situations like that where you can't simultaneously, you can't do both. You have to pick one. And a lot of people would say opting for a more faithful adaptation is the better thing to do when creating a game adaptation or whatever have you. But of course, everyone would draw their line differently. I just think the saying you're the first one down here only makes him distrust them like immediately. But then it also just, I don't see how it benefits them at all, really.
You don't want him to feel like a pioneer. You want to feel like he's doing a routine
exactly.
thing. Like,
I think it would make him feel a lot better.
Yeah.
And give him all the warnings up front. Be like, you're going to hear weird noises. It's just pipes settling, and there may be like, you know, some weird some movements down there. I mean, they mention like currents and stuff, but
the shifting bottom, because the bottom isn't. It's like congealed blood. It's not ground.
Would it be crazy to just tell him, listen, we think there might be life down there. So if you see anything moving, let us know. You know, that's important information. But you're not in danger.
Yeah, because this would be. I mean, even this would be, you know, in lore, this is the first time they found essentially extraterrestrial life since the Quiet Rapture.
So yeah, they do.
Basically, in short, they withhold a ton of information from him that just I don't think there's a good justification for at all.
No,
I mean, there's certainly some
purposes.
things that you don't tell him. Sure,
like
the anomaly stuff, but everything else, it's like he would benefit from this information, and so would your mission. And if we're going with the idea that this is actually just a mission to kill him and execute him, that's a really dumb way of killing him.
I think that's a red herring. There's no way that anyone. That's just like an assumption.
Some people in the chat seem to think that is legitimately what's happening, and if we take that as a possibility, that makes it worse, not better.
Yeah, what a bizarre, elaborate, resource-intense, time-intensive way to kill somebody when you could just.
And the annoyance of having to drag the sub back up, just to, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, it's too stupid for you to believe that this is a way for them to just kill people. There's much easier and quicker ways to do it.
If it wasn't that, then why wouldn't they have sent the sub down with everything it needed, including the little grabby claw thing? So they have to bring it back up to attach something to it that makes it useful for anything beyond what they've already sent subs down to do. It's like, I agree it would be very stupid for them just to send him down there to die, but they don't really seem to have sent him down there to do anything else.
But I've got that note of just like that's not very great. The whole like, we're going to attach something to you now because you found something, which didn't take him very long. It was like one of the first things
just have it be on there.
So and they've only got the 4 subs anyway. So yeah, I just thought that was a really weird thing, and I figured it's just part of the justification to bring him up, which again I wasn't even fond of as a decision for what the movie is, but I did like there's things I like about the conversation. So
if it's done really good. Or if, and depending on the way it's shot too, you know, you do wonder, like, is it worth having a second point of view of one of the commanders that's shot in darkness and up close or something like that? Or should it be only the sub? Should he interact with anybody, you know, quote unquote, face to face? It's a lot of it does come down to it is a risk by just deviating from the game. But if it's done really well and expands on it in a good way, I think it's, you know, certainly doable.
So yeah, he gets to look at the instruction manual, which that was another strange thing for me. He sort of scans through it and it's like, hey, okay, and then spots something. He's like, oh, that's curious. I was like, man, wouldn't you be reading that back to front if it's everything you can know about the ship you're in to anticipate everything. I don't know. I'd probably be a little bit obsessive with it, with how horrifying the situation is. It's got like
I probably have, if I hadn't just sent him down there to die, I probably would have made sure that he had been given the time to read through this back to front before putting him in the sub.
Yeah.
It's another reason that sort of makes me think they did just send him down there to die. They don't really seem to care because they're allowing him to kind of wing it. They haven't planned this any much more than he has.
Well,
it just like.
It depends what you mean by that, because I agree that they have no issue with him dying. They're just hoping to see if they can spend the body getting some stuff. But like, there's a difference between that and they're specifically doing this to execute him. Like, you know, that doesn't make any sense to me. If they just wanted him dead, that's the only goal, then they would not do this. But if they were like, we want him dead, but hopefully he can get some stuff for us before he dies, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, and if that was the case, they would still give him more training and more information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But everything they do suggests they do just want him to die. And I know like, it doesn't make any sense. So you have to assume that that's not what they really want to do, even though every action they take suggests that is all that there is to it. It is insane to have sent him in there with absolutely no training or preparation. As soon as you say they don't care if he dies, but they would still like him to be useful, then the question just comes back, okay, then why didn't you give him the tools to be useful in the first place? It just, I don't get it.
From sabotaging the whole operation as one last fuck you, because he's a terrorist essentially, or he's at least an enemy combatant based off of what we learned. So he does not like you at all. He'd be more than happy to wreck your sub and all the information along with it, especially knowing
it almost
how precious they are.
More believable if he had done this big bad terrible thing in the past, but it had been either misinterpreted or like the motive wasn't what they ascribed. He actually volunteers to go down here as a means to make amends for the thing that he's been accused of. Then he has more of an incentive to go there, less of an incentive to be unprepared to go down there, more of an incentive to cooperate. They've got more of an incentive to put him there. It is more cooperative, even if they aren't telling them the whole truth. That's another alternate way into the story. In a sense, it's not Markiplier's fault because he is just adapting whatever the game gives you. And so its strengths as an adaptation in this case are its weakness as a movie, because what it's adapting is not all that coherent.
I think, there's a handful of options, but it was funny when I discovered very quickly that the truth is that he didn't want Filament Station to explode, and that he did what he could to prevent it. I was almost a little like, oh, I was kind of hoping he did. I was kind of hoping he had the conviction he did blow it up and he believed in the cause and that this is his penance, so to speak, and maybe he can have some more thoughts about whether or not it was the right decision. But I guess they wanted to opt to make him cleaner to root for. Like, nah, he's here by, an unfortunate circumstance of being captured among the men that were, and that he was one of the ones that didn't want it to happen. Which, there's a tragedy in that, and there's a parallel with what happens soon when he's lifted back up, in a sense. But personal preference of mine, I was just like, I don't know. I think it would have been neat to see if the movie could get you on the side of someone who did kill a whole lot of people on purpose in this scenario. I think it's just because it's a bit more difficult.
It would let him get into the... I mean, it would open up the possibility of him trying to justify his actions to Eva, because they're from two different factions in this. And I guess in this world where you essentially have two sets of, spaceships who really don't like one another. And both of them have basically identical problems, a resource scarcity in this scary, empty world. So, I mean, learning about their different cultures, which is something that we didn't really get either, is they seem to have completely identical cultures in terms of the way they speak, accents, ways of looking at the world a bit. Even though, like in the logs for the game, you even learn through that they use entirely different calendars. The two factions do,
right?
So
yeah.
Obviously, there's some big differences, but they don't seem like they're from different factions.
So when he's down, he's looking around. He says, "What do I do if I find something that's not on the map?" And there's like a gap, and then he says, "You're not just pretending to not hear me, right?" Which to me felt a little... I was like, it felt a little too funny almost for what I imagine a person would say in this situation. Like they would continue to say, and they'd be like, is this broken? Hello, you're not pretending to not hear me. It feels more like a funny movie sort of line of like that actually happening. I guess
a little bit, yeah.
Felt a bit weird tonally. That's all. And I was also just kind of thrown. I was like, oh shit, communication's already out. Like when he's at the bottom. I guess that'll, crank the isolation, but is there any way they can fix that? It seems like communication would be so important.
I guess a hardwire connection can't be maintained.
Maybe not,
There's
but
nothing above them, as far as we know.
I was willing to just be like, all right, yeah, I guess that's the way it works. Probably something they should have explained to him again is we will lose communication when you reach the bottom because it's just too far. But the thing is, that's
it's the
not
kind of
true.
thing you can solve with a single line, though. And well, yeah, that's the problem, is that ultimately it isn't true. But like, I mean, if you until the point at which it becomes untrue, you can solve that problem if he points out this is broken, or if they acknowledge that this was a problem with a previous sub as well. And it's like none of the equipment we have is designed to communicate long distances through whatever weird fucking blood ocean there is on this planet. Like, we're doing our best here with limited resources, so this is what we've got. Any just single acknowledgement of it, because otherwise, because it I think goes completely unacknowledged except by him. It's just like, well, okay, so you've sent him down, presumably knowing that this isn't going to work, and then you bring him back up already knowing that it doesn't work, and you don't fix it, and then he goes down again, and it still doesn't work until the point at which it does. So it's not great from anyone's perspective there.
Didn't feel fantastic for me that the receiver was going to be cutting in and out when the plot needs it to, so to speak. I was like, oh, I would have preferred committing to it working all the time, or not at all when he's on the bottom. It will just phase in depending on what location he's sort of in. But yes, the something that happens earlier as well. The proximity sensors detect he's like still, and then something goes like something went past him. I thought that was really weird because correct me if I'm wrong, but they didn't introduce the sensors in a mundane way first. Like the first interaction we see properly understanding the sensors is with something going past the ship, and I was like, oh, you might want to have had him nearly drive into a wall fit, kind of like the game, or at least the experience I ended up with. We're learning the proximity sensors as a thing that you need to travel, and then seeing them activate when you're not moving, because it's a little bit creepy. But if that's the first instance of them, I don't think it hits as well as it could.
I agree with that. Yeah, I feel like you want to delay that a little bit. I think
also that, yeah,
like you said, yeah. Especially because we're going to have so much time in the middle before we ramp up at the end, when the movie does actually get quite a bit more entertaining towards the end. So if you delay that reveal of that there's something moving down here a little farther, then you can space it out a little better.
Yeah, because he gets knocked around, and then the receiver reactivates, and he's like, "You didn't tell me there was anything down here. Bring me back up. I'm done. I'm done." And I remember thinking to myself, "We're doing this already? Okay." Like I would have thought end of Act 1 maybe, like, to save this for let him try to do a bit of it normally, maybe even a montage of doing it normally, but
yeah, establish the status quo of what things should be going like. What they would expect him to be doing.
And so she says, tell me if there's a problem with the sub, because if you fell, there could be a puncture, which means a leak, which means flooding, and that would mean you would die. And then there's like a gap, and then he says, it seems fine. Which, I got the impression, the idea with her, she says that with a bit of passion, is to convince him that she is trying to help. Which, he believes that, I guess at that point, that they were just gonna be killing him. Which, again, I don't think that's, as much as they're fine with him dying, I don't think they wanted it to happen that way. You get put down and then immediately die. It would just be kind of weird.
It would be a bit lame, yeah. Although it was, I mean, I wasn't sure if I maybe missed something here, but like that level of alarm because he fell over. Oh, if you fell over, there might be a leak, and then like half an hour later, it's I just ram it. Oh, all right. I mean, so wait, you falling over is more dangerous to the submarine than you ramming the submarine into a hard object.
I guess she can't see, so she's just asking him if anything is notable in that sense, I guess. But the ramming, I get what you're saying. At the same time, I assumed when they were doing the whole ram it thing that they were like, either you are successful or you die.
Or you
it's
die,
whatever.
And that's a trade that we're willing to make.
But yeah, he mentions the whole skeleton thing, and then they clarify it, and so they want to bring him up to see his pictures. Which, again, I was just surprised. Like, holy shit, we're already going back up.
I was surprised, too, and I was kind of nervous, but I think my nervousness about that was alleviated by the fact that it's all from inside of the submarine.
Sure.
He doesn't leave it, and the camera doesn't leave it, and it's like, okay, that's better.
There's a thing for me about...
You definitely would have to be careful with the point of view outside of the sub. if you were going to do it. You have to be really careful with the angle.
I
You'd
I
either
would
have to
advise
shoot it.
against it fundamentally.
Yeah,
So I'm glad
you'd
that
have
they
to
didn't do
have
it.
them be in the dark or have like a close up on their mouth or something like that. That still makes it feel kind
I
of
thought,
claustrophobic and closed in. But
on the front of the isolation, I there's like tears, and seeing another human being even through glass, I was like, okay, well, you know, you've done that now. As in, if we spent the whole movie we didn't see a single other person, even if it was only the skeletons of them or something, if you wanted that payoff still, that's different than seeing a person, as opposed to hearing voices. But like I said, I still, you know, there's things to appreciate about the scene, I guess. I thought like the blood constantly dripping down the little porthole is
it's a good touch. Have to wipe it away.
I like it, and having to wipe it away. Yeah, that was cool.
It's just grim, like in terms of like just the doom of the situation, but also I guess how well it contrasts as well.
It accentuates like, oh, you know, just beyond this glass, I could get out of here, but like that ain't happening. Entirely at the mercy of these people who he doesn't really like.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. There's a trade-off, and I do think they got some advantages from it. It's not like it's all gone. It's just it would have been interesting to see the whole movie. He never sees another person. It's just him.
Yeah, no, agreed. But I would say that there's still a decent amount of restraint shown in the fact that like it is from entirely within the, you know, the POV is very much Simon. It's entirely this character's POV, and we're never going to breach it. So you can still like have the claustrophobia, even if there is some relief from the fact that there are other people in this much, you know, relatively safer place up above.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with what Pringy just said, that like seeing them but not being able to get out of the sub and still being trapped in there, like it almost makes it worse
in a way. Like having an idea of what it's almost like if at the end of, you know, you're halfway through Return of the King and you think about like, oh yeah, like 7 hours ago I remember the Shire. That's a place that's real. It's out there. I just can't get to it. It does kind of add a bit of a contrast that could be useful.
Well, yeah, like I said, there's benefits for it for sure. He says there's like things building up in the walls, like a liquid. He's not 100% sure what it is. She says condensation. He's just like, it's not condensate. Look, anyway, just tell the next person that there's something alive down there. Which is like, yeah, so he thinks he's getting out. Obviously, it's not happening. I think most people watching the movie would know that too, because it's like, yeah, I doubt you're going to be stepping out of the iron lung right now. But they start like discussing the images, and you can hear them say, if there are more of these things down there, maybe we'll know what happened, so get him back down there. And then the other person says, does he have enough oxygen? And the response is, no, we've got to go fast. Which, I don't know how precious oxygen is, I guess. Maybe it really is, but you couldn't refill him, I guess. You know, or give him a backup supply, because it sounds like they've just realized the mission is now potentially more important.
You think they'd give him a refill?
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems a bit strange to me, and not just a refill, but like the overall amount of oxygen doesn't seem to be great for this kind of expedition. And he makes reference at one point. Maybe
that's just a limitation of technology, but I don't know about that. Just
I doubt it.
strap them more onto it. You're in spaceships.
Yeah, it doesn't seem viable to me that would be the case. But he says, and I assume it's the in-universe somewhat explanation, he's like, they wouldn't waste a refill on someone like this, a place like this, or a person like me. Of course not, sort of thing. But which is like fine, but then this becomes the most important expedition ever, so maybe they should care a little more and be a little bit more careful where this mission, they know it could become the most important. They're aware of that. They just want to find out more information. So yeah, they're hoping to find out probably what happened to the SM-8, not necessarily to find it, but to at least figure out what did what to it.
Yeah, because the moment he says that he's found it, they instantly, without even like knowing the status of it, they are like get super excited and everything changes.
And so he wants to get out, and he's demanding. He's like, "There's something alive out there," like in a way that's like, "I don't want to go back because of that." And she just says, "There might just be," in a kind of borderline smug way of, "Yeah, and you're gonna go fucking meet it because you suck," sort of aggressive like thing. Which again,
already know. Yeah,
you can enjoy it from like how much she hates him and what she would believe about him. it's just not great for who he is and what he's in control of, I guess. Again, lying to him more would actually be the better way to go here if you really did hate him.
Yeah, because it's a good source of conflict to have, you know, two people who hate each other but are forced to work together. But it's like the film is kind of struggling to actually maintain its balance on that fine line, right? It's like he's trying to walk across and he's constantly like, whoop, you know, it's like, or even like at points falling off and just clinging on to the onto the tightrope and trying to claw his way back on, you know.
And just to be clear, because I think this will have to bear repeating every time we talk about this, we understand that she hates him. We're saying that should motivate her to lie even more. To be like, yeah, man, we're on the same team. It's going to be great, and you're going to be doing fine. You're going to find stuff, and you're going to get out of there, and you're going to live a wonderful life. Yes, you. And I even think that there would just be more fun to the fact that those lines would become less and less reassuring because as time goes on, she's less and less interested in maintaining that face, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it gives us things to discover narratively in the conversations that they share. You're setting up something that could be a subversion or not. And we get to learn what she said is true and what she said's a lie. Not all of it would be, but some of it would be.
So yeah, they're attaching the grapple, and he says, you know, why play games? Why go to all this trouble? If you want me dead, just do it. And she says, this is the best we have. You know, it's better than you deserve. Just do the job. And he says that, I guess the handcuffs confused him. He didn't realize this was voluntary. You know, again, I don't mind as a part of the discussion. I just would have thought this would have been hashed out already. Like, even as that level of aggression, I would have thought would have been done already with his intro. Which they do have like a flashback to when he would have met the captain. You hear like dialogue for that later in the film. But yeah, it's really settling in, and so in a bit of a rage, he's thinking of what can I do in this ship? Is there anything? And he decides he'll press the camera button, which I guess for reference, we've given the context of the game. In this world, is pretty much recreated, and it has the benefits that the game one does as well. It's a great little horror element for generating tension and reveals and shocks and stuff. In this case, he uses it. And the guy who was setting the grapple is pretty much, you know, directly in front of the camera, is on the front of the ship, and so you see a big old Skeleman and two in the background.
Like, ooh, uh-oh.
And no, when I was watching it, I was like, what is happening? Like, what did we just learn here? And of course, it's one of those things where I think sometimes your brain can get ahead of you in terms of like a confusion of why a thing, because already I was just like, how could this be what it is unless it is what I think it is, in which case why would it work like that, or why would he be able to do this? Turns out it's an X-ray camera, and they say that's why it's needed, to be able to see through the blood. But of course, using it doses those three with a high level of radiation. The guy in front is like borderline vomiting already because of what he just did. And she just fucking rages at him. She said, you just blasted us with radiation, you fuck, sort of thing. And of course, I don't know if anyone else, but I was immediately like, why can he do that? Why?
Yeah, why is this a thing that you didn't either tell him about already, or something that you can disable completely from the outside? Like, yeah, it's a spooky picture of the skeletons, but like, what are we doing?
And you find out it's because...
This shouldn't be possible to happen.
There was faulty wiring, so it should have been turned off,
says,
but one of them made a mistake.
Yeah, one of the people on the radio says, yeah, pretty much. Like, I thought when I connected it up to this other thing, it wouldn't have power, or the blah, blah, blah. They didn't think it was possible that he'd be able to do it.
I don't know about you guys, we've talked about it a couple of times, but take guns, for example. If someone says it's not loaded, it's like, I'm still not pointing it at me. That's not happening, okay? And you'd be like, there's no bullets. Like, I'm not pointing it at me.
Yeah.
And so equivalent, why isn't it just like a lead shield or whatever you need that comes down as well as disconnecting it? Just seems to me like, oh wow, you guys are all dead now. Like, just like that, because you didn't anticipate that. It's like, what a horrifically awful accident. She makes reference to how she's pretty much dead as well, the two in the back. It's just gonna be a matter of time. What a crazy thing to happen, and like I said, this is what, like 20 minutes in or something? It's just like, oh shit, okay, you killed them all. Wow. And of course, it was an accident in the sense that he didn't know how the camera worked, and he shouldn't have been able to use it anyway. according to them. So that sucks.
Just from their perspective, I'd be like, oh yeah, there's just someone has access to a button that will just kill me in a horrific way if they press it. Like, oh, I don't think I feel good about that.
Exactly, like I said, I just feel like the precautions would have been a bit more thorough than that.
And let's not,
Because
let's
seen
not
a couple of people in
explain how
chat
it
say
works
like
to 'em.
engineer error is understandable, that they're in a high pressure situation, they don't have the resources. Like, no, I think that's slightly missing the point. There are so many basic things that anyone would do in this situation that they don't do to ensure it doesn't happen. Part of it is just contrived stupidity because they haven't told him what it is and what it does and not to press the button while he's out. Part of it is the stupidity of them not taking any precautions of their own. And then the resource scarcity point is one that you sort of have to assume is true, but then we don't really know exactly what the state of life outside of this is, except that their sub's rickety and run down. So it's like, well, I guess they don't have lead, maybe, but like there are many other basic things they should have done, considering that it is definitely going to kill them if it goes wrong, and considering there are basically none of them left, and so every human life should be way more valuable now, and mistakes are uniquely unaffordable. They should have done all kinds of things to make sure this couldn't have happened, and they didn't. It's a cascade of errors that you just don't believe of these people in this situation.
I'm inclined to agree. The notion that they would be making a lot more mistakes because they're low on resources, I would reverse that. They are so finite in resources, everything is so precious, they need to take care with every step. They need to make sure they don't fuck up anything, because it could be the end the second they do. Very high pressure.
Also, you can't just hinge every mistake and dumb decision they make on they were rushing if we don't understand exactly what's making them
the nature
rush.
of the rush, yeah. Because there are ways to do this, but they need to be explained. Like, oh, all the people who know how to.
Go like ahead. A general nebulous pressure of like, yeah, you know, our circumstances are a bit shit, so like we kind of need to, as opposed to like a much more clear ticking clock of like, you know, like, I don't know, like a fucking comet is coming towards them. So, you know, we literally only have like X amount of time. It's more like, well, things are generally bad and our situation is generally declining, so we need to sort of get going.
And I think that when you consider it as their team, say for example, we're 5 guys working on the fucking thing, and we got the dude in there who hates us, we hate him, and he's working on it and everything, and then one of us highlights like, by the way, if that camera goes off, it kills us. Probably should tell him that. And then you have the thought of, well, him knowing that he has something in there that could kill us if it's... Let's just double check that it's disconnected, okay? Yeah. Let's triple check. Let's make sure... In fact, let's not even work near it.
I mean, if you had conflicting opinions based off of the crew members up there, somebody wants to tell him just for fear of him accidentally pressing it, the other says, no, he shouldn't, because that might be the reason he presses it, and the other says, oh, exactly, but he needs us to... You know, potentially make it out alive. He needs us as his crew to pull him out and unweld him from the sub. He's killing. If he presses that button, kills us. He's killing himself too. And they have a little. But who knows? There's stuff you could have done, stuff you could have fuddle around with, taking a look at.
Yeah, and of course, I thought it was interesting too because there's a frustration with him for having done this when first they didn't tell him how the camera works, and secondly, it shouldn't even have been functioning. And that they didn't explicitly tell him when he was up, do not press it. But simultaneously, what kind of got me is like, aren't they all mad at the dude who fucked up the wiring? He's kind of the one that...
I mean, if anything, that guy's more responsible. Yeah. This guy fucking hates you guys. Like, he's not really... You know, meanwhile, that guy's job is to protect you from stuff like this happening.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't tell the others, and and you could have pressed the button just in ignorance to be like, oh, I want to see what's in this room. Just, you know, just out of curiosity, I want to see what this command center looks like.
Which is what you would expect him to do, because you've not told him anything, and it's you can't really maintain the but they're in a rush argument when the whole premise of him being sent down there is, we're going to send down a guy who just doesn't know what he's talking about to fuck around and probably die. Like, that's not what you do if you're in a rush with scarce resources. You don't throw submarines away, you don't throw people away, and you don't fucking bring back radioactive nuke bombs without making sure they've been switched off because your lives are also precious in this situation. It's nonsensical.
Which
yeah, you do like Armageddon, where you get a bunch of guys who are skilled and you train them up and, you know, stuff like that. Give them all the resources they need, and then say they don't have to pay taxes.
Which is another aspect of, like, that could have been an alternative, right? To tell him, you have X amount of oxygen, you have this many sites to take photos of, you have to do it within the allotted time. You know, basically, like, we can drop you down at point A, and we can lift you at point, H or something. You have to get each of them along the way, otherwise you fail the mission. You need to do it in a certain amount of time. Like that could be another avenue of making this work differently. But
yeah, it gives you a ticking clock for him. You know, he's like a schedule that he can be ahead of, or he can fall behind. And if anything happens along the way, if he gets tussled around by a monster or there's some sort of an issue, well, then tick tick, the schedules still has to be maintained, and there's a lot of stuff you can do with that. Maybe he's behind schedule, but he's actually completing the mission. So they're like, you know what? Because you're actually able to do it, even if you're a bit behind schedule, we can, refuel you up or give you a bit more O2 or something like that. Who knows?
something like that, yeah.
Something to work with.
So yeah, they descend him again, and now he's talking to is it Troy Baker this time, right?
Yes,
so,
it's
yeah.
Troy Baker. Yeah.
And so yeah, he says he's got to close the shield this time because the controls are like fucked up where they can't control it themselves. Again, just the machinery is not perfect, I suppose. And he explains that they're irradiated, and one of them is now in medical. Which I saw someone mention that guy was the one who got blasted doing the camera. That was Jacksepticeye. So that's a fun little cameo.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Um,
He's gonna be very septic soon.
Oh gosh, yes. So, the one thing I'll take from this is that I guess, like I said, it parallels with the filament station thing in terms of it's a horrible thing he did, but that had no intention of doing, and to be honest, is kind of frustrated that he's even in the repercussions of that situation, which I assume was part of the idea with it.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's a little bit too much of a connection.
Whatever he thought he was doing there, he didn't think it would result in the accident or the destruction.
And he immediately feels bad about it. It's gonna bother him just like what happened to the station. And so it's like, I get the idea there. Good idea, but like execution is bad. it's just not good. The way that sequence plays out.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the factions and their differences and what Simon's goal specifically was and why he was a part of it. And he'd have reasons to explain these things. Even if it was out of desperation, trying to say, no, that I'm not a bad person. We just went there for this reason. They didn't tell me about that. This wasn't part of the plan. There's reasons to get this info out. But it never really happens in a way that I feel like would happen if I was wanting to defend my innocence. Or relative innocence, I suppose.
So yeah, he says that the captains had to consolidate since the quiet rapture, but she does care about the crew, some more than others, but if you found a skeleton down there, then that means the ocean supported life, and there could be food, there could be air, there could be, and he gets cut off because Simon sees something. He just says, "Shut the fuck up," which I kind of was amused by. Because he was like, "Excuse me, I don't even know why I talk to you," and that's the last we hear from that character. I think.
I enjoy that's kind of amusing.
This figure he's seeing will pop up again. We can talk about that a bit more later. But yeah, so sees a computer, the one that's just like in the game, and opens a side panel to get a clue on how to start it up with crossing the wires, but also like a bracelet, and it's got a leaf in it that's something everyone gets who grew up in like the Eden station.
In Eden, yeah, because they have the last trees.
I think it's the last tree.
So the person
at this point.
It might, the last in the game. It's I think they say trees in the game, but I think in the movie there is just the one left.
I think so, yeah.
Can't remember specifically, but this also means that the person who was in the sub before him was a member of his faction.
And so the whole. The picture, the note he picked up in the game, that's when he finds I think it's an audio log equivalent in this, where he's the same dialogue of it's not an expedition, it's an execution. They don't want you to return, even if they did. What waits for you? Just a sea of dead stars and dying ships. So, very very uplifting, and the guy says, "I'll breathe my last here, unseen, unheard, uncontrolled," and he says, "Sorry, brother, but I want to live," which is definitely an idea of the film, like his arc going from first to second to third act of he'll do anything he can to escape this nightmare into there's something far bigger going on, and he needs to
and I will
move
make
on
the
from that.
sacrifice play.
Yeah.
You know, I'll do what needs to be done to yeah, which again, it's like, yep, that's a solid foundation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll see how it progresses from here.
I mean, like, I do like the character, and I was, as someone who's seen plenty of Markiplier stuff, I will admit, like, there was plenty of times where I was kind of forgetting it was him. I was instead focusing on this guy going through this stuff, which is...
It helps me a lot, because I have much less of a connection to him than
Yeah,
you
I don't know
do in
much
terms
about
of
him
watching
generally.
research. So I guess a lot of it will come down to how can you know, how easy is it for you to subconsciously, I guess, escape the meta of that being Markiplier. Which I think his acting is good enough where I wasn't thinking of him as Markiplier.
Yeah, I
was
think
thinking
some
of,
people,
like, this is an actor.
I think that some of the people who are making it seem like that's not possible are being a bit silly. They're being a bit cheeky. Because yeah, I think it's like, yeah, I mean, sometimes like the line delivery isn't like great occasionally, but like generally it's serviceable. Especially considering that he's not an actor. Like it's generally working. Though I think Cap disagrees with that, right?
Well, my issues with his performance are less to do with any sort of knowledge of what he's actually like, because I didn't really know anything about him ahead of time. But basically, it's more that, okay, so what is really cool about a premise like this, you know, being confined to one location and almost entirely one person's performance, is like, that's a really interesting idea, and we don't actually get a lot of movies like that. However, it does put a ton of pressure on that one performance to carry your interest throughout the entire movie. And there's a number of moments where I was just like, that was a little flat. Or if this was a more dynamic, more captivating actor, it would have improved the film significantly for me.
Yeah, I mean, definitely room for improvement, but he didn't take away from it is kind of where I would settle on what I thought. And I
don't think he's bad. I just think I wanted a better lead performance for a story like this, because there is so much riding on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the role that would demand a particularly decent actor to pull off. But I do think they compensate for it a lot by just, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, not actually showing his face clearly all that often. A really bad performance, though, by contrast, is that if you imagine Chris Stuckman was the lead in Shelby Oaks, that would have been a bad performance, but very
that
funny.
would have made the movie better. What are you talking about?
That would have been funnier, yeah.
It would have been funnier, but you are right. I don't think he's would make for a good
every night I dream of Shelby Oaks. Isn't that that's the what's the Silent Hill line? In any case, you know, every night I dream of Shelby Oaks. That's
still too much emotion, Fringy.
Every night I dream of Shelby Oaks.
That's better.
I gotta do. You gotta channel Craig from South Park. You gotta get that sort of monotone.
It's an art. It
I also
really
think what could have improved this is either someone who is a much more talented actor than him, or if like someone else was directing him. You know, because I think Markiplier could have done even better if a really good director was like getting the performance out of him. But when you're acting in a feature film, and this is your first acting lead thing you've ever had, and you're directing yourself, it's harder to. It would help to have someone else.
I would expect that those are the kinds of issues you would have and improve on as you made more movies.
Absolutely.
So a lot of that makes sense. It's like the Shelby Oaks writing thing. Like, you have no excuse for the writing to be this abysmally dog shit. But I can understand why things like pacing and directing stuff just takes you gotta learn it. It's something you gotta learn, figure out.
And yeah, he's definitely, you know, as he has said, all of this he considers a project in and of itself that he loves, but also the experience he's going to need to make things in future that are potentially better, you know, going forward, sort of thing. I think he wants to try all of these roles, but I would agree that the having different people in the role of director and actor is actually like super helpful, because they would likely help each other to create the best thing. But if it's the same person, which, you know, it's happened in the past, it's possible to make a great performance when you are also the director, I suppose. I think
Clint Eastwood.
That would probably be the go-to, yeah. But maybe it's not fair because of just how fucking experienced he was at that point. But
he's been around a while.
He sure has. He's still going.
How old is he? Is he like 90?
Yeah, he's in his 90s. I forget how old exactly.
He is 95.
Man, 95.
He and Dick Van Dyke need to make a movie where they're just old.
They're just old.
They're just old. Yeah. 95, man.
And William Shatner, but he would look like uncharacteristically weirdly youthful considering he's basically that age, but he looks like he's maybe 70.
He can play their son, both of their son.
Oh, that would be hilarious if William Shatner played Clint Eastwood's son.
Yeah, loads of old people. Whole family of olds. But
Betty White's skeleton just there.
Aw.
That makes it sad now. It was meant to be a celebration of, being old.
So yeah, he goes back to where he was when he got the image of the skeleton, and it's gone. So
suspense.
Yeah, what could that possibly mean? And then he does say he didn't mean for it to happen. What happened when he was brought up? And she says she knows, and that dwelling on it doesn't change anything. It's not going to help the cause. And so then he says, tell that to the other poor bastards you left down here. And she's like, you're the first one we sent. Like, why lie? Why does it matter if you find a skeleton? It's all just useless bullshit. It's gonna get me killed. And then she yells back at him that there's not enough left to throw lives away. We have to take calculated risks. Eden doesn't understand that, and you don't understand that. Which, again, I like the delivery from her, and I even appreciate the line, though it's a little weird with everything we've got considered, right? The idea of calculated risks. Like, so you'll consider it in everything you do. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. It's what they should be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with the theory.
And he says, what's to understand? At least Eden isn't deluding themselves. Because, he believes it's over, as do the people of Eden. And she says, is that why you destroyed Filament Station? And this was one of the lines that sort of stood out to me. He says, that wasn't supposed to happen. And I don't know how to explain it exactly, because I'm not a fucking director, nor am I an actor, nor have I directed an actor. I don't know any of these things. However, I am a person who's watched a lot of movies, and it felt slightly... Is the word I'm looking for? Possibly
this is the thing that you say?
It felt like a stock filler line for that moment versus what I would expect, which is a man who has been borderline framed, not quite, but you know what I mean. Like he's experiencing the repercussions of a decision he didn't necessarily make, and everyone hating him for it. And you got this person who finally builds up to saying, trying to figure you out. It's like, is that why you fucking did that? I don't think you'd express your response that way.
It doesn't come across as an authentic outburst.
Yeah.
It comes across as like the kind of outburst that you would do if you were almost performing like in a somewhat theatrical stage play, compared to like it slipped out and you're trying to pull it back. Like I think it might have just been better if he just said "shut the fuck up," and like that was the line.
I would opt for that. There's a couple of other options. There's even the option of not saying anything and just being like seething, basically, showing the shot of him just being
the sort of that was, and then like I don't know, bit of clunk.
And this is the point in the film, by the way, where his oxygen is at half now. And I remember watching this being like, damn, that's going to go out quick.
There's a lot of movie left.
Yeah. Like,
there's a lot of movie left.
So, yeah, then he gets the photo, and he's found a skeleton, and he's able to talk to her again because the communication's working. And she basically says, ram it, get your sample, we'll come back up, and you'll have earned your place in the consolidation. Great, thumbs up, it's all going good, this is the thing to do. And he again apologizes for the radiation, and she says, you can apologize to my tumors. Which
that's a bit of a that's a bit clunk.
Yeah, didn't work for me that well tonally. I was like,
it's one
okay.
Of the things of like you're trying to write something that where it's meant to be like a little bit punchy, but it just doesn't work. It's like this is
It's got a little,
this
Zod
too
Snap neck
roundabout.
energy.
Yeah, a little bit, because I don't know what it means to tell it to like an inanimate. Well, not. I mean, it's alive, but like, it's like tell it to like my backhand or something. It's like that's. I don't know what that means. It's not like
Talk to the tumor.
Did you? Did I just hear snap neck cap?
Oh, it cut off. Yeah, but tell that to Zod Snap neck.
Yeah, but you just did a Biden. Ranks just said that.
Yeah.
Oh, did? Oh, I
Yeah,
guess
But I actually, but I like it because it means that independently of me, someone else was thinking the same thing.
It's just not quite. I don't know. It's one of those things of like, if you don't feel like you can nail these sort of new twists on terms, like just go with the old one or not at all. Don't go being flismy, you know, and trying to be clever in that way.
Well, I liked it more when she said in like the previous scene that like, well, there's no use dwelling on it now. Like,
Yeah,
I think
like
that was more interesting than tell that to my tumors.
By the way, it isn't as bad as tell that to
No,
Zod
no,
Snap.
no,
it
no,
isn't. No,
it's not as bad. It's tell that to Zod Snap neck is absolute piss. This is like
that is absolute cinema.
This
my
is
goodness!
Like
and I will say, I think her
delivery
delivery helps it. She says like, "You can apologize to my tumors. Now get the samples." Like it's like it's better than it could have been delivered worse.
Yeah,
almost
Zod Snap neck is amazing, isn't it?
That is amazing. I can't wait for him to write a movie.
I remember,
that would be hilarious.
He would later go on and be like, "Oh no, I only wrote that in 20 minutes." But like, I remember this because this was 10 years ago. Batman v Superman came out 10 years ago. He was talking about the Zod Snap neckline on like podcasts a couple of weeks before he posted his script. Like he thought that was a banger. He thought that was going to be like an iconic, that's like a needle drop moment or something. He loved it. And it was stupid.
It was iconic.
It was. But this was back when people were a little bit more inclined to be nicer to him. So they're all like, "Wow, what an overreaction!" It's like, what do you mean an overreaction? It's crap. It's crap and it's funny. That's it. It's crap and it's funny, and you criticize movies, and that's the line that you came up with. You should expect that.
So he completes the RAM, and then he takes a photo, and this is the image, and then
That's pretty spooky.
I quite like this. And he takes another photo because he thinks he's seeing something, and then we get that direct contrast of, which again, very much like the game. It's a good thing to sort of keep.
You know what? You know what would have made it better though is if after he rammed it, he said, "Gotcha, you son of a bitch, Skellington."
Yeah.
And then Charlie was there like, "That's really stupid." Like, I don't know what it was that meant to be scary, or and then a bunch of cars start crashing into the submarine.
But
give me more smiling friends.
Seems something might be out there, and so he's all concerned, as obviously would be the audience. Like, there was a discussion I saw that was kind of interesting to me. There was like I can't remember if it was Twitter or Reddit or whatever, but it was a back and forth about everyone being stupid about this movie, and I was just interested to see what they were talking about exactly. And so it was the X-ray reveal of the camera is supposed to recontextualize every skeleton he's seen, because he's not seeing skeletons, he's seeing creatures the whole time. It's just coming up as skeletons, and I was like, no, I think they're skeletons.
No, they are skeletons.
I appreciate the theory, but
as a skeleton up top. I will say I briefly had that thought, but then I was like, no, it's just skeletons.
Well, but the thing is, once the monster, so to speak, more fully appears, it doesn't look like the skeletons look.
No.
It's very different. And if you want to say it's like, well, it's because it's like a otherworldly creature or something, it's like, yeah, oh, sure, but I do think it is in contrast to the skeletons. They are skeletons. Like, I think they are.
Yeah, they do look a bit different, yeah. It's a fun idea, but
sure.
Check out.
So yeah, he's like, there's something else down here, and she's like, something alive, and they say that they gotta cut the line because as the ship's coming back up with the sample, it's getting rocked around a whole bunch, and he crashes around enough that he gets knocked out, and presumably then the line is cut, so they are separated from him, and how very sad. You get the sort of flashback to the dude who I quite liked his voice. That guy from I guess Eden is whoever that is, some kind of leader or whatever. But he says, "My son, those stars are already dead. Mere ghost light growing dimmer by the day," and then comes back into like back into the present.
Cool allegory that you can have there for sure. Almost like the walking, sort of Walking Dead in a sense.
Well, yeah, what I took from it immediately was with this scenario, it's like you may not realize it, but you're fucked. There's no way out. You're dead.
Yeah. You're just gonna, wow,
much like the universe.
Almost like, what do you want to just sort of fade away, or do you want to not fade away? Ooh,
can say.
Haha. Ooh, ha ha.
Like Cyberpunk.
So, because it's that voice from the opening as well. I don't know whose voice it is. It's just I kind of like the sound of it. That's all I'm saying. So
I assume it's meant to be like his father or something, but
I meant like actor wise. Like I didn't check.
Oh, right. Yeah,
a character called the father.
Well, you got.
Is that his character's name?
I didn't check, but that could be.
Guess, yeah. Okay, then that
I think it's
would be
referenced in the wikis.
Dave Pettit, Pettitt.
All right.
He's a voice actor.
You got
4 T's in Pettit. That's a lot of T's.
That is a lot of T's. I agree.
I think they need more.
You have to point out when Alana Pierce shows up because she's in this as a voice.
Sure is.
Yeah.
So he finds he's like looking around for help because the lights are now off. Obviously, it's some kind of fuse box issue. He looks for a closet and he finds a life preserver, life vest thing, and a bit of a package that has sort of emergency stuff in it, like water, which he drinks immediately. He does later drink some alcohol that's more so presumably meant for cleaning wounds, like a rubbing alcohol type thing. And I've seen theories that there's like it's kind of implied or said in dialogue at some point that there are toxins in the water and in the alcohol that they've placed deliberately. I wasn't sure about this. I was trying to like work with it as an idea because he hallucinates a lot more as time goes on. I think there's another reason for that. But I can't really understand why they would do that. Like spike the water.
Yeah, he's gonna die anyway. You have complete and total control over whether he dies, which is you don't have to let him out of the sub and he just suffocates. But obviously, why would you sabotage your own mission by killing the pilot?
And so, not even just to kill him instantly either, but to kill him more slowly over time with hallucinations, which you will get from hypoxia anyway when he runs out of oxygen. So, like, what would be the point?
Which I think is
by doing that.
Buildup of CO2 and what this creature is, I think, better explains hallucinations than they did that. I was just like, I don't really understand that, but I saw a couple of people talking about it. I was like, all right. Yes. So he finds the scissors and he's able to use that to unscrew a panel that's below him, and then he tapes. He's got tape in that thing as well, presumably like to help with medical shit, and he puts a cross on the button to make it repeatedly brass. And I'll just say now, this of all the things to stand out to me, it really annoyed me. First thing I thought when he did it was like, you're gonna want more tape than that, like because the cross will obviously just peel off eventually. The button's gonna push forward, which does happen, and he uses all of the tape to produce one cross at a time. And eventually runs out and is presented as a like, damn it, I can no longer do this. I was like, why did you use just the cross every time? Why would you put all the tape on? Well, like, you know what I mean? Just really tape it up, man.
Come on, man. Just
you created this problem for yourself, damn it.
Second.
He was in a rush.
What the fuck are you doing?
No, Christian Bale.
You want me to rip your fucking lights down? No, don't shut me up.
Another iconic moment in film.
Oh, good for you.
Well, how was it? I hope it was good because it's useless now, isn't it?
He's got the light on his little preserver activated, and so he's going to move through the bottom little hole area to get to what is presumably, hopefully, what he's looking for on the other end. He gets to it and he realizes it's just the black box, not the the fuses he was looking for. And then there was a moment where it's pretty dark, pretty quiet, and he aims the light back, and you can see the the tape, there's a sound of peeling and a movement of shadows. So combining it obviously with, we know he saw something earlier as well. I thought it was like a neat moment in terms of building the atmosphere of like, you're definitely alone in this thing. There's no way anyone else is here, but that's just creepy enough that you needed that working automatically. There's nobody peeling that off themselves, right? No one's actually there right now. But the movement of the shadows enough to just give you that sense of like, what the fuck?
Yeah, just enough to make you think. Like, keep it in the back of your mind.
What could this be, right? It's like, well, right now it could be anything. It could be that he's going crazy, maybe, and seeing things that aren't there, or there's, something supernatural that's happening.
And of course,
it's cool.
Once it's peeled off, the last one hits, then the light fades, and it's just darkness, and it's like,
Yeah, which is just like a fun sort of creative little set piece,
Yeah.
Dealing with how he needs to actually get light in this tiny little space.
But then there's a spark that goes off, and it's like, oh shit, that's the thing I need, the box. And so he gets to it, does a pump action thing. I forget what they're called, but to like jumpstart the electronics, which he does do, and the ship is back functioning again. He's which is progress, I suppose. But as he stands up, he realizes that, I guess with the reset, the porthole screen is open, and he starts getting a hull breach warning, and a crack starts to appear, and so he quickly tries to close it. But before he can, a little bit of blood gets through and splatters on his eyes, which I
like that. I like that
curious.
Quite a bit, where like it barely closes and just a little squirt gets through on him.
Yeah, no, it's good for tension, because actually really close to just dying right there. But I was wondering if the fact that it splattered in his eyes would have also led to something, like that might have done something to him biologically, right? Because I'm not fully convinced this stuff is just blood,
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. Do they confirm in the movie that it's human blood?
They do in the game. They do not in the. I don't think they do in the movie.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that kind of tells you what the blood might be is, I think there's a line in the movie very briefly where Ava says something along the lines of being able to synthesize it into food.
I want to say it's confirmed in the movie as human blood. I can't remember the reference, but
I can't remember either. Maybe, yeah, I could just be forgetting. I just know in the game it is.
He does. I've got the poster here somewhere, but he does end up in a hospital because of what the blood does to his eyes. Unfortunately,
right.
Markiplier. Like, so,
oh wow.
Obviously, it's supposed to be completely safe, but I guess maybe an allergic reaction. I didn't find like the specifics, but yeah, he posted about it.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what they used.
Hey, good shot for it. And you do see the eye in the porthole briefly, right? I'm not misremembering that.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I remember something I was talking to Metal about. I was fond of the game's payoff of, essentially creating mundane images of just tracking your progress, and then for one of them to turn up with the creature is actually moving by the camera as you take the photo. Seems they've moved that payoff over to the porthole when he gets up, which I still think works. I just kind of was like, oh, I was hoping to see the in the middle of perhaps a montage of him being like, right, this place, take photo, this place, take photo, I'm getting close to a wall, take photo, and then boom, it's the a huge realization of what the fuck he's looking at.
Just all of a sudden, yeah, one of they get you in the pattern of nothing happening, and then one of the photos is It's a great reveal. It's just like a good delivery system for something spooky.
And so a fire is in the ship. Oh my goodness! And he has to grab the fire extinguisher and sort it out. As that, talk about being faithful, just like in the game with the fire. This is caused by the electronics. And the hull breach warning keeps on playing. It's driving him nuts, and so he fucking yells and hits it with the fire extinguisher, damaging the speaker. Says, "I'm not dying down here." So this is the sort of like he's built up his conviction now, even with the dire situation. He's gonna go for it, and so you get like this is kind of a lot of people have claimed this is kind of where the movie slows down quite a bit. This whole sequence we've been describing, because it's basically him repairing somewhat the ship, and then learning a bit more about the ship, and then also doing the job. And so he starts to like try to makeshift map out the map. And I've seen people say that really like the game. They love this part because it's the game, basically. It's what you do in the game, is where you try to figure out where you're going and what things are where, and knock off things on the map, which I totally appreciate as an adaptation. It's just that I did have concerns when watching this. I was just like, I wonder how the average audience member will react to this sequence exactly. I'm not sure. And mainly him just making progress and knocking things off the list.
Yeah, it wasn't presented in a way that was very interesting. It went on a bit too long because, as was mentioned, when you're the one doing it in the game and the stakes are, winning and losing from your perspective, that's exciting and it's tense and it's interactive. Watching somebody else do it in a pretty much an extremely passive way is, it's intense for them, but
it was the first time I found myself sort of looking at the clock, thinking, "God, we're actually not that far in for what we're doing. This is filler, and we haven't been." Yeah. I could understand, the tension. And if you personally don't do it, then your game ends. But watching someone do it, and it has to succeed because we're nowhere near the end of the film yet. It was just, I get it's an adaptation. That's fine. Probably very accurate as an adaptation. It's just I did not find it interesting to watch this section.
Yeah, it went on a bit long. It would have been, you should have it. It just should be cut down. The idea of like you navigate in the game, you're looking at the coordinates on the map, you're doing the marks and stuff like that. Like, yeah, that should be something, maybe a quicker montage, something to kind of sell the idea that he doesn't have his sight about him for the most part when he's navigating. Just too long, just a bit too long.
So then we get, as he's taking photos and moving through, he gets these back to back, which I was again quite fond of, and
I like these were good ones. These were good ones. Yeah. Were there 2 or 3 where it's like closer than further away and then gone?
Oh, it might have been. I'm sort of just using these two as the contrast again of.
Yeah, it was good. I think because it was at least 3 of them, and it was on this slow retreat away. It wasn't like it's there and then it's gone into flash. It's just almost like confidently retreating while staring at him. That was like gave it an extra level of spookiness. Like it's not afraid of him at all.
I just love the quality of the images, and then the fact that we know just by nature of how this works, they're on a timer, so you can be shocked and horrified by this, but it'll eventually fade, and you're like, okay, do it again, and then it's just gone. You're like, so what I saw, like, yep. Oof, all right, that's that, I guess. And he's
solid stuff.
He's just trying to push on through this sort of shit right now, anyway, which it's not reassuring to see. But as long as it doesn't bother him and he doesn't bother it, then it'll be fine.
I think he says. I think he says the line like almost specifically. He's like, "You don't bother me, I don't bother you," or "You just pretend I'm not here." I think is what he says. Just pretend I'm not even here.
Maybe they could be friends. He moves to
he did friend down here.
A way wackier and hard to sort of understand thing, and labels it alien shit on his map, which I think is kind of fun in terms of
I like that.
Getting bearings.
Yeah.
And this again, to come back to what Cap was saying, this sequence really does rely on almost exclusively Markiplier, as in like you get shots and you get interest with the images, but it's his reactions to everything, and they do that. They switch it up every once in a while. Sometimes they'll take the photo and they show it and then show him, or sometimes they'll take a photo and just show him and not even show us what the photo was. And at that point, it's like, well, you better bank everything on the expressions. You better maybe be able to bring them through. Which again, I still think he did make it work in a lot of the sequences in this. There's just some stuff where I was like,
Far worse actors could be in this role. That's for certain.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I would say that Chris Stuckman got worse performances from more experienced actors than Shelby Oaks. So
I would love
Keith
to
David
see
was
him
there for a paycheck. Okay,
I'd love to see him directing actors. I just want to see what it looks like.
Oh, I just watched Shelby Oaks for the first time this morning. I could not believe how bad all the performances were because I had to know.
I have to know. I've got to know. Fair.
That's
now
so
you
bad.
know.
I guess
Now
just for chat, if you want to give a quick review of it, what do you think?
Oh, it's bad. It's really, really bad. Basically, nothing about it works except for in terms of the performances that were like even passable. The only one I would really describe that way is the old creepy evil lady at the end. She was like, oh, she is having fun.
Yeah.
being creepy old evil lady. That's something. No, but it's a very bad movie. I don't like it. I certainly think it's well, that's what's interesting, right? Because Shelby Oaks is, at least in terms of the writing and the performances and all that stuff, significantly worse than Iron Lung. Really, the only thing it has over it is like a technical competency, but it's not like it has any real visual style that's interesting at all. Like even though Iron Lung, at least visually, might look a little more amateurish, it has more pizzazz and flair and interesting camera work. Shelby Oaks is just so like bog standard derivative horror slop. Did not care for it at all.
Did you like the
Yeah, I
line
think
where he
there's like
said it's that sector of the prison is called the grave because they've all got one foot in it?
Ooh.
It's so bad. It haunts me, that line.
Did that line accelerate your life?
It sure did.
My favorite moment in the entire movie is when the old lady is asking her about if she still wants a kid. She says, like, do you still want a child? And she says, you know what? Come to think of it, I am hungry. That's very funny. That's a real thing that happens in that movie.
What do you think of the ending where she gets tossed out the window and eaten?
I thought it was really funny. I couldn't believe, like, because I do
funny.
understand that wasn't the original ending, and then Neon
No, it's
got involved,
worse.
gave him. I know.
It's worse than the original ending. The Neon said, "Hey, have some more money. Add some more dogs to eat her face." Like, it was going to be more ambiguous than that. The original ending description sounds so much more compelling.
It does.
So glad they changed it
It's
into
really
something
funny.
silly that made me laugh and brought me joy.
Yeah.
There was like two sort of like, oh, that's kind of creepy visual, the demon at the window, I guess. Okay. And then that was it.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That was
Yeah.
was
Someone
like,
asked in the chat what the budget comparison is. Shelby Oaks is roughly 2.8 million, and then this is you just see things that say less than 3 million. So basically comparable.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same. Same budget.
So good old Simon encounters the SM8. Yeah, and he's like, what in the world is this? And his terminal starts to automatically try to download the black box, but it requires permissions that he doesn't have. He does try password and password 1, which I thought was like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You would probably try those. But it's also good that they weren't the password.
Yeah, that would be that would be very unfortunate. We would have criticisms.
But he does.
Look, they were in a hurry. Okay.
Maybe he does unlock the SM8's photos. And so he starts scanning through a bunch of them, and one of them is this, which again, you know, I don't know if it was that artist he was mentioning that did these, but I really like the photos throughout the whole thing. I kind of mentioned, but I like that one for just
that is the best part of it for me. I think that as a device is really compelling, and the movie does a really good job with it.
I mean, the way they contextualize, I think, deserves some praise as well. I think they did play with it well. It wasn't just that they were relying on this as a feature. Like
it was a good idea used pretty well.
But I really like this image as well because I think everyone can see it, but at the same time, you're not 100% sure. You're just like, and so I think he says "not my problem" and just moves away. But he does push the the wheel, so to speak, the scanner. And it does eventually, when it's moving through all the images, everyone in the audience knows, like, what's it gonna land on? What's it gonna land on? Yep. And it was this, which is, yeah. A closer image, to say the least.
Not great. That's less than ideal.
So showing this fella, I guess now I can say, I love the design of the fucking monster in this.
It looks excellent.
Yeah,
it's cool. Definitely better than the game.
Yeah, I don't think the game could compete. But like,
no, this is really good.
Those
tiny eyes and the massive mouth and the teeth. The fact that it doesn't have an expression whatsoever. Very monster-like, very apathetic, and it how horrendous it looks. It is a super solid monster design.
Also, like slightly unnervingly not human, but human-esque in the placement of the eyes, nose.
Well, yeah, because fish don't have their eyes are not on the front; their eyes are on the sides. So just that alone is like, oh, this ain't like a fish. This is a very clearly distinct eye arrangement from what we would typically associate with fish.
It also implies it's a predator.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Eyes to
Yeah,
the front.
eyes in the front.
That's the thing they found out about Furbies, is that Furbies are technically predators because they look forward.
And Labubus too. Yeah, it's true.
Oh God, Teletubbies are
I'm
predators.
going to say it. I think Furbies are way better than Labubus. I don't even think it's fucking close, and I don't even like either of them.
It took me. I found out about Labubus thanks to South Park. I didn't even know what they were. I was just like, "What the fuck is a
No.
Labubu?" It was just like, yeah, it's just
One girl I met is really into them. Fucking loves Labubus, and I'm like, listen, I'm happy for you.
Are you though?
People, it's good for people to have passions and hobbies.
Yes, 100%.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
So
I just wish it wasn't Labubus.
he carries on getting them images, scoping out the whole place, and eventually the radio starts to kick a little bit back in, and he hears someone say, "Can you hear us? Are you real? Is this another trick? Ava, please get us out. We can't take this anymore. We can work together this time. Everything is down here. Everything we've ever." And he says, "You're stuck down here too?" And so, obviously, first run through, you're like, holy shit, he's found, a different sub that was abandoned. Which is funny, because the reality is that this is the creature that's speaking to him with... I assume everyone's on the same page with this, but may as well say it now. The creature it has, like, psionic abilities and can use the dead that it's consumed to, like, simulate them in your... like, to speak to you. And it even absorbs, like, their histories. It knows what they knew, and it can, like, simulate them. Which is something I very much enjoyed, and I think they made some good use of. There's a couple of things we'll talk about in the third act, but...
I think it's a really creepy and unsettling power whenever it comes up in something. The Wendigo aspect, mimicking voices.
Oh my God, that one time they used it at Midnight Mass and never again.
Midnight Mass, and then they never did it ever again. We're like, oh... Well, that thing was really terrifying. That one time you used it, that was completely removed from the show in every other aspect. But like, okay.
It's pretty much the only thing I remember about Annihilation as well is the bear creature thing.
Oh God,
yeah,
great. It's
the
so
one
great.
thing that kind of stands out.
You just want to pluck it out and put it in a good movie. Like, I love that bear. Get that bear out of there.
Could have been good. Damn it.
Obviously we don't realize that's what's happening, and so at first, what the conversation amounts to is just them agreeing that they're both basically fucked, and that just be careful with your oxygen because it reaches a quarter supply at this point. And he says, like, can you please just keep talking to me? He's kind of despairing on the whole oxygen front, and she says, what would be the point? Just run out of air faster. But maybe that's the best way to go. A lot of others went that way. And then he says, I don't want to talk anymore, which yeah, fair. But it's kind of interesting to think about it again. This is the sort of, what the creature's trying to achieve with this sort of thing at this point. But she says, you don't understand. You haven't seen the light. It changes everything. It's what caused the quiet rapture, or a fragment of it at least. A light shining through like nothing else in the universe could possibly matter. You have no idea what's waiting for us down here, and some things are too dangerous to... And he says, whoa, I have a concussion, CO2 buildup, something's happened, just are you my imagination? I don't know what's real anymore, because he's just completely losing it. And he's obviously had the hallucinations as well. And he says, why doesn't anyone else... Like it's the thing from the trailer, which is I was about to say, but I'm not sure if necessarily it's true. It's like something he needed to nail this part. He's having a big speech about how everything's falling to shreds, basically, and he does the thing of to shreds indeed. He says, I just want to live. Is that so wrong? Which I was happy with, and I think it was something that he needed to do right, because it's he's been through a lot, and as part of the speech explaining just how everything's fucked, he says that they probably wouldn't have put a CO2 scrubber in there or a backup tank, and that he's wasting his time talking to a phantom that didn't exist in the first place. Like, it's just at the bottom of the everything at this point. And I think it works, and it's not the easiest thing to have delivered. And then he says, what would you give? Would you give everything to survive? And then he says, I never had anything to begin with. So I guess that's a yes. And she gives him coordinates that's going to get him to what may very well be freedom and to be able to live. And it's a bit of a newfound sense of like, all right, let's do this. We got a mission. But before that, she says, do you believe in God? And he's basically, he has the correct answer. It's just like, I'd rather not have that conversation. Do we need to be doing that right now? I don't think so. And she says, an ignorant God sees a sliver of our universe through a pinhole and thinks it understands all that is and will be, and it will because it's a God that makes sense of what it sees despite what it should be. Which, those kind of interesting line.
That's a big old think line. It's like, oh, I wonder who exactly she's referring to. It's like, I think there's a correct answer to that.
Well, why don't you go into it if you've got some ideas, unless anyone else does want to?
I mean, I think that has to be talking about people.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Like human beings.
Humanity.
The idea of like human beings, or human beings in a sense, are almost striving to become something beyond the reality, which is like animals, basically. But that there's some like innate potential there that's sort of striving, but obviously because this is a malevolent evil entity is saying, man, that's like, you know, fuck you for trying to do that, basically. And obviously the film will have, you know, its own answer in response to that.
Yeah, like we're almost designed inherently to take whatever's around us. Where do you get off
thinking that you can be, you know, gods? Where do you get off thinking that you have any reason to be more than what you actually are?
We only have what we have to work with, and so we assume that's all there is. And which obviously, yeah, is going to be another thematic point with the eldritch being type of communication, which again is a line that comes across a little bit weird if she's just talking, but it makes complete sense if it is this creature trying to be like, you know, you guys kind of got some criticisms, and they deliver it. And unfortunately, not in the form of like a YouTube video where it's nice and chill and safe. Instead, it's the bottom of a blood ocean while eating people. Not the best delivery system in terms of damage, but he says that he's, you know, the overall, this whole situation, even if he does actually succeed with whatever new plan they have, that they're probably just going to send him down again if he completes it, because they blame him for what happened to Filament Station. And then she's like, what happened to Filament Station? And he says, I don't want to talk about it. And then there's this moment, which again, I think credit to the delivery. She's like, what happened to Filament Station? And the camera's like somewhat shaking, moving up to the speaker. And I was like, uh-oh. I was like, what? I guess she's probably got family on there or something, you know, first time around. And
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Does she know someone who was there?
And so, yeah, he says it's gone, and that it's gone just like everything else since the Quiet Rapture, so why do you care? Why does anyone care? And then there's just this big pause after the explosion. It's just, maybe you deserve to be here. It's like, oh. Ouch.
Wait a minute. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Are you evil?
And well, that's you know, first take, I think you just be like, oh no, they had a moment to be like kind of teaming up. And now it's going to be all falling apart. And he says, you think this is fair? I didn't blow it up. The people who did aren't being punished. I drew the short straw and traded one metal box for another, while people who I thought were my brothers abandoned me. They abandoned me just like they abandoned you. Neither of us are getting to the surface, so what's the fucking point? Which, again, I was quite happy with. That one felt better than the earlier one about Filament Station. And, yeah, you know, it's just... It's kind of interesting, right, because of his guilt about what happened to it, but he's now saying, it's like, fuck it, who cares? Like, why do you even care? Everything's dead anyway. Which isn't, you know, it's not going to make anyone like you more, instead of saying, like, I didn't do it, man. But, you know, why would the creature take issue with them if it's not invested necessarily, which we can talk about a little bit more later as we progress through, because it's starting to rev up a bit, you know, the old story, I would say at this point anyway. And he says,
things are occurring.
Yes. And it's clear as well that they're doing things that are like, wait a minute, is there something else going on here? And you start to be able to fish a bit more, so to speak. She says, what would you give to see the light again? There's nothing to be afraid of not anymore. we will see Simon, we'll see the answer together. This is our salvation and our promise. And I quite liked that because I was like, he never said his name. This something really fucking weird's going on here. And I thought it was slightly unfortunate. Don't know if you guys will agree with this one, but he then immediately after checks the speaker and it's disconnected. And I was like, oh, that's like unnecessary. It's already really creepy that she knows his name. Like the idea that it's coming through without the speaker working borderline confirms it's coming through somewhere else, if you know what I mean. As opposed to saying
mind or something like that.
Saying the name, there's a slight bit of room that it is still what you think it is. She just knows more than you realize.
Yeah, a person deceiving him.
But confirming it's not coming through the speaker means that, well, okay, so no, it's not her at all. And I was like, oh, okay. I just liked picking up on the Simon thing, which he clearly does too. But hey, it's all good.
See, and I think that was kind of effective. Obviously, they want like the speaker thing just to be the absolute. There are no questions anymore. At least, well, there are questions about whether he's hallucinating, whether it's something communicating. But they want you to be in no doubt that obviously this is not in fact a real person. But I think that I slightly lost the effect because I just thought it was weird from the beginning that she kept talking in terms of we, which. It's an assumption to make that all other submarines are single person operated, but I did make that assumption. So when she was saying like, we will do this, we will see you, that was like, I was already thinking, well, okay, so it's not the speaker, it's going to be an alien. And so I kind of missed the rest of the effect. I quite liked the sequence, but I made the correct assumption.
What's kind of funny for me is I was entertaining two possible outcomes and I was just waiting to see which one they were going to commit to because I kind of liked both. As in, I thought that the comments she was making that was strange might have been explained by a lack of oxygen. Like even the stuff about God or whatever. I thought maybe that she was just losing her mind. And a sort of alternative plot line that I'd be, interested in them having done, but they didn't, was that the burner subs are sort of like done in a rotation such that they always abandon the person if they didn't manage to complete the mission and then drag the sub back up or something. And so what happens is, let's say person 1 goes down and then they're suffocating, and person 2 goes down and manages to catch the last 10 minutes of person 1's life, and then person 3 catches the same for 2 and 4 for 3. And so he was catching the end of the previous expedition, basically, and that they were going to tell him like what his fate is and talk to her before she just outright dies. I thought maybe that's what they were doing. But then I also thought like it could also be that she's lying and there's something crazy going on and it is connected to the beast in some way.
Yeah, or this is from up top, and they're still like they've been able to hear him and talk to him the whole time, but for whatever reason they pretend to not be around, or now they're trying to pretend as if they're someone else down there, but they're still pulling the strings.
He says, "I didn't tell you my name," and then they say, "Yes, you did. Let us feed." It starts to get all wacky, and half the sub like gets blown apart by like blood, and it rushes past him, and you see the eye of the creature, and it does the whole I see you, and I was like, oh my god, Sauron, because I can't resist hearing that for Sauron. It's like his line at this point, especially when it's a big eye looking at you. Let's be honest. Yeah. But he then wakes up in a blood ocean, and he's staring up at the creature, which is just fucking littered with teeth, and saying like, open your eyes. But he can't quite move because the bracelet is binding him to the ground, and then he wakes up. What do you guys have for interpretations on that, out of curiosity? All right. Well, the impression I got was that was the creature's attempt to kind of envelop him psychically, and that it would have worked if not for the fact that he had that bracelet, and it represents the sort of the tree and the hope and the symbol of like life from Eden and everything. I don't know if I'm on point with that, but the idea that it wouldn't be something that's restraining him, it's strictly a good thing. So the fact that it was preventing something from happening in that sequence, like tying him down,
he's still tethered to reality.
Yeah, I thought that. I think the bracelet saved him.
I mean, I can read that. I mean, on the other, yeah, that's probably more interesting than just, well, it's just binding him down so it can talk to him while he can't move or run away. It's kind of like, yeah, by this point, it's Again, this is me just not really vibing with the genre though, because it's like, well, okay, either he's mad or it's an alien thing that's never going to get explained. So, yay.
I mean, we might be polar opposites on that because I have a bias in favor of this sort of stuff. So I thoroughly enjoyed that sequence for what it was, like the fact that he was in the ocean, the creatures staring at him, and it's like a mindscape situation. So it's a battle of borderline will and spirit, and then the idea that he would have broken if not for the fact that he has this memento that reminds him where he was despairing to have some hope, because that's like the whole idea, with the leaves and the tree and stuff. So like that means more to me than had they just said, like, look out, the alien's gonna get you.
I think that follows. I mean,
Yeah,
especially thematically, given what the film is about.
Well, it's going to come up again as well, that bracelet, like how it's important. But upon waking up, he's not feeling great. He has a little bit of a vomit of blood, as you do, and it's he's likely running on some fumes at this point, but he's still going, and he sees what would be a burnt man sitting in the pilot chair, and he's missing his I think his left arm, which is curious considering how the film goes. And it's like, so he turns to stare at him, and then he, like, the contact with the surface comes back up again. I figure that creature, that guy is I don't mean to sound pretentious, but his trauma personified, as in what he's done to people, and a little bit of foreshadowing as well.
I mean, it makes sense given how much it really wanted to press him about Filament Station and sort of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I liked it. I thought it looked cool, and it gives me a reassurance that if he's going to do something like Amnesia, he should be able to pull off the Gatherers in terms of keep them in darkness. Keep them in dark, you'll be all right. But the prosthetics look good, is kind of what I'm getting at.
It does look good, yeah.
And so, yeah, he's kind of losing it, and he says, stop fucking with me, I'm so done. And he realized, by the way, that the wire's reconnected now, where he thought it was broken, so I guess he imagined that it was disconnected, and how much of this is now in his head or not is throwing him out completely. And he asks the voice, being the lady who's talking to this whole time, how many of you were in the hangar, and what did I do when we were up there? And she said there were 3 of us, and you blasted us with radiation. And so he's calming down a bit, and then he says, "What's my name? Say my name." And there's this gap, and then she says, "I don't think we ever got your name," which I thought was kind of a neat payoff, in the sense of you don't see that ever, a confirmation of who you're talking to by knowledge they don't have, because of how
a bit unusual.
It sounds so genuine that she answered the other question, but then she's like, "Yeah, we don't know your name," or even if they could have, they didn't care to find out. And that is more viable for him. Like, it actually calms him down knowing that she doesn't know his name. So I thought that was quite cool.
I do like that too. Her delivery certainly sells it as well, yeah.
So,
he's defeated, almost like she's guilty of not knowing, or she's bad for not knowing.
Yeah, she sounds like that, yeah.
It's such a depersoning of who Simon is that she doesn't even know what to call him.
And he says, like, you sent me down here to die and you don't even know my name. And she says, we didn't. It's been days. How are you even still alive? Which I don't exactly know what we're supposed to take from it, other than his oxygen goes up at one point. Is the implication that the creature's providing it or something? Or the material in the ship?
Did he hallucinate there being less oxygen than there really was?
She says he should probably be dead. Like, he couldn't possibly have lasted this long.
I assume it had surely it has something to do with the creature.
I think, could it be the flesh that's building up inside? That it's like doing something, I don't know.
Maybe. Obviously, I don't know if that's what they're going for, but most of the oxygen in our atmosphere comes from like algae and stuff from the ocean. And it's obviously not the same, scenario, but it's, blood ocean, our ocean, oxygen. Maybe
this is what I meant by, like, I assume
some kind of a life, or the blood isn't what it seems.
Because, like, the leakage of whatever stuff is coming in it creates growths eventually. Like, I think we're supposed to assume it's providing the oxygen. It would match, right?
Consider that blood is the oxygen delivery system of the body. So If there's blood everywhere, maybe there's some sort of
just to be clear,
there in terms
the
of...
only reason I'm holding any resistance, which I'm willing to drop completely, is just that if you drop a bunch of blood into a room that has no oxygen, you're not going to save the person. But this is a different thing. This is, he's in a...
I think you have to go with the idea that because the because the sub is becoming something of a weird organic creature of its own, that's
like
how
a lung
it's developing.
It's becoming an actual lung instead of just an iron lung.
Which I like.
I think. I mean, I don't think there's any
he's
other.
Becoming a mlung,
really.
a mung.
Ooh.
A mark
So,
lung.
yeah, he says, I thought I died. I might have died. I don't know where I am, and I think I've done enough, and I'd really like to not be down here anymore. Please. And she just says, I don't think that's possible. So, yeah, it's a bit rough, but there's nothing. And he says as well after this that I didn't have anything to do with Filament Station. It wasn't a part of the plan, which I thought was it was a good moment, both script and performance for me, because I was like, he still thinks this is punishment at this point, as opposed to they don't really care about Filament Station in the sense of, like, we're going to keep you down there because we want you to die. It's more so just resource-wise, like, no, you're done. Like, you've done the job, you've been cut off, there's this, that, and the other thing happening, and we're not going to... Because, like she says, we're not going to risk the other ship to get you out, so sorry. And he's trying to appeal to, like, it's not fair that I'm being punished for this thing, and it's just like, it's a bit beyond that at this point. But he still feels guilty for it and stuff. So she says, it's basically over, and he says, what about the sample? And she says, it's not worth the risk now, and the bone fragment's not going to tell us anything we don't already know. But I thought it was an interesting thing for her to say, considering how much they wanted it. I guess it was in a context where they, like, having it additionally rather than nothing is still better, but it's not worth the amount of effort it would take now to get. And so,
yeah, they specifically mentioned. I think she said something like, "Oh, just some pictures of bones in a sample. It's just not worth it."
And so, yeah, it's just he's going to have to be left down there. And he says, "Has anyone ever made it up?" He says, "Yes." And he says, "Did you know their names?" Because there's something I was thinking about when I saw the SM8. He's like, "What? The SM8? The fuck did you?" And yeah, he explains the scenario and says, "How far are you from it?" And basically that, like, it's immensely important, and that he's found it, confirms its existence, and then they want the information on it. And so you hear, like, a bit of a fight in the background, and she says they've got equipment on the SM8 that they can't make anymore, they can never make again, and if he's right and they do nothing, this is bigger than us, it's worth anything. And so the deal is, get to the SM8, and they will also go to the SM8, or rather, at least she will, in, I think she's in, like, the SM14, and she'll save him, basically, in combination with him getting the material from the SM8. And he says, if I do this, all of humanity is saved, and then I'm free, right? Says, and then you're free. Which again is I think he's still moving into the arc, right, of, like, everything is focused on him being able to live without appreciating just how important all this stuff sort of is. But to be fair to him, they haven't given him enough explanation. They're deliberately keeping that information off him, right? Like, they didn't even explain on his way in and when he was up seeing them through the porthole, so it all makes sense. And she says her name is Ava, and he says Simon. And it's like, well, then let's get this done. Which, by the way, Rags, did you get the implication at all that he called the character Simon as a result of Soma?
Yep, that's what I was figuring. I assume that is why he called him Simon. Yes,
I assume so too, and I also assume, considering playing Iron Lung, that the fleshy integration into the mechanics, like, that feels a bit Soma inspired as well.
Yep, you do wonder what what bled through from Soma, but yeah, I think that's why.
So, yeah, the plan is just get there, download it, and then it'll all be good. And so you get a bunch of, like, while he's conducting that, getting to where he needs to go, you get a lot of visions and different comments. And this, I think, is where you hear Alana Pierce, a couple of lines from here. We put up with these sorts of things for the art, you know?
You know what's funny is that, like, by her standard, Iron Lung the game is dog shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it would cap at what number exactly? Oh, that would be so funny for her to say that to Mark.
Yeah, it would be a 5 at best. It probably scores a lot lower than that.
Indie trash.
Indie trash. So yeah, you hear a sort of disembodied voice say, Simon the Butcher lost his nerve. You're going to have to kill your own brothers to stop this. And he's like, you're not my brother. And then the voice says, I wasn't even there. I'm just the guy who told you to cross the wires. Which again, just, you get to hear the voices, I suppose, of everyone you would have assumed were killed down here, because they've all been eaten up by this monster at some point. And yeah, it's leaking all over now, and they're just, like I said, showing the sort of growths pulsating and different shit is happening. And then there's the sort of recording that plays. This is where the toxic thing came in, and I was curious if I didn't know how much of the theory there was about DOI like deliberately spiking people. It just seems weird to me. But you then hear like, we need to see it. It was meant for us. It was meant for us. We got to see it. We need to see it. As like the scene's building up the tension until we're gonna reach, the location. And there's a growth that's grown over the button, basically solving his problem of it constantly playing now. It's the flashy stuff has gotten onto the button, so it's just repeating the shots for him. And as he's getting closer and closer, a droplet hits his head, and he's going to reach for it, and he realizes his arms, like he's put bandages on them, there's blood coming through. So he starts to like peel them off, and his flesh is doing some really gross shit. Yeah, he's I've heard different things on this. It's the blood of the blood ocean is something wrong with it, and it's infected him. I've heard again that he got
into Bootstrap Bill,
got spiked, and that's something mutating him. But I also heard that the idea is that the radiation from the camera has gradually done that to him, because he's not actually fully shielded from it in there. I suppose he could be imagining some of it because he's losing his mind. I guess it's up to you on which one you think is the most plausible. But he is looking pretty disgusting.
I got the impression it was proximity to the creature, and having it want to communicate
I thought it was the blood
with him specifically, and opening up the connection. And
I thought it might be the proximity to the monster as well. Actually, I would that at first anyway.
I bet they very well are probably working in tandem, because it's spooky blood, and it's a spooky monster that can communicate with him telepathically, and make him see
They're
visions.
all related, aren't
they?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, we're not going to get full answers on these things, because that's not the nature of it. They don't want to give full answers on some of this stuff, because they want people to speculate and discuss. But yeah, so he arrives, and it's not looking great. A panicking Ava is on the recording, and she's saying, basically, you've got to get that black box to safety. You've got to protect it. Nothing else matters. And he's trying to appeal that, like, why we, what happened to, what are we doing here? What we discussed? And you hear the voice then say, she can't save you, but you can destroy the data. Tell her the SM8 is lost. None can see the light again. Do the right thing. And then he says, you said you'd get me out. We had a deal. And I thought that the performance from the actress from Ava was really good in this sequence. And when you understand what's happening, her ship has arrived. And if you just give me a moment here, the camera, like I said, it's still running. And this creature seems unhappy that they're getting to the point of being able to get that information out. And this is an image that pops up.
Yeah.
So Ava is aware. Ava's here. She's in that ship, and she's bored, like she's nearly dead. And she basically like begs him to get. She says, "You deserve your freedom." She's sorry she can't give it to him, but this is worth it. It's more than anything. It's more than you. And then you hear the voice say, "Ava, I'm sorry," and then she dies. And I was like, "Oh shit, that's it. That's it right there in terms of." He could have been mad at them forever about this whole scenario, but he just watched like Ava do the thing that she has basically had him do. Like she actually gave her life for it.
It says something about her character,
She wasn't kidding. This was all that mattered to her.
Yeah, and the delivery of the lines, it had this freneticism to it, and it was, really like it was beleaguered, and it had its energy to it at the same time. It was really good. Sold it really well.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad, even though, this whole scenario has been insane. And just having it so that his ship is parked such that he watches it in pieces as the photos are coming up. while listening to her. And of course, watching her die, while only thinking it's like, is there any chance that I can still escape while also caring about her, while also understanding the situation? But this, I think, is what would give him enough to sort of understand how important this sort of thing is. But yes, she's dead, and the voice says, her blood is on your hands. How many more bodies will you climb over to save your own? Your mother wouldn't recognize you. Is death the only thing she taught you? Which seems like it's kind of tormenting him. It's being a bit mean. Of
a real
Being a
jerk,
bit
man.
rude. Yeah.
it's not the kind of thing I would hang out with, personally, even if I was in a
No.
blood ocean.
Not even if I was at the bottom of a blood ocean on a weird moon.
So he says, you're just a piece of shit that doesn't know it's dead. What do you know? Fuck that, fuck you. You want to eat me? Come and try. And so he rams into it and then starts to back off. And you just start hearing it go, Simon! Which, it's hard for me to hear anyone yell a name at this point and take it seriously because it's too soon after Metroid Prime 4, okay? I've got trauma.
Oh, yeah.
But no, it sounds like I like the voice. I like the combination of voices we're familiar with being in its like core being because it's consumed them. I like that it's changing the voice because it doesn't know exactly how to appeal to him or what to damage him the most with. I'm a big fan of this creature. I think it's really neat.
I like it.
So he opts to do what Ava really wanted him to do. He starts crawling through the bottom of the ship, which is now filled like halfway with blood. Which when I was watching this, I was like, okay, here we go. Because I was waiting for where... I know they were using a shit ton of blood in this film. I was like, we haven't used that much yet. I was like, here we go. It's like sloshing through a whole fucking load of it, getting absolutely drenched. Obviously, there was the blood ocean bit, but I assume a lot of that would have been effects as well. Anyway, he gets to the black box to rescue his data that would now have the SM8 data. And nearly drowns, but comes out of the hole just before running out of time, and he wraps it in the life preserver and he ties it with the bracelet. And so but before completing it, so to speak, he starts like doing crazy hallucinations, realizing his like face is fucked up now, and everything is like he kind of looks like a mutant, and he's drawn like he's sort of strewn into the ship by both hands being drawn into the pipes. I guess this is like the last gasp of the creature trying to stop him. And it forces him. He pulls off the first hand himself, but then the second one's not as easy. And so he has to pull so hard it tears it off, the arm.
Yep.
Which presumably,
Nice
I mean...
Nolly.
Yeah, like his whole biology, I think, is fucked at this point. And he's just using what he has.
He's warped into something else. It's like corrupting his body to where it can just like fall apart like that. Deteriorating him physically in the same way that he's being mentally deteriorated from the stress and this thing talking to him, and he's still going.
So yeah, he manages to complete the sort of taking care of the thing, and the creature's just yelling, seething, molding, coping, and he says, "Please keep this safe, Mum. It's it's worth more than me. It's worth more than me," which is the completion of the arc through the whole film. It's not about surviving this situation anymore. It's about making the best of it in order to, best benefit those who come after, sort of thing. And he says, "You want the butcher? Come on!" And it just takes the fire extinguisher because the teeth of the creature have come through the actual iron lung now, and so he starts like hitting them and breaks one or two. And then it says, "We can save everyone within us." Which is a really interesting appeal, I think, that the creature ultimately, especially with that line about the whole god stuff, that it considers itself like the correct graveyard of the universe. Like everyone should be
they're not
within.
Or even a worse implication being that they're not even gone. They still exist in some capacity.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's like the really haunting part. But the beast itself like thinks that's good, that it can consume and envelop consciousness continuously, and that it deserves to do that. Like that's its function, and that humans are kind of just getting in the fucking way, potentially by trying to use the blood ocean for whatever means. But yeah, there's like an electrical interference. It's the crushing the ship actually does significant damage to the creature itself. Obviously, as a big, I guess, final fuck you. And the last shot we see is of the package that he made floating to the surface, and a sort of spotlight arriving on it, implying, of course, that they found it and they've got the information, and
Yep.
who knows what'll
Step on the
happen.
blood.
Which wraps up Iron Lung.
What a flim. What a movie.
I like it. I probably like it more than it's good, but it has good stuff in there.
I'm quite fond of it.
I like it more than I
not in small quantities.
I definitely like it more than I dislike it, and I don't really have much. I don't really have much dislike for it. I think it just needs to be like honed and shaped, that kind of thing. This is a jolly good first attempt at like a movie, especially when based off a game. Get a lot of admiration for making it happen, for having it look as good as it does, for keeping with the spirit of the game quite excellently. I'm
a big fan of it having it's very life affirming, like in the face of, cosmic horror, kind of like, yeah, but fuck you though, which I enjoy.
Yeah, I like the grand effort everyone puts into getting this mission to succeed despite it being fucking insane odds, and I think they did a good job with the creatures' designs and sort of I quite like the dialogue. For me, in like the first act, it's rocky. Second act there's not much of it, but the third act I was much happier with it. I was quite interested.
It's the best part of the movie. It's the best part of the movie for sure.
And this is why I would be like, if you chop a half hour out and just tighten some things about how everything works, I really think it would boost the film significantly. I would even maybe assume you could edit this down as is without even adding new stuff in, and you'd probably end up with a film that's much easier for a lot of people to sort of follow the through line of. Because unfortunately, I read a lot of people have no idea what happened in this film. As in, they're like, what was the creature?
I don't think I get that.
Well, so the problem, I suppose, is part of it is that there is supposed to be ambiguity on some stuff, and it's part of doing Lovecraft. So,
to be fair, a lot of ambiguity, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's like I did say this earlier, there's a problem of, is that supposed to be ambiguous, or is that just not making any sense? And I don't like the excuse of, it's Lovecraft, so don't worry about it. It's like, no, we don't have to do that. But at the same time, I'm not talking about, what exactly the filament station stuff, or like all the different lore pieces, or what exactly is the function of this. I'm talking about people who are like, I don't understand what happened in the end, really, at all. Just like what was everything, how much of it even happened, sort of stuff. And it's just like, oh dear. Like, and I'm not saying that's a problem necessarily on the viewer. I guess I'm saying it's like, if we could tighten the film, maybe it would alleviate some of those problems.
I think so. My sister was a bit confused, and even I, certainly was kind of coming out. I had to like sit down and think about it a lot and kind of piece things together of what did it want me to think versus what did it necessarily say, and what was, just being, what was the lie, and what was this thing doing, what was it capable of, what was its goal, what was this information exactly that it wanted to stop so much, and
I think
why,
it's sort of to its credit that the movie does want you to think. That's kind of like its primary aim with the end. So it so much is left open to interpretation. It is so ambiguous, but there are, as Mulder has sort of gone through, there are these thematic through lines and there are character through lines. So it wants you to be able to understand like the basic sequence of events, if not entirely what any of that means in the end. My problem with it is that I had lost interest in it about an hour before it got interesting. So by the time it got to that, I was not at all invested in trying to figure out what vague thing it's hinting at here. Because it's not also that it's like saying, oh no, this is it is uncomplicatedly life affirming, and humanity now has all the information it needs to solve the problem that we never actually got around to explaining properly in the beginning, because we don't know what information have they got. What is that information going to do? What does this mean for humanity? Is this actually going to reverse the silent rapture, whatever it's called? Like, is that fixable? Is everyone just going to die anyway? Have we got resources now? None of that, unless I've missed something, because it had just completely lost me by this point. I don't think any of that's answered by the end of the movie, which is the kind of thing I'd kind of like more of, because then I can say, well, okay, it's interesting to figure out what the monster wants, but at least I understand what humanity wants out of this adventure.
No,
and
I
don't
get you, because
really
that's
think
not.
I understand that either.
No one can excuse that by saying, well, it's Lovecraft. It's like, it wouldn't be Lovecraftian to explain to us how much food and air the humanity have.
No.
It's like we could go further on that, and I mean, we went over.
It doesn't even save us.
I do think
basic.
At premise, there's a lot of significant issues that need ironing out before we even get into like what the film does, because it just seems like a lot of things are out of sync. And again, could be a result of remaining as faithful as possible, but it also could be a result of, I guess, making the story didn't see that as an issue, as in like these things didn't seem incongruent, which I just be like, okay, well, you know, the different strokes for different folks, but at the same time, you know, a lot of it works for me in a way that I do think is commendable. Like something you just kind of remind me of by the sort of through lines is there's like he's got multiple layers, and one of them is like a sheath for a dagger, and there's a moment at one point of a woman handing him it when it's got the knife in it, and I think that's supposed to be his mum, and that he like grabs it every once in a while in the movie, and that's another thing he fastens the thing with, as in like I think because of his fascination and interest in not only Five Nights at Freddy's, which is extremely lore heavy and like fan dependent on sort of looking into and figuring different things out, he likes lore, he likes the ability to speculate, and so he likes leaving things vague enough that you can do that with, and I think that'll have bad results but also some good stuff too. Like what does the knife mean? What's the significance of that? And it's like, well, presumably it's the like his mother would have been an inspiring figure for him in life, be it in the form of hope or fighting, considering it's a weapon. And then he would have had it taken off him when he got here, of course, the knife, but not necessarily the sheath. And then to talk about, you know, talking to his mum as he's about to die to take care of it with that sheath. There's like these little things that are happening that I think not only indicate a lot of passion and interest from him as this is a project, but also give room for me to believe that there are answers to some questions that I may have missed, but there are also things that I think are left kind of unacceptably holy. Holy in the sense of a whole, not...
Yes.
like, not holy.
Holy like cheese.
So
I think, you know, as is always the case, fundamentally, there's a balance to be made in terms of leaving things up for audience interpretation and what is definitively stated in a movie, and that will depend on the type of story being told. Obviously, in a romantic comedy, you don't want quite as many things so vague, but I think so. It really will depend on how much a person wants to invent the explanation for what is happening and what could happen after the end of the story in their head, and how satisfied they are in doing that. I think personally, all the questions that Little Platoon mentioned, all of the things that go unanswered, they just pile too high for me.
I think that's fair. I wouldn't even disagree. The mechanical elements of like the world building and the reason he's here, I don't think are very good.
Yeah, and I feel like there's just fundamentally not enough for me to really sink my teeth into as to why this happened, what the creature wants, why they did this way, what is the state of the world, is this even fixable, what's in the black box. Like when you add all of those things up, I'm like, I don't really know what there is to go on really to understand what's happening beyond how it is to experience this as someone who has no idea what's happening in the form of Simon. So like his arc is understandable and comprehensible in a sea of things that either make no sense or you have not enough information to make sense of them. But I just think the balance is a little too skewed in one direction for me.
Well, yeah, and suppose, is there anything else anyone would like to say in closing? Because we'll move on to the next, so to speak, section.
Oh gosh, what hasn't already been said that we feel? I suppose.
I like the way you said that. That was
yeah, I like the way you said that too. It had a nice ring to it.
Okay, well, I thought you were leading that into something.
No,
I was.
Sound like
I will say, I did just see this. It's projected to have earned over 30 million domestically by Sunday.
Oh well, don't worry about that. We'll get into keep that in mind. Like you can bring it up. It's just that we'll get into like the post results because we'll get a bit more on that in a second. I was just going to say anything more on the movie itself.
I guess I know that we're going to be delving into the meta going forward, right? Of the YouTube ecosystem and everything.
Oh, for sure.
But, I mean, yeah, for a YouTuber who, number one, isn't even like his main thing isn't even about movies, about video games. to then go and make a film where it's like, hey man, not bad. Is like that in and of itself is kind of an amazing accomplishment, since the ratio of success in that realm is it's not high. Like, unfortunately.
Obviously, the direct comparison has to be theatrically released, feature movie by a YouTuber. Shelby Oaks is the direct comparison. Scaled, I think this blows that out of the water. It's not even close.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is way better, way better.
And you can, there is passion behind it. It's not only like is it an attempt at a very faithful adaptation, but it does also build on. It's not just a point-for-point adaptation. There's clearly thought has gone into the character beats and the thematic beats in it as well to underpin everything. If you're going to do any movie, but particularly a video game adaptation, it's way better to do something like this than, as has been mentioned, something like Fallout. Like this is an attempt to take something you find really interesting and to show other people why it's so interesting, as opposed to take something you don't really understand and tell some jokes with it. So more of this, like this is a step in the right direction for video game adaptations generally. Doesn't do much for me, but I appreciate the mindset that goes into it and the talent that went into it and the passion that went into it, and the result is much better than a lot of comparable things.
Yeah, I guess that is kind of a fascinating thing, right? Because this film, for me, is probably hovering around like sort of 5-6 territory, somewhere around there. But that does rate it pretty high among video game adaptations.
I was going to say, why did you say that in front of Cap? He's going to beat you up.
Wait, for what?
Why?
Oh, I assume your rate would be far lower than 5 to 6. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, I'd go like 4, so it's not that much lower.
Yeah,
well, wait, just so we understand, what's Shelby Oaks for you?
Oh, like a 2?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's about.
That means this is doubly as good as Shelby Oaks.
No,
that is what that means.
I don't know that I don't know that it should be working like that, because I would consider it considerably. Shelby Oaks is awful. It really is.
It's really, really bad.
It's worse than I was expecting.
It was worse than expected, which is honestly like, really? It's like, yep. That breakdown, it was just like, God, there's a problem at every fucking turn. I don't know, because Cap, you said you just seen it, like,
and it doesn't have anything to say that's worthwhile.
Every step of the investigation, everything about how it starts, everything to do with all of it, none of it makes sense. There's a problem at like every single sentence of how everything runs.
And
it's
not
crazy.
Even a complicated story.
No, it's really simple.
It's really simple. It doesn't have much to say, and it's like a disaster through and through.
Fundamentally broken.
The sheer number of ways that the story should have solved itself before the story even started is quite impressive. It's like, how did the police not find the graveyard of murdered babies? Like, did they not even look?
No, they didn't.
And I guess it's gonna sound like we've just given it borderline a 0 out of 10 out of context, but you have to remember our scales. It's not we don't do the 7 out of 10 at least. You know what I mean? Like, everything is fucking moved.
No, like if you're getting to a 5 or a 6, is like, hey.
I mean, the people who watch this show know that's a good score.
I mean,
there are many 5 and 6.
If this movie is a 5 or a 6, that means that we rate it higher than like basically every Marvel movie since Infinity War.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And 5, there are a lot of 5 and 6 movies that I think about to this day that I am interested in, that kind of stick around. You know what I think about?
Sure. Well,
The Empty Man and
I mean, I understand.
When Evil Lurks.
Maybe going against the grain here, but like Iron Lung did stick in my head a little bit. I was thinking about it when I went to sleep the night I'd seen it. I was just like interested, but I think again I've got a really strong bias in favor of this sort of thing. It's fun to me. The whole spooky creature that has that kind of like investment in consumption and toys with people that sort of way. And I like the blood ocean too. Also, the idea that it's human blood, does that mean potentially that the Quiet Rapture was just all the planets disappeared, all the humans got mushed into blood and thrown into these moons? I don't know.
Who knows?
I mean, it makes you wonder: are these where all the humans went? But where'd the planets go? Was it the planets that got bloomed away, or was it the spaceships? There's a lot of questions that should not be answered, probably, and just let it be there. Just let it be there as its thing, as its weird thing that makes you think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically the difference for me between this and Shelby Oaks is that Shelby Oaks has a much more definitive story that's broken at literally every turn, and the Iron Lung just doesn't quite have enough story for me, which is a very
And what there
different
is
kind
still
of problem.
slightly broken as well. So
That is,
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
the
Yeah.
premise itself leaves a lot to be desired, but like, you know, once we're in it, you know, it gets better. Before we move on to the meta stuff, one thing that was mentioned a couple times in the chat and was definitely a problem for me, I wonder if it was for you guys as well. I think part of the reason why so many people had trouble following what happens in the final act is the sound.
Yes,
The
yes,
sound
it was a
design
problem.
not very clear. It
Oh
was hard
yes,
to
it
hear.
was.
And I want
It was
to
difficult to understand a lot of what was being said.
get ahead
And my
of.
sister had this issue as well.
There's a counter for this that I hate. I assume you guys already know where I'm going to go with this. I've seen it. A couple people have said this. Like, you're not supposed to fully be able to hear all of it. It's kind of supposed to be chaotic, and you're not supposed to fully understand. I was like, dude, there's just words I couldn't hear. Okay, it was like in the middle of sentences.
And at that point, it's like, no, this is just a problem.
Yeah, I think it needs to be mixed a bit better than that. And it was a little annoying because I was really invested in hearing those lines, and I was like, I can't.
Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
matter a lot, actually. They really do. You got to be able to hear them.
Gotta watch it with subtitles, I guess, in future.
Well, they didn't have that at the theater.
Some showings do, but certainly not for this. There's limited showings for this one.
Yeah, some do, for sure.
Alrighty, well, to continue. So this is now it's somewhat, well, I think the timeline speaks for itself. I'll clarify if needs be, but here we go. Moving on. And I've got the shield up now because these ones got hit with like claims. So I'm just trying to be careful. I don't want the stream to go down. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but
okay.
So you'll still be able to see, don't worry. And
oh my god, there's a long.
I want to show you something. I've been talking about it for a while, but I don't think I've ever shared footage of it. And this is a little behind the scenes of Iron Lung, so it's not spoilery, but it's peering behind the curtain a little bit. So what you're seeing in front of you is the set. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around.
Before he says anything, I was just like, that's so fucking awesome, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. I just want to hop on there and have a fun ride.
That's what they filmed the whole thing in. It's just like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And again, no, I don't mean to compare with Chris Stuckman, okay? But just like this alone is already like, good God, like you must have packed a lot into this.
You did it. You built it. You built a set, and it's on little pneumatic tubes and pistons, and it moves around like a fun, crazy, wacky roller coaster. Because I thought that they just played around with the cameras, and then he would move in a certain way,
so too.
and then you pair them together, like whenever the Enterprise gets hit by a torpedo and people move around, but it's something like that. But I'm like, oh, really? Look, you're really getting bounced around in there.
Yeah, it's interesting because I didn't assume it was real. I didn't assume that they actually were moving and tilting the set around. So
I did enjoy him getting thrown around, and I was curious when watching. I was like, that must have been a stunt double, right? Because that looked like it might have hurt. You gotta be careful there, bud. Unless they padded the walls.
I would have assumed, if anything, it was like wire work, not that they're literally moving this. Okay, so I can see how they spent $3 million now. That's for sure.
Because you don't really know what you're looking at. It's like a house being thrown around, which is basically what this thing is. But this is the NACMO. This is the thing that we used throughout production, driven by this guy over here. We call him Nickmo. Really fun to work with. Well, pretty much everyone on set was really fun to work with. I could sing their praises for a very long time, and I probably will. If you listen
Except for those people.
You know what I'm talking about.
What? No, it's a thought. It's a thought. It's to make it, but it doesn't matter. It didn't land as well as I thought. So whatever.
How did we get in here?
Every time it's referenced, we feel like doing the whole scene. It's like, no.
The whole thing.
We'll move on. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I agree with Charlie. I mean, who are you? Yeah, we don't even know who you
Private
are.
event. Those distant screams are funny. Just here we go.
Wow, it's hard to even put into words what this is like. We started with around 60 theaters, I think, actually. And that rose fairly quickly, but 60 was the start. And now we're up to 1,578, which is...
It's cool. It's like a spreading cancer, but a good cancer. Good job.
I like how they made the ocean red.
Well, all the cinemas are just him screaming, which is kind of fun as well.
So what was the number of theaters? What did you say?
Sorry, I didn't catch
60 at the beginning.
Yeah,
1578 now.
I think at some point he says like 40 were locked in before they'd even like began filming, but as time has gone on, they've just managed to grow the number.
So while we're comparing to Shelby Oaks, as we're having so much fun doing, Shelby Oaks played in 1800, so comparable, all things considered.
Well, and obviously he's still getting more as the days go by, or trying to. We'll see how everything goes, obviously.
I mean, I don't even know. I'm in Guam. I'm in Guam. After so many years of working on this, and always having in my mind that I'm like, I'm going to bring it to theaters. I am going to bring it to theaters because I believe it deserves to be in theaters. And I didn't think that it was going to be a lot of theaters, but I was going to bring it to theaters no matter what. And now Regal has picked it up. Cinemark has picked it up. AMC has picked it up. Pretty much every major movie chain that you know of in the United States has picked it up. I'm very grateful that it's now on.
Yeah, Regal's where I saw it.
Like,
jeez.
It's.
I don't think Chris Stuckman can cry.
I'm not sure. I think our scientists are getting back to us on that, but no, I don't think so.
He's just not, I can't.
I can't imagine the feeling he's having seeing his movie like being officially presented and being seen by people. Obviously, something else happens in a moment that's likely even more impactful. So before, Karen, I just wanted to let that play a second.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. It's.
I really like his gown. It's got Boo on it.
I was gonna ask Fringy if you really like that. It just
it just took me a little second to register. It's like, oh hey, that's like it's got Boo on it. That's fun.
It's been so hard. It's been so hard to juggle all of this for so long. I just never expected something like this. You know, we did a premiere, and I guess I got some kind of imposter syndrome or something, because after it, all the other YouTubers and streamers that we invited, they came up to me and they said how cool it was, how impressed they were. I just, it's so easy to get lost in the sauce when you're 3 years into a project and you've only had your reputation and your word to go on, and you believed me? That means a lot. I've said for years, for my entire time doing this YouTube thing, that there's real people behind the numbers, that it's a real thing, and you have to always treat that with respect, and you have to understand the number of lives that people live outside of this internet sphere. Oh man. And now it's playing in my hometown, and I am
now I know for sure that this map is not complete. It does not have all of the theaters that are available, because I know that there's a showing in Milford, which is it's a town in Cincinnati where I grew up. And yeah, it's just been really cool. The Esquire is just a beautiful place. And it's
So just to be clear, what happened there is he pulled up the local theater, and then the timings, and all of them are sold out, which you just saw. It's like, no.
That's great.
Which, you know, it was one of the things I noted, and a lot of people did. I was like, oh shit, my theaters.
Yeah.
Not many people go to my. Like, to be clear, the most popular I saw in a while was the Minecraft movie, and I was like, Jesus Christ. But I was like, you know, okay, which was obnoxious to say the fucking least. Of course, you know what I'm talking about. But going to Iron Lung, the first factoid was just, yeah, every seat is filled. Okay, and the other factoid was, I didn't see anybody older than 35. I was like, oh wow, there's a whole fan base here who very invested in helping him, you know, achieve his dream, so to speak. So
I was surprised myself. It's like, yeah, no, about a week out. So yeah, I guess I'd take a look. I gotta. Oh shit! All right, gotta get that ticket.
So yeah, I don't know, because I guess he's it's not the first time he tears up. He's done it before on a lot of different sort of events, but you know, I can't exactly. It would be difficult not to, in terms of a life goal, to see this, especially with it wasn't quite delivered on a platter. You know, a lot of fighting had to happen to get it.
I mean, it took a couple of years to get it, to have, like, in terms of getting it distributed. Like, it wasn't a guarantee that it was going to essentially get a wide release, which is kind of what happened.
Also worth remembering that he funded the film himself.
Yeah,
basically,
which is
no
awesome.
one ever does that at this level.
No,
So,
that's
like,
so cool.
Just think about the risk you're taking when it's literally your own money also, and it's your entire reputation, and you're doing almost, not all of it, but obviously a lot of it yourself. You're producing, you're directing, you're editing, you're starring in it, and you're distributing it yourself, because you didn't get a distribution deal. I don't know if he even tried to get one or whether he just always intended to self-distribute, but that's what he did. And so much is riding on him. And I think, as he mentioned, that, like, so much was riding on his reputation and his word, you know, and it was all his own money, so that it worked and paid off, and that he, you know, it's playing in however many theaters and in his hometown. Like, that's really fucking awesome, actually. That's
and I mean, the impression I get for sure is it's really amazing that so many people are going to see the film, not, oh shit, I'm actually going to make some money, you know, like, off of this. It's it definitely comes across as, wow, so many people are interested in seeing this thing that I've made. How cool is that? It's very cool.
Yeah. And the time commitment and all that.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, right? Because the project's completed for a while, but this is the more official sort of, like, declaration of its completedness.
These are good tears. By the way, I swear. I've just had a lot of myself put into this. A lot of myself. And I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy and motivated to keep making things. I just have this desire to make things. And the hardest part, I think, is because of how long this one took, is I haven't been able to really make things. That's why I keep saying I can't wait to get back to just doing YouTube stuff, because I am addicted to that cycle of making things. And YouTube is such a fast cycle of making things. It's instantaneous almost. Even this video, I didn't know that I was going to make a vlog yesterday, but when I woke up this morning, I knew I had to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just really, really happy. And I'm really, really grateful. And I'm going to have a call later today about international stuff, which They asked me if I had international rights to the movie. And I had to text David, the developer of the game. Hey, do I have international rights?
Yeah, I guess that'd be funny. Like, can I even do this?
Oh, man. But there was so many things now that I didn't think were possible, so they weren't even in conversation. And now it's like, oh, it's really happening. It's really a thing. I want popcorn buckets. I want a big fish gulp. You know, the drink cup with big. You know, I want teeth. I want a blood bucket of popcorn. I want. I just didn't think it was possible.
Just to jump in and remind people that 98% of indie films don't make their money back. That's a real statistic. So it is actually incredibly rare for any independent film to make money.
Especially when you start off with something that was almost 3 million. That's a lot of. I mean, obviously there's the scale that might make you think it's a bit askew, but that's a lot of money.
You got to remind people it's the same with video games as well. Like for every Hollow Knight, there are so many that nobody's heard of. Like it's not even that they came out and people kind of didn't like them. It's like people don't even know that they exist. There's a lot of people trying to make stuff, and it's very difficult. It's very hard to succeed.
You guys proved me wrong. Anyway, let me get out of here. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Can't wait for you to see it. And as always, I'll see you in the next video. In the next movie. I mean, hopefully there's a video in between this and the movie. Anyway, bye-bye.
Welcome to the video where I am ill-prepared to do the thing that the title says I'm going to do, but I'm going to do my best. If you've watched the trailer and you haven't gone back to ironlung.com to check the website, there's more theaters. There's 6 times more theaters than there were when I posted the trailer. And I know you guys probably don't know the full details. I hope to talk a bit about it now. I'm surprised, to say the least. I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm manually parsing the theater address, and Amy is putting it into the website, and we're trying to get the thing updated. If you go to the website and you check out the map, we had to update it because apparently the Google Map API was costing a lot of money to get directions for, so we had to come up. Amy, I mean, I say we. I didn't do anything in this. I am so. I'm thrilled. Like really, I am genuinely excited. One thing to basically take from all this is I think you all have discovered this over the past few years, at least, if you're a movie fan or any kind of person that's in the world of video entertainment in one way or another. There is something fundamentally broken with the movie industry and the system that it is.
So he's lagging, that's why that looked weird, but
okay.
You might agree with that statement, guys here, maybe, just a little bit? A little bit wrong with
no,
the
cinema system is perfect. It's amazing. There's nothing wrong with it, and anybody who dares to say that there's anything wrong with it or that they don't like it is a piece of shit.
Interesting take you have there, Friggy.
Friggy has strong opinions.
Look, all right. I heard this on Twitter. Anybody who dislikes cinemas is wrong fundamentally.
So that's kind of the other element, which we've already alluded to, but the concept of this project, right? A whole load of people supporting an individual making a movie with pretty close to full freedom, maybe not completely, and some difficulties, but then goes out and sees it when it's complete. Irrelevant of like the quality, it feels as though that is a process that we don't have at all. The connection between the audience requesting something to exist an artist doing it for them and then them buying it and that being the completed. You know, now it's more, you guys want Star Wars, right? We're all sitting there like, like,
I mean, I want good Star Wars.
what are you making?
Andor was expensive, so that's not going to happen again. I mean, that's kind of where we're at, unfortunately.
Well, I guess I need not summarize the alternative instead of just saying you can watch the first 300 and however many episodes we're on right now, 373 episodes before this one, if you want to catch up on what might be something of an issue we have. But it's just, again, even if the movie were the worst thing ever made, the process is so much more of a thing that it would be nice to happen more, because where it stands right now is, I mean, you know, how excited are you guys for He-Man? What do you guys think?
That's right, Jared Leto Skeletor. Have fun.
Can someone explain why I've been seeing several
toxic masculinity Skeletor?
Toxic masculinity Skeletor. What the fuck?
It's like they're designing it to lose money. Like, why would you keep that shit to yourself?
Toxic masculinity Jared Leto Skeletor is just, it's like, that's, yeah, like, it's like, right, he's like, you're trying to sabotage the project, yeah? Like, that's what you're doing?
All he needs to do is go, He-Man! I can't do a good Skeletor.
It would be amazing.
You just got to do that and then have him fight He-Man. I assume. I don't know anything about He-Man. I just know that toxic masculinity Skeletor sounds really stupid.
Also, I just saw James Moore say Superman 2025 confirmed as a failure. If you're talking about that quote where they said they shorten release windows for movies that don't perform as well and then use Superman as an example, you can bet that was hilarious for me to see.
And Sinners had a longer one.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's an independent fact. That's just an independent statement.
Don't worry, we'll get even more information the more time goes on about Superman, but everyone will have moved on by the time we get the definitive, but we'll be there, and we'll have fun with it. But, yeah, no, I guess Iron Lung, by comparison, no question on its success. It's gotten everything back. And what's cool as well is this, you know, Mark's already said he's going to be sharing that out with the team. They're all going to get bonuses. And it's like, oh, neat.
Hey!
Hell yeah.
It's good for the theatres involved as well, because they get 50% for this, right? So it's good for those theatres that have played it and are selling out, are getting a very good share of it.
Yeah.
Plus, he's able to give bonuses to the team. Plus, he's now got a fairly nice chunk of money with which he can take to the next project that he wants to work on. It's like many opportunities opening up because this one went reasonably well.
Part of this industry that, you know, many great things have come out. I'm never trying to disparage the movie industry as a whole, but I will disparage the movie industry as a whole because I'm a jackass who's stepping into this acting like I know things, but I kind of know things a little bit here. It's so disjointed. It's so partitioned. It's so separated. It's so multiple islands trying to control everything at once. As much as they like to harp on about, like, oh, there's a cohesive vision and a director there, there's nothing people like more to do than to squash that vision at every turn possible. And I'm not talking like this movie had amazingly talented people on it. I'm not talking about the crew or anything like that. I'm talking about in general. There is this general acceptance, this wide understanding that this is the way things are and this is the way things must be because this is how it's always been done, and if you don't do it this way, then it'll never be anything worth anything. It's gatekeeping to an elitist level.
What's amusing about this is, like, we've already drawn from all the pieces we've had over time that it's like rotted all the way through with every sort of system in place, and yet they continue, right? Like, just to use the obvious example, the way they're making Marvel films with the whole, you know, the script will be finished after the film is. And it's just like, okay, that seems really retarded. And it's like, yeah, but it's worked that way long enough now, longer than anyone would have liked to have believed it was even happening. That's just the way it goes, and we produce things that make loads of money that way sometimes, so it ain't stopping anytime soon. The fucking numbers just ballooning over and over and over again. Like, Doomsday's budget's going to be hilarious if we get the final numbers on that. And you know, like someone coming in and suggesting or doing it, because like this is coming from someone who, as we said, he would have had a lot more control than some of these projects we're talking about, and even he's saying that it's kind of a nightmare to balance the egos of the invested parties, which again, not a huge surprise. It's just also a call to like things need to change, things need to get better, because he's a nice person. He's a flowery nice person, so he's probably not going to say the way that we would put it, which is that holy shit, it's gone to hell. The movie industry is like prolapsing. This is horrendous. It needs, you know, bottom up change. And when someone's like, okay, remove Kathleen Kennedy, that'll fix stuff. It's like, dude,
no,
that's not going to do anything. we got to get them all out. Got to restock entirely.
It's probably kind of emblematic of what we're talking about is that you remove Kathleen Kennedy and 2 heads come to replace her. So see, if anything, you've just doubled the problem. A, like at least one of those people is fucking incompetent, but B, you recognize he's incompetent, so you stick another person there who's an extra layer of management, and then you've got creative on the one hand, and then you've also got co-executive with focusing on the financials on the other hand. It's more complicated and Byzantine to try and get through that system than it was when Kathleen Kennedy was drinking white wine and saying yes to everything.
That'll be the challenge for Filoni sort of going forward. Will he be able to create something like an Andor in the time frame that Kathleen Kennedy had? Will a good project arrive under the supervision of Filoni? And if so, how long do you think it'll take?
I mean, if it arrives at all, it will almost certainly arrive accidentally.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the same for her
I have
in a way.
no hope whatsoever.
I
just hope that the bad stuff they make is entertaining to watch. That's the most that we can realistically hope for.
This is the really like dark reality that a lot of people, I guess, aren't quite ready for. Is that Kathleen Kennedy was so I would probably put shit at her job that she kind of just allowed everything to happen, or a lot of things to happen, and that's how Andor squeaks through. It's like she
was so permissive.
Yeah, she's like whatever. Filoni, he has a vision for Star Wars, a very specific one. I don't know that he would let Andor go through. A lot of people he's said publicly he likes it. It's like, yeah, of course.
Why does that? I don't care what you said.
Of course, he said that publicly.
What you think he's gonna say? Yeah, it's shit.
I hate it.
Andor is antithetical to everything that he's made out of Star Wars. It is the exact opposite. You couldn't get further away from him than Andor.
And so the concern now is like, the tiny hole in the door is now blocked. So it's just like, so yeah, that's that.
It's not, I mean, because he will probably end up in the same position as, say, Kathleen Kennedy as being the bête noire of anyone who wants decent Star Wars. It'll all be his fault going forward, and much of it will actually be his fault because he's shit. But then you also had, it was the that Ben Solo movie that they were talking about, which has it kind of illustrates the deeper problem, which is that that's a pitch for a movie that was concocted by a bunch of people hired by Lucasfilm, and it went to Lucasfilm, and Lucasfilm apparently said, yeah, that sounds good to us, and then it went above Lucasfilm, and it went to Disney, and someone at Disney said, no, you can't do that because he's dead. So that was probably like the Iger department, but now Bob Iger's gone, and he's been replaced by the man who I think either created or at least thought the Galactic Star Cruiser was a good idea. So that bodes incredibly well if that chain of command is still as it is, because then you've got incompetent people at every level, and anyone who says yes to anything will be doing it for the wrong reasons, and some people will say yes and some people will say no. It'll slow down, everything will get bogged down, whereas I think it's kind of what he's talking about here with the fragmentation of so many stakeholders who all believe they have a right to say this is good, this is bad, this should go, this should not go. It's a labyrinthine process to get anything done in any big franchise now, because there's so much money riding on these things. There's no direct pipeline from this person has a really good idea, has made it themselves, and can distribute it straight away to an audience that has trust in them. We don't even know who we're supposed to trust at this point. So it's unless that changes, mainstream movies are still fucked. But hopefully you'll get more stories like this.
Yeah, funny, right? It's like simultaneously they're not as willing to bet on many alternative ideas for movies right now, but at the same time, the ones they do bet on, they bet the farm. They put everything in, and you're just like, why? You chop that in half and then split that half into 100 and then pass that out to a whole bunch of random films and hope for the best. You might actually hit something new, something great.
They have a really perverse relationship with risk taking.
Well, it's the thing, right? The conversation of they're not willing to take risks anymore. It's like, dude, put in like 800 million budget on a film is one of the biggest risks you can take. It's just it's a different kind of risk.
Like an elitist level. And admittedly, it is a very difficult thing. But I want to reiterate, as everyone seems to have forgotten, I am an Emmy-nominated creator.
So the impression I'm getting from him saying this is that he had a bunch of fights with people, and a lot of them told him that he's not in the position to be making the decisions because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Well,
that sounds like a bit of bitterness.
Because he is funding it all himself, and he's the producer and he's the director and all that, is this like questions during production or in development, or is this related to distribution? Like, is this him getting really frustrated that he can't even convince theaters right away to take the risk on the film? Like, what?
It seems like he's talking about distribution mainly.
I would assume, well, because the thing earlier, before the film was even properly coming out, he kind of made reference to some of the stuff, the egos and the communication people involved and stuff. I assume it's at every level, hence the criticism of the industry. Which, to be fair, I think this would still happen in a healthy industry. It's natural for someone to be like, listen, we've got a disagreement creatively, and I've got more experience, so it should be my idea. That it's like, you know, if you come from YouTube versus a person who's made movies, you know who's going to feel superior out of those two. If Chris Stuckman and Markiplier work together on a movie, Chris is going to be like, okay, dude, like, I get it, but come on. One of my favorite movies is Blade Runner. What have you got? What do you like? Fucking Lego movie?
Well, I bet you play video games. I bet you don't even gamble.
I have made things. I have made many things before. I was at the Emmys for a thing I made. I didn't win, but I was there. But it's one of those things where it doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't mean anything. But I don't care that it doesn't mean anything. So I'm not going to let that stop me. I never meant anything in the first place. When I started YouTube, I didn't mean a goddamn thing to nothing. I don't think I mean much of shit right now. I'm still going to make it. I'm still going to make things to the best of my ability. And what I've done over the past few years is try to build out the infrastructure, because I want to keep doing this and I want to keep making more things, and I want to enable the people that I know and care about to be able to make the things that they want to make. I want to kind of try to build some kind of a road forward here. I've been building the infrastructure so that it will be not only easier to do this, but I will not even have to deal with the people that are obstructionist to the process, because it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter what anybody.
It just, you get this sense that, like, man,
who is it?
Someone or someone's really pissed him off at some point.
Maybe years down the road, something will slip, or he'll tell the story once there's been enough distance, and we'll get to figure out, what happened, or who knows. I want to know what happened. I'm a little gossip bunny,
It could be relatively mundane, like someone we've never heard of at one point in production. Yeah, it could be that. It could be some other things.
It could be the sandwiches were subpar and we worked hard that day, damn it.
I'm just imagining though how good it must feel though to have those conversations with those people, and now to be able to turn around and say, well, $28 million opening.
Oh yeah, especially
so
especially if they were the ones that said something like, this won't work, you won't make money or something. You'd be like, ooh.
Says otherwise, think sure does. It doesn't matter at all. And I think that one of the cool things about this is that, like, what we're seeing with the movie theaters is kind of indicative of that. There is
indicative
a want to go see movies. There is a yearning to go see them.
This is where I was talking about a different stream. Like, don't worry about how well theaters are doing, because that'll just happen once the films are there. People will go if there's films to see. That's just how it works. The idea that like humanity has now discovered this lack of interest in seeing films in theaters, like, do you really think that's it? Or do you think maybe it's something else is going on? Because, like, people came out in droves to support him.
If there were better movies.
Dude, I'd love to go back to a time where I could go to the theater not even knowing what I'm gonna see. Isn't that insane? And you go,
you
I'll see this.
Something there that you'll want to see.
But you can't gamble like that anymore. There's no fucking point. It's like, well.
They've been through it before, and it's the same conversation that happened when TV first became a thing, and Hollywood was in a massive crisis because everyone was making shit, expensive Western movies, and no one went to see them. And then everyone said, "Oh, that's because everyone's staying home watching television." But then the big studios, which kept banking on Westerns, failed. And the ones desperate for money turned to innovation and outside creators. It gives you Steven Spielberg, it gives you George Lucas, and it creates the new golden age of Hollywood. All of this has been done before, but we're still in the stage where most of the big studios are in denial. So there was when Ant-Man 3 bombed, which it did. You had people at Disney and Marvel saying, "Oh, people's viewing habits have just changed. They can watch stuff on their smartphones now. There's nothing we can do about that." Generational shift, I think they termed it. A generational shift between Multiverse of Madness, which makes $900 million, and Ant-Man 3. Not many years later, an entire generation has grown up in 3 years and decided we would rather watch everything on our phones. It's all just cope. It's just that your movies are shit. People will still want to. You can see it. Minecraft movie was a bit shit, but at least it had audience value. People liked memeing about it, and people turned out to see it. People turned out to see Barbie. People turned out to see Dune. People still turn out when the movie is giving them something they want. It's just that very few films do that.
Animated family films, those are safe. Those still make a ton of money, provided they look any good at all. Yeah.
If you build it, they will come.
Yeah. Seeing the Lord of the Rings in the theaters again last month was just like, it was spiritual. I was like, if movies were good and exciting and were interesting, I'd be in the theater more. I would. It seems like it takes every 2 months there might be a movie that even is in contention for that for me.
And the business can work. But for some reason, everyone in this industry thinks that a movie needs to cost $200 million and needs to be XYZ and BCA and whatever. It's absurd. And I've never cared before, so why am I going to stop now because other people say no? So I'm not gonna. And one of the things that I discovered is it's broken in more than one ways, because say someone does make something, right? Because the technology is there for pretty much anybody to make what they want to make to differing levels of qualities. Like for things that are bigger, you do need more people. You need people of multiple talents. I have a lot of skills myself, but I do not have all the skills to be able to carry every part of this all the way. I don't think I ever would. I don't think I ever should. But when you have, let's say you have a group of people that have made something like this, and they have a product, but what if they don't have a YouTube channel, or they don't have an audience that wants to see it or has heard about it or got excited about it and requested it? They have to go through the traditional system, and the traditional system is fundamentally broken because they take it, all of it. Like that's the reality of some of the deals that have come across my desk in terms of looking into the traditional means of getting this movie out there. Is they want all of it. You get a pittance. Like, it's not even about the money. It's about, that's my thing. You didn't make that. You had nothing to do with making that. What are you talking about? That's so weird that you would come in here and say, I have the keys to the kingdom. Look at all my success, burning buildings behind them. Look at all of my golden road to movie glory. Piles of poop and trash everywhere.
Piles of poop and trash. This is his way of saying films suck right now. I just find it amusing.
Yeah, this is.
Well, he's not wrong about the traditional distribution methods. Now might be an interesting time to bring this up. Mahler was ranting
go for
about this the other day, because after looking into, how distribution let's try that again. Distribution deals and distribution models actually work. The distribution company takes a lot of the money, as Markiplier said. He says they take all of it. They take a lot of it. So, for example, basically, after looking into this, I have a much better, much clearer view of why Chris Stuckman just completely sold out immediately after Shelby Oaks came out. Because there's a very strong chance he's actually made no money from it yet. So we'll do the numbers really quick. Shelby Oaks made $6 million at the box office. It costs something like 2.8 to make. The theater takes about half of it, all things considered. So there's $3 million that goes to Neon, and Neon usually distributors take about 30%. Like that's how much they get of the gross profits, but the other 70% of what's left does not come to you because everything they do for marketing for delivery, for legal costs, for getting it on the platforms, for all the encoding and deliverable stuff, all the trailers that they make, all that sort of stuff comes out of your earnings, right? So those are recoupable expenses on their account. So when you, depending on how much marketing they did for Shelby Oaks, there's a decent chance that Chris Stuckman has made literally nothing yet. Even
correct me if I'm wrong.
Neon would have made.
They did a thing of making a YouTube channel that was supposed to be representative of like what they call the paranormal paranoids, right? I think. So like they did all of that, then set all that up, and then released all of it. And then there was also like a thing of searching for clues as to the mystery through like YouTube Shorts and everything. Like I'm saying more than conventional marketing. They had a bunch of other stuff in there, and I remember thinking to myself, it's like, man, what a waste. Nobody's theory crafting about Shelby Oaks. It's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think it probably did all that much for them. But so yeah, like I said, there's a decent chance that the film actually hasn't generated any money for him at all yet. Add on to that the film was made by 2 production companies. One of them is by another like independent film director that Chris Stuckman works with, but it's not Chris Stuckman's production company. And the other production company is the one that's run by Mike Flanagan and a few others. So how much ownership does he even have of the movie at all? I don't know. I mean, he didn't spend his own money on it like Markiplier did because
that was crowdfunded.
Yes, but there's a decent chance he hasn't made any money from it at all yet, other than the basic fee he would have been paid like in production and in post-production itself. And I bet you he thought he would be making a lot more from it than he did. And so now he's like, oh, fuck. And because he has no scruples at all, he's like, all right, we're doing the gambling ads now. Because you might look at that deal and say, wow, that's pretty shit. You basically get nothing. But what you get is you get a movie distributed in the theaters, which is very hard to do. And you get the movie on, streaming services, you get it on Amazon Prime, you get it on Apple TV and all that sort of stuff, and you get your name out there. And if the movie is good, that's a launch pad for your career, even if your first movie doesn't actually make a lot of money. Because these traditional distribution models are designed for massive movies making a ton of money. They're not really built for small films making moderate profits, right?
And
so,
on that front, I feel like he's I don't know how much he's benefited from that. As in, like, is Chris Stuckman's name now, gold plated, and you want to grab him as the next? Or it's like, not really. It's Shelby Oaks.
Because the movie wasn't good.
It was worse than that, isn't it? It's like that you have the fans who immediately pivoted to like, well, visually, visually it's good. Like, oh dear. I remember seeing that in the initial reviews. I was like, Jesus, these are the people that are supposed to be like biased in favor. Then what the friends said, and then just broadly everyone's kind of forgotten about it. And then of course what he did after with the most unethical ads has killed like people's ability to try and generate passion for him.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing them side by side, relatively side by side, I guess, is it is stark.
Yeah.
And
Where
so,
on the flip side, because Markiplier decided to distribute the movie himself, obviously it took a lot to get off the ground in terms of convincing theaters to play the movie, but he gets half of the ticket sales, and that's it. No one else takes a cut because he owns the movie. He distributed it himself. There's no distribution company. And so, what has he made? 30 million so far?
So far,
so far. And that's just domestic, isn't it? Not including international.
That includes some money from international, but that will probably go up because it sounds like it's going international kind of on a delay. So
it also just clearly has momentum.
It does have momentum for sure. Yeah.
I just checked the Iron Lung site, and the amount of theaters has gone up quite a bit. It's in 4150 theaters now. So it's
40 what?
You mean 4,150?
That was yeah, right, okay. When you said 4150, I was like 41.
Well, yeah, there was half of one. There was half a theater in Saskatoon
between 41 and 50 theaters.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, there was a closet in Des Moines, but it was but yeah, it's gone up quite a bit since this was recorded by him, and he had that on the screen. I wonder what kind of legs it's got. I'd certainly be curious. I want it to be successful.
What's the thing? If it's dead stop now, it would still be like, holy shit, good job,
Yeah, like worst case scenario, it's a massive success.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's 15 million directly to him. Now he's indicated that that means bonuses and stuff like that for the people that worked on the movie, which is great. Share the wealth and everything. But that is quite a sizable profit.
And of course, long term, it's like you prove that you can make money, which is I mean, if the two things that matter when it comes to making movies is did you make money, or did you get awards?
Yeah.
So if you can get one of those two, and if you can get both, then I mean, shit, then you're set.
And so
obviously he worked for years and years and years to build that audience, right? That's a lot of hard work and time and money that he put into it to generate the audience for a movie like this, such that he doesn't have to spend any money on marketing other than the creation of a trailer and some deliverables and stuff like that. What's fundamentally broken about the industry is that, like, if you don't already have that, it's very hard to get people's attention. Very hard to get people's attention. You need to spend a ton of money on marketing.
It's kind of like how, New York Times best-selling author is something that will always, you kind of see it with movies, right? Academy Award winning. And if they don't have that, Academy Award nominated. And if they don't have that, Golden Globe winning, and so on and so forth. As part of marketing, that prestige is helpful. And I guess that's the thing. It's a notable difference between Stuckman. It's like, Stuckman could not leverage his audience to bolster his movie. I mean, it did worse than people who had Good Boy had that was a director's first film. He didn't have like a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers, and I think that film actually ended up doing pretty well, particularly because it only cost like $80,000 to make. I think it made
$8.8 million.
Yeah, and it's like meanwhile, so that film made more money with nothing essentially working in its favor than Stuckman did, leveraging over 1 million subscribers.
It cannot be understated, and a lot of people have said this. I'm not saying anything new, but it's just because a lot of people said like, "Hey, Markiplier had like fucking 10 times the subscribers, so it's not even a fair comparison." It's like Stuckman had Mike Flanagan, dude. Like,
yeah. He had Mike Flanagan. He had, he's one of the most respected film critics on YouTube, whereas Markiplier's a video game guy. So him going and making a movie, it's like, that doesn't necessarily translate directly.
I'd love to know what Mike Flanagan said when he first watched the movie. I guess,
yeah, did he say, good effort?
He must have just been celebratory, because I'm sorry, but like, is this not the absolute just the proof in the pudding, so to speak, of the whole, don't be critical, support each other's filmmakers? It's like, no, you need to tell him, you need to tell Chris, this is not working, dude.
You learn the conversations that were had, when Lucas was showing different people Star Wars, and how scathing in particular De Palma, being a bit of a jackass.
Yeah, it feels
like that's good.
Yeah, the vibe is that they can do that because they all know they're helping each other. Like, this is important. You got to get this stuff said.
Well, it's almost like you know that you're friends when you can take the piss out of each other. But if you're like a little bit, oh shit, can I actually tell that joke? It's like because you're not really like you're not on great terms. It's more like an acquaintance. It's like, I don't know if you want that kind of relationship with your fellow like filmmakers when they're trying to give you advice on like your life's work. Not the culmination of it, but like, this is what you do. This is your art. And nobody feels comfortable saying like, that was a bit shit, my man. Like, I guess there's nothing that can be done now, but
There's been a lot of speculation in the chat as to whether Chris Stuckman will review Iron Lung. Do you guys think he will?
He has to, right? Like, that's just a win-win for him to do that, to positively review it. I don't think so yet, but I would have thought that's something he should want to do that. I mean,
he should do it, and he should try to not look big mad, which he might be, because obviously if he looks nice and magnanimous, then it's then that'll work.
Yeah, to be clear on that one. A lot of people have said, like, of course he'd be the opposite of Big Mad because this is exactly what he wants for the industry, so he'd be very happy. Not only do I, one, believe that's naive as hell, that he's absolutely Big Mad, but two, I don't blame him for being Big Mad at all. I think that's normal.
No, I'd be Big Mad if I was him. It's like a totally valid thing to be jealous. You tried to make a movie, it didn't work. Someone else who was essentially a peer went and made a movie and kicked your ass, relatively speaking, in terms of acclaim and box office.
I think that's totally human to just be like, damn, like, okay, Jesus, wow. And yeah, I mean, not much else needs to be said on that front, but I would imagine he would make a review of it, and he would just spend the time saying it's a great film made by a great guy who did a great job, and this is what we need. That's what the video would be, I'd assume.
The last one he made was about Send Help, the Raimi film, and a lot of the comments are asking him where his Iron Lung review is.
If he's got
if he doesn't,
a lot of them are like, please review Iron Lung. Where is Iron Lungs?
if he actually doesn't, that would be a huge fuck up on his part to not.
I think it would be, because it would be conspicuous. It's because it is success. It's really done well. So like it would be strange if he didn't cover it as like one of the big, it's like the most successful movie so far of the year. Obviously the year's pretty short. It will get beaten out, obviously, but like it's conspicuous. Also, he has an ad in it for some sort of like career consultation service of some kind.
Of course.
Well, it's kind of funny that if he doesn't review it, by implication, he didn't like it, because that's
that's his system. That's the thing. That's his standard. That's the standard that he's enforced. He didn't need to do that, but now it is noteworthy. It's like, what's up, man?
That's what I couldn't believe he'd have to. Not only would he have done it already, I would have thought, but if he's actually like decided he doesn't want to, surely he will buckle under everyone telling him to. He'd be like, okay, and he won't care that much. He'll just be like, Iron Lung is made by Markiplier, who's been on YouTube for a very long time. He has a very passionate fan base, and we need more of this. Yay, thumbs up, good job, recognized.
But anyway, check out Triple 10 is the thing that he did in this one. Some sort of correct man. What are these services? Learn a new job.
That's the big funny thing.
It's got the QR code pops up and it says, "Learn a new job starting from $200 a month." What is this service? What is this? Oh my god.
It's nearly.
I wonder what it would do next.
No, I know. I'm still waiting for him to sell baby blood. Just like, come on.
Maybe an Iron Lung he will.
It'd be baby blood with an AI generated label on it too. It wouldn't even be baby blood made with passion.
Exactly.
Absurd to think about, but that is the reality of some of these the choices, if you can even call it that, the choices that come out there. And then this week is kind of a funny thing about it is because you got the announcement that Warner Brothers being sold potentially. I don't know if it's going to go through or not, but being sold to Netflix for like
Why would anybody think it wouldn't though? Is what I don't get.
I assume he's just covering his bases. He didn't want to say it was definitive.
I'm not speaking to him because that's bad. But like people,
because he can't hear you.
No, it's just funny. I thought you were saying Markiplier can't hear me because it's a recorded video.
Yeah,
which is true. Yes,
this is a live feed. What do you mean?
I just mean it. I just mean in general. Around. It's just like, I don't know why anybody. If Disney could buy Fox, what argument are you making that could stop any company at this point from buying any major competitor like ever? If Activision could get acquired by Microsoft, and it's just like then what? They'll stop Warner Brothers from getting acquired by Netflix. Okay.
No, whenever we speak, Mark politely freezes.
That's right. He does. He holds still, perfectly still.
You could tell. You can tell because he's about to laugh. Go on, Mark. You just laugh. Go on. You see him.
Oh god, it was really good when Disney got Fox, because then we can get X-Men in the MCU. I'll never get over that. That people were so like, oh man, this crazy $75 billion acquisition that has massive industry implications. But hey, man, we might get the fucking X-Men in the MCU and in this one specific film series. It's all worth it.
Hey, man, they'll have the
the
comic costume. Okay?
This is the world you wrought.
You did this.
You did this.
$80 billion, and the crazy thing was, I was just at Warner Brothers. I was just at their sound mixing stage, like the week before. I was just there. I know it doesn't mean like all of a sudden everyone Netflix came in and was like, throw all this shit out of here, put a big N everywhere. But I was just there.
I think the most reasonable assumption is that Netflix would just, they own them, but continue what you're doing, so to speak. At least for now, it's not like they're going to just uplift everything.
Yeah, but obviously the idea, like that long-term films are going to remain, that they're actually going to commit to like, the theatrical window. It's like, well, I mean, they can do whatever they want. Once they've got them, they can do whatever they want, more or less. So, But I mean, it would be really silly not to continue with stuff like HBO. That's like a massive asset that should like continue to exist as it does. You don't want to be like, we've got some Netflix notes for you on how to run this acclaimed, television, branch that's been like producing some of the most acclaimed TV shows for 30 plus years.
Oh, the pain.
Make any sense to me?
The misery.
Right? So suddenly, it's just such a weird coincidence that all these things are happening there. Yeah. Now that people are asking for it, very politely, I might add, now that people are asking for it, more theaters get FOMO about not getting in on this project. That's how it goes. Like a business is a business. They want to make money. So when they see that the movie theater down the road is selling out their theaters, they're going to want a piece of that. Because all they're beholden to is what the movie industry is making. And if the movie...
the fact that I was surprised... I had to book this well in advance. I had to warn Fringy, too. I was like, you best get on there.
I looked it up and I was like, oh, God, there's actually not many seats left.
So yeah, you could imagine that's why this is spread, because theaters would just be like, what even is this? No, we're busy, we got actual films. And then they're like, oh, Bob down the street sold out. It's like, what? Like, oh my god.
Money. Industry is making garbage, then they're not going to sell any tickets, but they're entirely dependent on that. They're entirely dependent on that, which is crazy, because those things are it's just mind-blowing, the kind of stakes that they put up to justify their own existences, and their levels of success are so distorted that it all comes all over the place. So it's hard enough in the United States, in the country that I live in, to get this going. But it's easier now, and I just need to remind everyone, we're still doing it ourselves. It doesn't suddenly become not ourselves, because if we ever get to the point where it's like, oh yeah, let's jump over to this level, there's the people that I told you about that are going to be holding their hand out like this, asking for 70-80% of your project, are still going to be there. They're just at a different border. They're just at a different gate. They're at the gates to Canada. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do this in a way that doesn't give away all of the movie to people that, technically speaking, by all proven metrics that I have right now, don't need to be there.
See, that to me is possibly one of the most aggressive things he's going to say, the way that he says stuff. Like, what he just implied was like, you are useless in this whole process, borderline. Which, not entirely, but... Well, yeah, like... Obviously, they serve a function, but just trying to explain, like, your function is, it needs revision. Let's put it that way. That's the nice way.
It's over 80,000 gallons of blood that was...
It also makes you wonder if he has a number, as in, if they had said, like 30%, 35, 40, like, I wonder where he would consider it reasonable. But, of course, they would believe they have the leverage to be able to ask for a lot, because he's, up and coming.
Yeah.
Used on this movie, I have to redo the calculations because we used more on a couple pickup shoots, right? No. We didn't use real blood. That is a joke. That is completely a joke. We used this glycerin-based blood, which actually we got because it's safe to have all over me, right? It's safe to be everywhere, so, supposedly. My eyes disagree, but it's so over 80,000 gallons of blood, right?
I'm sorry, Mark. I'll go see your movie. I swear to God, stop looking at me like that.
It's just so funny because if you've seen the film, you're like, oh, when he got splat in the eyes,
Yeah.
This is safe, right? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe just the sheer force of impact into his eyeballs made them sore.
was on a semi-truck.
You will watch the film.
Like, it wasn't a semi-truck that was just a very large, like, it wasn't a cylinder, but it had those 250-gallon farm crates of blood. And I'm sure people driving down the highway, because you just see all these big red sloshing containers of something that looks suspiciously like blood, and there's just is just flying down the road. So the way that I did it, 80,000 gallons instant R rating. Yep. You know, it's funny. I think the R rating in the text that it says below it is for language, some bloody images, and some gore. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like some little bit of an underestimation, but
I don't know the difference between some gore and neutral amounts of, or maybe, because like there is some gore, but what is like the limit, I guess, for those ratings? You get the dude who's like a corpse, you get him falling to pieces, him ripping his arm off, you get a lot of blood, the like flesh piles and stuff. I actually don't know if that would be considered some or a medium amount or a lot.
Yeah, I'm not really
Kind of hard to say.
Yeah, because a lot of the times
bit
it's not like a
arbitrary.
specific. Yeah, it's not like a specific line. It's a vibes-based system.
Because I just saw someone mention The Fly, and it's like, yeah, the ending is gory as all hell, and there's some other pieces, but I wonder a percentage of, like, you know, film overall, I wonder if that would count as some gore. But you'd think that there's some portrayals that would just be like, nah, that's just intense gore or something. Is it describing the amount it shows up, or what it is specifically?
I don't know. I don't know if you can have a film so bloody it becomes NC-17. I think it needs to be
Well,
pretty
there's
sexual
surely
to
not. If
reach
like
that.
The Descent or something like that isn't NC-17, or this isn't NC, how much blood would it take?
Is The Descent not
It would
R-rated?
turn-
I would have
it
thought.
basically.
That film is pretty...
Oh,
No,
to
Maybe
be
it's like above
NC-17.
that though, to the next one,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is
Surely
it?
not blood alone.
No, he's saying like
He's asking if through blood alone can something get
if
to
it
an
could make it
NC-17 rating.
get up to that.
No, yeah, but I thought you
Through
just
sheer
said that if
blood.
The Descent is NC-17, then surely not, but I thought that it was R-rated.
It's no, if The Descent is
No, I
R-rated,
think Rags is saying if
In
it's
America,
R-rated, given how much blood is
NC-17
in that movie. Yeah.
In America, NC-17 is above R.
Oh yeah. That's a thing we have.
I
Here.
didn't know that.
I've never seen an NC-17 movie in the theaters. I don't even think they like get in. It's like an adult almost. It's just like they're in their own little space.
What does NC stand for?
No children under 17. Not even with parents' permission or anything like that.
Interesting.
You cannot have
I always
anyone
thought
under
R was the
17.
maximum.
Nope.
It's adult. I think A for adult is the max.
Because I just feel like our system's easier. The whole 12A, meaning as long as there's an adult with you,
like that as
15,
well.
18.
R is the highest rating. It's G, PG, M, MA 15, and R 18.
Technically, it goes higher because as people pointing out in the chat, like XXX is porn. Like there's levels above that.
Yeah, but that's just
basically
porn, I guess.
you don't want to have an NC-17 movie because very few theaters will accept it. It's just kind of like you don't want that. So if
it alienates so many people.
Well, it's kind of like how I guess the opposite example is how so many films now pursue PG-13 because that is like the widest net that you can. I mean, obviously you can go lower than that, right? But PG-13 is like your general mass appeal, mainstream non-children movie, right? Like a Marvel movie.
People are saying NC-17 used to be X. That makes sense.
Ah.
But it's the same thing. If you know you're editing the film, you send it to the MPAA, and then they give you an NC-17, you go, oh fuck.
Time to do some editing.
Yep.
Or turn some of the bloody scenes black and white. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, turn on the cheat code, at the terminal, and lower the rating a little bit.
It's funny. I saw Kill Bill in the theater for the like re-release thing where they put it all as one big movie, and he made that scene color again. And I was like, oh, but I'm so used to it being black and white.
Interesting,
now.
because
I wish you would keep it.
I think I saw that. I would have been like 11, so I don't think I registered that it was, even in the cinema, that it was for an age rating thing. I thought it was a stylistic choice, and I liked it. I just thought it was cool.
Yeah, it works. It's really cool.
So interesting. They would be quote unquote fixed. Kind of, it's just like, you know what, Quentin, leave it. You don't
it's cool.
touch nothing.
It's a happy accident kind of thing.
So the first order was on a semi truck of nothing but these big 250 gallon containers, and that's undiluted, right? So they ship this stuff concentrated. At least the stuff that I wanted. There's some movies that dye water red for that quantity. It's like, I'm not going to do that. It needs to look.
We can tell. Yeah.
Like an ocean of blood. It needs to do that. We have a flow rate of the pumps that we used to bring the blood in. We know how long we were running them. We know exactly like the quantity that was made out of the diluted batch. And then we know how much quantity the spaces that it was filling could hold, right? Because we had to plan for it in accordingly way back in the beginning of it. Because one of the things that you don't realize is that blood, not just blood, water, any liquid weighs a lot. So when we have our set that is on a motion control rig, right? So our entire set the entire time was on something called a NACMO. So our entire set.
I get the impression, combined with what you'd said earlier, he's describing like horrible issues to overcome, but that this is kind of enjoyable as problems to solve. As in,
he is saying this with a kind of enthusiasm and like, look at the cool things we had to do to get around the the issues and stuff.
So we got all the blood and we've got the set. Now what? Like, well, there's weight issues and you gotta do trickery and just all that sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, it's kind of actually fun, engaging.
Was off the ground on a motion control rig so that it could do this. It could do that. And it did do that. And I was in there. Oh! When you have that much blood in that much space above that much air going chuck that, the last thing you want is about 10,000 gallons of blood to slam through the wall and splash onto all the waiting camera equipment. Everyone in the makeup.
Oh, no.
Yeah, as a tsunami of blood goes out and floods Troublemaker Studios, and then Robert Rodriguez opens the door like, what the? Ah! And a tsunami of blood takes him out. Yeah, anyway, so that's the math that you have to do when you're trying to do this thing. So it's not even just like logistically it's a challenge. When you see this movie, a lot of people might be like, oh yeah, record for most blood. It's like, if you see this movie, it's unquestionable. There is no argument to make about it. You watch this movie, you're going to walk out of being like, oh yeah, it's going to be really hard for any other movie.
What's funny is I'm kind of like on a yes and no situation here. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen movies with loads of blood before. It's funny, Rags, you mentioned Descent. It's like there's that sequence with the huge like lake of blood. I mean, maybe not a lake, obviously, but it's still a lot of blood.
Maybe
there's got to be movies that have done a shit. Not to undermine this, by the way, because I'm pretty sure he has set the record. It depends on how it's counted. I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, blood or blood
by cells, right?
Like fake blood.
It's
I would assume fake, like anything that's being used as a substitute for blood in the movie would count.
What I'm talking about is the containers it's brought in. It's like, do you count how much was on set, or do you count how much was, as he mentioned, pumped through, or do you count I guess how much made it onto screen? I don't know. It's like, I don't know what the rules are for this. Because The Shining, if you count all of the takes or if you count the one that made it in the film, it's like, well, that's a completely different matter.
I think that was the only take, wasn't it? Like, that's part of what was amazing about it. It was.
No.
Oh, were there? Oh, I thought it was like, that was the first one they tried, and thank goodness they got it right. All right, well, never.
And they had to clean it up over and over and over again.
No, he had to get it just
really
right.
Anxious watching it, so he's just like, I'm gonna get out of here. You guys let me know when you've got it.
To beat that amount of blood. And I'm not even saying this, like, I say it because it's a fun headline. It's not even something that we were aiming for, right? We weren't intending to be like, we're gonna have the most. It's an ocean of blood. You have to have a lot of blood. So we had a lot of blood. It was great. Between practical and CGI, there is a very, very strong difference between where fluid simulations are versus like the real thing. However, that being
Wonder
said,
Man told us that.
One of the reasons that I built my render farm was to be able to match the fidelity of what the real stuff was in a simulated capacity. And I accomplished that. My render farm is stupidly powerful. Like, stupidly powerful. my render farm would probably put many not big VFX, I'm not talking ILM, but some small business VFX shops to shame, and it's in my bathroom. And I bet I built that shit for a fraction of it.
That's such a comment of like, I'm sorry, what? Why is it in
You did a what now in your bathroom?
The price that they would have paid for it, because I'm the king of eBay and getting those deals and chips that fall off of trucks. They're all mine. I know how to find them and I know how to get them. Anyway, so yeah. But my electric...
Very enthusiastic.
That is dope.
Yeah.
It is, but then you would be, because he's probably completely right, because he's doing this all on his own. Like the amount of cost inflation that comes whenever you get like a big company in that tries to cost out any kind of, oh, we need this software, we need this device, we need this setup. Like they will, because they are so used to having so much money sloshing around that they don't really bother looking for bargains. And then scope creep comes in, and then you get the ridiculous situation where like something that you could probably do yourself with the time and the commitment for a 10th of the price ends up costing like 10 times more, because you're just outsourcing it to people who've forgotten how to be careful with it.
And I think he's recalling all of this now in retrospect, so it's like it's a win, as opposed to during it, where you can't know that for sure, and it's tough, and your problems always stuff. It's like, it must feel better in post now, because you're like, yeah, I did all of that, and then it worked out. Fuck yeah.
It's really bad. I can't wait to not have to render anything anymore. My electricity bill is unbelievably bad. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, why was it in my bathroom again? Where else am I? I don't have any other place.
Where else am I going?
I knew it.
It's just such a funny comment. Like, the bathroom, that's where it goes.
Just put it. I don't have any other place to put it. With it, we had an extra bathroom that wasn't really being used, and that's where it went. That's all. I didn't choose because the bathroom was optimal for the faucets there. It can water cool the whole thing. It'd be really easy. No, it's just like it's the only space I had, so I had to put it there. That's all it was. It made sense at the time. Now it doesn't make any sense at all, but it did. It still makes sense. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. Yeah. So as you can see, what formerly was a bathroom is a ramshackle assembly of a server rack, some battery backups, various computers everywhere, and what you can't see around the corner is about 50 Mac Studios. So yeah, this is actually before I put even more stuff in here, and I think I might have dragged some things out just to be able to fit some more in there. It's much cleaner now than it was then. It looks very nice. Looks really good. Like really super good. So, yeah. Jealous? Jealous of my big old bathroom? Yep. That's a big one, huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Take it all in. Take it all in.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, my goodness. Anyway, that's...
I mean, it's just a neat factoid, right? To have assembled it himself for the purpose of getting as high fidelity blood liquid simulation as possible is cool. Because that shit is noticeable, as Rags was obviously referencing. There's a moment in Wonder Man where he vomits, and it's CG, and it's so ugly. It's like hideous to look at.
Oh yeah. And
it's such a moment of, oh, whatever, we're there now technologically. It's like, we might be, but you're not. Like, you haven't got shit. I don't know what the fuck you did to those CG artists and told them to make it in 10 seconds. But whoa, you think there's
their
like,
whole workstation is in the bathroom, so
it's just sad. But hey, good for him.
They don't give a shit though, because I found I knew there was a clip where I was doing the Stranger Things video, because the Duffer Brothers have said they have a really close relationship with the Russos at Marvel, and they kept asking them for advice on various different things, like how you do massive cinematic set pieces so quickly. The specific example they say is that we asked the Russos, what do you do when like you have a VFX request and it just doesn't look good enough? And the Russos told them, when we have VFX and it doesn't look good enough, we send it back and we tell them to make it better. And that's it.
Oh, they don't. Did they think that was like a Chad Yes sort of thing to say instead of?
Yeah, they
like,
say we
really
put it back in the oven, which means they're not giving creative directions on how to make the CGI look better. They just say make it better, and that's enough.
Interesting.
Like, oh, cool.
That can't even
really,
work though. if it's down to the wire, right? Like if they produce something and it's not good enough, but they're out of time, it's like what happens then? Which we know.
Well, then we get you and I get to see it in all its glory in theaters. And then we get to make fun of it on our little internet show and have a good time.
That's my render farm as it currently exists. Can you get your distributors submitted to some film festivals? I don't. What are you not getting about this? It's us. We're the what? I need you to come here. Come fucking come here. It's us.
Oh my god.
It's independent. Which means it's us. There is no one else. There is no distributors. It's us. Am I submitting?
Oh my god, he's like Genghis Khan, man. He can play.
It's just really funny.
We're all alone.
These are people he's streamed to several times. It's just like, how are you not getting this? That's not how it would work.
Also, film festivals are a waste of time and money.
Ooh, are you supposed to go there to improve your diet, whatever?
You can attend.
I mean, you can
do whatever you want, but you know, also
Isn't that how
you don't go
got
to
his
film...
job? I thought Stockman went around to film festivals hawking scripts at people. It's like, if you don't like that one, I've got another one. If you don't like that one, I've got another one. And then someone took pity on him and said, that Shelby Oak thing looks good. So like, it's good for networking, apparently.
Well, sure. You know, going to parties with people and schmoozing, that's good for networking, absolutely.
Yeah, just get a schmooze in there, yeah.
You're not going to get a distribution deal at a film festival.
There is no distributors. It's us. Am I submitting it to festivals? No. It's going.
I just like this bewildered sort of reaction.
Come here. I'm going to talk to you for a second. You are the festival. You're the festival.
You're the festival.
You will be jolly.
It's going to you. Why would it go to a festival? And people that think, you know, what's funny?
Really funny.
Like, people think that I should be ashamed of calling myself Markiplier on these projects. I was like, no. Anytime you see Markiplier on a project, that's because I put it there.
Proud of the name.
That's my name.
It's him.
Well, so I actually thought it would be better to use his name because people would be fucking confused or wouldn't know what that is, or if he wants to start his career as it'd be Mark Fischbach, right? But then of course it's like, that's pretty cool as a choice of just being like, nah, that's the project I have built and I want it to be that way. You know, it's entirely up to him if he wants to do it. I mean, he's already started the other things with Markiplier, like as the name, so go for it, I suppose.
It feeds back as well, doesn't it? Because he says he's not doing this instead of YouTube. He's doing both at the same time. So if you can get a movie that gets into theaters and gets this amount of eyes on it, then it's a good way of getting people to discover the other things that you're doing, and the other things that you're doing then get people to go and watch the next movie that you make, and the movie that you make sends them back to the channel. It's like, it's just a kind of feedback loop. It's quite helpful for branding, I'd imagine.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's all kinds of reasons to do both. So it's like, but I'm glad he's thought it through. Like he's made this decision deliberately.
What do you think everyone who sees me on the streets calls me? It's Markiplier. It's not even something like a branding thing. It's just like, that's basically me. And I am not embarrassed in any way about that name, about being from YouTube. I am fucking proud of being from YouTube. I will shout it from the...
Hell yeah, brother.
Man, just
hell
the
yeah.
total,
The
total
our guy.
opposite. The total opposite of Stockman.
It's so cool.
Legends are made.
Like he's the idea being it's like I'm gonna make a name that ties directly back to that history because it's it's the whole reason I'm here versus Mr. I guess I'll keep reviewing stuff for now if I can get some ads to put in there. I just want to be a filmmaker. This YouTube thing is gay. I have to keep doing this.
Rooftops of where I came from, because where I came from made me able to do the things that I'm able to do. And it's going to keep making me able to do the things that I'm able to do all the way into the future. You know what I did before YouTube? Dick and diddly. I didn't do dick, but I did do it, right? So I did plenty of that. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says about what anybody else has done. I don't care. I'm the only critic I care about. I'm the only one that has an opinion that's going to negatively affect me. So, of course, I'm going to be more critical about it than anybody. And I want people to understand that there are other YouTubers far more talented than me that are trying to get their projects out there, too. And because I have a weird superpower about a lack of ability to understand what criticism even means, so I'm gonna keep going for it. Yeah. It's I've poured everything of my soul into this just because I knew that the dividends that I was going to get back in terms of the education and the skills that I was going to build were going to be more than anything you could ever imagine. Like the toll it's taken on me has been immense, but also the amount that I've had to adapt and grow as a person is just, I cannot stress how sometimes as much as many people say like you should take care of yourself and burning out is bad, and it's not for the sake of the grind. I believe in destroying yourself for art sometimes. I believe in it. I believe it immensely. I believe in burning yourself to make something great. I believe in it. I'm not even saying I'm making great things. That's not what it's about. But to channel the feeling that maybe, just maybe, what all the sweat and the sleepless nights is going to be making something that's just even a little bit good. That's, oh my God, it's like,
I don't know. You don't hear that from that many people. Everyone warns about burnout. Everyone says be careful. The fact that he just said, "Yeah, I mean, I wanna be pushed to the limits to make something great." It's like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
and I mean, I don't know, man. It's sort of awkward reality is that a lot of the great things that you love were the product of some really difficult
people losing their fucking minds.
Super Smash Brothers Melee was not a fun development for them. Halo 2, that wasn't particularly fun for them. Obviously, there's like a billion movies you could point to where the production was a nightmare to get it done.
Yeah.
I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to live my life where I can do that kind of thing. And it's all been the same thing I've been doing this entire time, is the opportunity to be that much better and to make something that like pushes that education just a little bit. I encourage all of you to try. Just really try your absolute hardest at one thing, and even if it doesn't seem like it does any reward, look inward at what you learned to make that thing happen. That is when my life started changing, right? When I actually felt like I had a paddle in the river of life that I was just floating through. I actually could direct myself.
Jesus Christ.
I know, right?
It's almost like
Dad tell me how to...
you'll be in a kind of a different video now. Holy shit.
Direct myself. Not well at first, but I could direct myself, right? That's the only thing. All the other motivational bullshit you'll ever see in your life won't amount to dick or diddly. Which, reminder I was doing a lot of, but it's just about trying something. That's all it ever is, just trying something and then taking the lessons and not letting that be the last thing and keeping the chain going. Anyway, I have something to say today.
Oh man, it feels like he stopped himself there. Like, oh, I got a bit too serious. Got to pull it back a little bit.
I love it. I love all of that. It's just like good stuff, man.
Yeah. That's the stuff I want to hear, man. I just want to hear it. Because I will say, some of you fellas were being a little bit cringe when Markiplier was sort of tearing up a bit while talking about like the movie and the fact that it was succeeding.
True.
The reason why we make fun of like High Top doing the 1 HP voice is because it's inauthentic. That's the problem with it. It's cringe and it's performative. People actually like being emotional about stuff and caring about things is good, and we could probably stand to use a little bit more of that nowadays. Of people actually being a little bit earnest about how they feel.
Well, I mean, especially with just what he achieved. How could you? I don't understand. It's going to be difficult for anybody to reserve their emotions when you go through all of that, and then you get possibly the most like official way of confirmation of the project you completed. You've competed in the big boy leagues, something you've only ever seen, and you did it yourself with your money and your distribution.
And you're you. You are you. You don't feel special in that sense. It's just like, oh wait, like me, I did that. It's like, yeah, you did. Makes sense that you would make sense that would hit you in the feels, especially based on what I understand of Markiplier as I suppose a character. But I mean, it's this is I like to hear this stuff when people are talking about, you know, doing creative projects and putting their heart, wearing their heart on their sleeve, you know.
I mean, it's just the idea that these are lessons he's come to learn when he's in context now. Again, clown man who screams and laughs at indie horror video games. It's just like, man, dude, I don't know. I just get the impression this is very genuine, that you've learned these things because you experienced them.
I get the impression he's a bit of an iceberg in the sense that there's a lot sort of beneath the surface in terms of, you know, that funnels up into what you see in terms of the stuff that he makes. I don't know. You get that from Iron Lung. It's like, oh damn, you wanted to like say something here. You weren't just like wanting to tell a story almost for the sake of just having events happen. Like you kind of wanted it to mean something, which is like so important. If you don't have that, man, it's gonna be hard, you know, to make stuff. Kind of, it doesn't even matter how like technically skilled you may end up getting to. It's like if you don't have that core that's driving it, man, it's just going to be tough to make stuff that connects with people.
Be true tomorrow. Like, that's how urgent the news is, right? I have something to tell you guys that I can say today and maybe not tomorrow, right? It's big news. It might be the biggest news. Iron Lung is the #1 movie in America. Iron Lung is the #1 movie in America today. It's the #1 movie.
Just for a day, even if it's just for a day, still.
You're gonna need people to send help after Iron Lung comes in and takes it all. Yeah! Well, yeah! It's true. It's true. It actually is. I can say that today, and that might, like I said, that might not be true tomorrow. So
By the way, it was really fucking lame that people thought it was like bullshit that a YouTuber like Markiplier could make a film that's #1, like beating out Sam Raimi, as if that's like some tremendous injustice.
Oh yeah, the people saying like it's kind of disgusting to see this, like, and it's a sign that the cinema's ending, that an auteur like Sam Raimi could be beaten out by a fucking YouTuber. It's just like, damn, that's really fucking rude. Like,
yeah, it is. It is really
weird. Help looks lame.
Well, yeah, that's an awkward thing to talk about. Is that like, you know, it's been a while since it's been a while since the films that Sam Raimi made that people tend to reference to talk about how great he is as a filmmaker. It's been a long time.
Well, you say that, but whenever they bring him up, they always say Oz the Great and Powerful is their favorite film. That just comes up all the time.
Oz the Great. They really loved. Mila Kunis as the Wicked Witch of the West, and they really. It's like, yeah, Sam Raimi really extracted all he could out of that performance. And what's his name? Fucking Green Goblin as Oz.
You should be more specific, because people will be like, Willem Dafoe.
Oh, sorry, second Green Goblin. Yeah, that's right. Not the
skateboard or the hoverboard Green Goblin. Yeah,
that's right, on the hoverboard one. Yeah.
See, someone said, "Oh shit, Sam Raimi made that." Exactly. Most people don't even know.
It's been a while since the Evil Dead, Spider-Man, Quick and the Dead was the name of the Western one, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that movie's cool as shit, by the way. I really like that movie.
I love the style on that film.
Yeah. But it's been a while.
Yes, and Darkman, it's been a while. Drag Me to Hell is old now, yeah.
Drag Me to Hell, that's like 16 years ago at this point.
Oh, Goblin Jr. gonna cry. So, no, I genuinely, in this case, I don't even think Sam Raimi would be that upset at all. He'd just be like, wow, this guy...
Yeah, because he's an indie success story as well.
So this notion of like the death of cinema, YouTubers are taking over. It's like, Bruh. Like, maybe that's for the best, okay?
I'm going to say it as much as I can today. I need people to go take the trailer, rip it down, and then try to shove number one in every possible frame possible. Like when I'm, that shot where the lights are going on, I'm looking to the left, in my eyes, putting number ones. Like in the first one where I take a picture, it goes boosh, and then it goes to the picture, it's a big number one, it's number one movie in America, and then I'll put those out everywhere. I'll get billboards. I'll actually spend $1 on marketing. I'll do something. But we're the number one movie in America. Number one! I haven't played it in so long, and it's so funny to go back into it, and I'm like, man, I want to see it again, because there's one of the I want to talk about it so bad. Does this count as spoilers?
Yes.
Listening.
Yes, it does.
I was conveniently listening to the Iron Lung soundtrack made by Andrew Holsholt, soon to be award-winning composer.
I enjoyed the soundtrack. I thought it was neat.
It's a good one.
I liked
it goes with the movie really well.
It served its role, for sure.
I'm going to be careful with pausing here because I do want to let it be heard, but I have no idea what the nature of copyright will be on this.
Yeah, maybe. I love this one.
I'm just going to pause again for safety, but you can kind of hear what the vibe is.
Yeah.
There's a nice beat to it. It's kind of the whole fleshy pulse.
Feels a bit industrial sort of
yeah.
tone.
This is some good lovemaking music.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
There you go. All right, I might as well buy the rest of this bullshit. Envelope, yes. Ink, sure. What is that? I don't know what that is. Could be right with you. Brush.
I left this in because I thought it was fun.
Yay! Look at his little square head.
oh my goodness.
Oh whoa!
Wait. Hold on. I almost had it.
For reference, and chat will probably know better than me. I'm pretty sure it's a character.
Wait.
Like for his channel.
It's the cube!
Tiny Box Tim is a thing.
Okay.
Wait.
That's fun. Oh, yeah.
He's got a little flag, a little pennant.
Hang on.
Man, attention to detail there, getting there.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Iron Lung number one! Oh, yeah, baby! Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We love being number one in America, and even though tomorrow that will change, we still have Iron Lung number one in America, Australia, New Zealand. That's what I'm talking about, baby. All right, cool.
So this is funny. This is on Friday. The box office numbers. I'm number one, right? I milked it a lot. I said it. It was very funny. I knew that Sam Raimi's movie was going to pass me eventually by the end of the week.
God, it's just reminded. Yeah, there's a fucking Melania Trump fucking movie. Like that came out that was very expensive.
Didn't it cost like $70 million?
Isn't that something to do with like the majority of it was the license or whatever?
It was because the license fee for the documentary was like $40 million, which was the highest like ever by far. Plus, dude, I've seen ads for it on like television. I can't believe that shit. Like, but yeah, okay. Number 3.
He's defeated by Iron Lung. Like, wait, what?
I mean, kind of obviously.
Well, yeah, it's just funny though.
It's what a terrible idea. Like, but anyway.
By the end of the weekend, but I was like, haha, I'm number one. But then I didn't see this yesterday, but here's Saturdays. So this is Saturday, right? I swear I was on this list, but Iron Lung isn't here anymore. There's no numbers for Iron Lung. It took me off the chart. And I thought, hey, maybe that's a fluke. maybe there's something wrong, but here's Sunday. wake up this morning, which reports the day before's numbers. I'm gone. I'm not even above Hamnet.
So there's a lot of theories for this, and I don't like to, run into stating anything as true without getting sources or whatever, but a lot of people have assumed this is like sabotage to get the film off the charts for whatever technicalities, because they don't like how well it's doing and what it says, I guess, is the
you don't need the distributors and everything.
That would be really...
It just feels
odd
to me like it's one of, I don't know if there's a word for this, but when something is almost too perfect as a negative, it's like, doesn't that sound like the most sensational and stupid move they could ever fucking make?
Well, yeah, I mean, you just call more attention to it.
Yeah.
People will start to speculate on why it's not there, because it's conspicuous.
So I don't know if there's like proof, so to speak, or if we're just gonna have to run off of assuming, because it is really fucking suspicious. Like, why is this
it back
happening?
on now, or is it stayed off forever?
I'm not even sure if it is back on. It wasn't back on when I was on Open Bar. So it's
how the justification would be, what is that, on a technicality a movie has to have like being
talking about
distributed
Saturday
by a
and
recognized...
Sunday, right?
Yes, I think so.
It's on the charts now.
It's on now. Okay.
Oh.
Still
We
very,
just
very,
very
very
randomly
sus.
What
for a
website
weekend,
is
which
he
makes
using?
it...
Is he using the numbers or Box Office Mojo?
I don't know. I don't recognize the format, so because I don't typically check these. It's just that this did get a hell of a lot of attention of like, why the fuck is it off the listings? What are you doing? Made people very angry, which it should, because it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But if it's back, then
it's,
all right. Must have been a mistake.
The numbers.com has for Saturday and Sunday. It has it at number 2 below Send Help. So
very
it's
well
fixed now, apparently.
I'm nowhere. Zootopia's back up here. Avatar's up here. Melania's up here. I feel like I should just like maybe I'd be fine with here. I'd be fine with being on the chart. Why'd you take me off the chart? I feel like I deserve to be on the chart.
The status of the war of the weekend, right? Our feud with Sam Raimi. Our personal feud. It's actually more of a feud with Disney, if we're going to be perfectly honest with ourselves. Just thank you guys so much, because it's been a really special day, and I just got back from donating blood. Thank you to everybody that has donated blood.
So if you don't know, that's also like a part of the thing that he's done. He encouraged everybody to donate blood as part of like Iron Lung as a thing.
Oh, wow.
He just wants it for himself to use in his movies.
Oh, also that, yeah.
It's just kind of nuts in terms of like, do you want to chill out and be a good person, right? Like, gosh, she's crazy. You're hogging up all the good from other people.
Stuckmanoid seething.
Just like a casual being like, sorry, just gave blood here. Which is, I saw a joke, which is funny. The not funny part is he ends up in hospital a whole bunch. He has like different health issues. I'm not 100% sure on the specifics, but someone said like, he's the last person that should donate blood. Everyone will end up in hospital. Just like the kind of thing, like whatever he's got.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was funny at the same time, because it's like, yeah, he met with a bunch of fans to donate blood with. I was just like, what the fuck? Good for you.
It means a lot, and it's really important because there still is a shortage, and just really cool. I don't think that there's a big conspiracy or something, at least I don't think so, about keeping Iron Lung off of the top lists because the industry doesn't want it there. I mean, Disney apparently has been number 1 with one of their movies for the past, this would be the past 10 weekends if they did win. So we're number 1 by like this much right now, and that is shrinking as the day goes by. But it's shrinking at a hilariously countdown-like amount because the gap is like fucking close. So let me put it this way, right? So I personally don't care about the numbers other than that it's like, woo, success. I'm going to be able to give the crew a big bonus. That's awesome. I do I'm not a big studio, so the split with the theaters is basically 50-50. I'm pretty sure actually the majority of the theater splits is 50-50 right now. I mean, they also get their concessions. When I was able to, like for that drive-in. I was able to give them some pizzas and comp the concessions there. I comped the concessions for the Esquire back in Cincinnati. So if you wanted to go see it tonight and you go to the Esquire, the concessions are comped. And I was able to do that. But concessions are all for the theaters anyway. And so, it's really cool because it's just, everybody wins. And this morning, after I had learned that the Iron Lung was missing from the top charts, we were still number one by 600,000. And I swear, I don't give a shit about the numbers, but it's like, I didn't think. How could I have thought? What would that be? This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Like, it's got to be a bit of a thing of it, like, you've done borderline impossible thing and you're actually beating out a well-established, for many years, talented creator, and then you get removed from the listing. It's like, ooh, that's gotta hit a particular way of, because, like, how much do you want to complain versus just be like, well, I'm just happy it's happy. It's just like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem fair. Which comes up a bunch in Iron Lung, that word.
And so now, right now, it's shrinking, of course, shrinking. Like, I know that Send Help is going to win eventually. I mean, Iron Lung isn't going to be in theaters next weekend, really. So it's like we always this was only ever really going to be a one-time thing. It was supposed to be in 50 theaters. And now it's like, I'm fine. I am fine. So it's shrinking. And so now the gap is 300,000, right? It was 600,000 this morning. It's 300,000 right now. And, I had a conversation. Today with a fan, and it was a perfectly normal conversation. And they mentioned that they were a film student. I don't know why I'm crying. And they said how cool it was that this was done independently, and that this was really kind of an inspiration for people that wanted to get into making movies, that it was even possible. And I floated the idea that, like, well, I've got like some conversations going with a lot of people are calling me, and it's like, what if a studio helped with distribution? And they actually said, please don't, because it's really cool. And right now it's kind of a hero moment to showcase that indie filmmaking was possible. And now I just got home. I had to drive an hour and 10 minutes away to donate blood. And so I had a bunch of calls on the way there. I've been thinking about it ever since. I was like, whoa, holy shit. They mentioned that
kind of interesting, right? The idea of maybe don't use regular distributors even at this point, because this is like a symbol of what can be done. It almost shows God bleeding a little bit in this industry, which is like, that's worth it in and of itself, which I think is kind of fascinating. Like
it's not like he'll struggle to get those theater releases in the future.
No, yeah, because this will be establishing, but like, it's also just, I'm sure that conversation did happen, right? Like, it's saying is, we can get this out to more people even faster. And it's like, please don't. Like, it's this doing it this way and having it run that way in total will be an amazing accolade to have.
They were a film student. I don't know why I'm crying. And they said how cool it was that this was done independently, and that this was really kind of an inspiration for people that wanted to get into making movies, that it was even possible. And I floated the idea that, like, well, I've got like some conversations going.
Oh wait, I think this is playing again. Whoops.
And I'm almost hesitant to ask this, but I think it might be a big win for independent filmmaking. And it's not to shut out Sam Raimi, it's kind of to shut out Disney for winning like 10 weeks in a row. Maybe they could only win 9 weeks in a row, and the one weekend that Iron Lung is here, it could, I think that might be pretty cool.
This, by the way, is why a lot of
It is
people
pretty cool.
are pretty interested in this as a story. Like, not even the film, but the meta of everything. Hence why there's like a section.
Oh, absolutely.
There's many different ways to attack what is a gross, disgusting, horrible, rotted industry. This is a major vector. Like, to have, you know, a film on its own just come in and steal the thunder a little bit, as well as, you know, trying to point out where everything's going wrong, or be critical of IPs, or stop supporting certain ones that are getting made, or try to calculate, like, you know, like all the Kurtzmans or the Kennedys, etc. Even Feige now. Sorry, buddy, but you're kind of a mess. It's like they need to move around or go whatever, but to have this happening at the same time, I mean, you know, it actually kind of starts to feel like, wait a minute, the things could change, right? Like if enough of these things move in the right way, the right time, hence why he probably feels like this is a bit of a big weight, because it's like you kind of need to do this properly. Which, by the way, I don't even want to, like, Chris Stuckman could have been doing this, like, or trying this, or pushing for this, but he just doesn't seem to.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of like,
He wants to be part of the in crowd, the in group. He doesn't want to be the rebel. He doesn't want to be the independent. He wants to be in with the industry.
Well, he doesn't have the imagination to be an independent, because it's just fascinating watching all of this and comparing it to the promotional materials that were done for Shelby Oaks, like all of the behind the scenes stuff and the interviews that Stuckman did. And it's also like he's doing it because this is what industry people do. You learn nothing from it. To the extent there are interviews, the questions are exactly the same questions they ask literally anyone. And when he's on his own doing behind the scenes stuff, it's just like, just comparing the way Markiplier talks about, you know, what they were doing to get all the effects working and all the rest. And Stockman's like, well, for this bit, we had to use blue screen. I don't like that, but we had to. I was like, it would help if you had a personality, I grant you, but like, I'm much more interested in this as a behind the scenes story than I am in professionally produced behind the scenes stuff that comes out, because this is quite obviously natural. It's quite obviously truthful. There's way more insight into the creative process. The person behind it is a human, which definitely helps. More of this would be good. I'm sure it does wonders for the film as well, because it keeps it in people's imagination. And obviously the story is quite inspiring. Whereas, like, what now is worth seeing of any behind the scenes thing? And except on the rare occasion, it's like a Stranger Things 5 and it's all just a complete catastrophe. But otherwise, there's no point watching any of that stuff because it's just sanitized.
Yeah, it's just a commercial.
That again, there's so many major contrasts, but the fact that he said not minutes ago, whatever, that like the industry has a way of doing things, and he met people at all turns that were telling him not only that he should be doing it that way, but that he doesn't really have the authority, the pedigree, the experience to be able to, you know, do anything else. Meanwhile, Stuckman was like, "Let's go, let's do it the way that it's done. Let's yes, hell yes."
Well, it's because the most revolutionary, for lack of a better term, thing that he's done is self-distribution, right? Because plenty of indie films are made, but they're not. They're very rarely self-distributed, you know. Because, you know, Shelby Oaks is an independent film, but it wasn't independently distributed, and that's a huge shift.
Well, there's also
there is an industry standard way of doing things, even with the indie distributors.
The biggest criticism I've seen very commonly that'll start up with Shelby Oaks is like, oh, I've seen that part before, and that part, and that part. Hey, wait a minute. And Iron Lung, you know, the most common I've seen is the pacing's off, it's too long, that sort of thing. So, like, a direct comparison would be that Mark needs to work on perhaps pacing, perhaps editing, perhaps this, perhaps that, while Stuckman is like, dude, you need to, like, scrap what you've got there. You need to come up with something.
Have you seen a film before?
Have an idea.
Well, that's the point. He has indeed. He's seen too many even. Like, he's only referencing films. That's what he's doing. It's
Stuckman's by all rights should be way better than Markiplier's.
Absolutely. Well, he's it's almost too perfect, the film he made, because it's like, of course, the guy who's so boring and passionless and unable to, like, render opinions that are insightful about any given media. Even his most favorite, right? He often cites Signs as like the core inspiration. We covered his perspective on it. It was very shit. Like how is that possible for the thing that inspires you the most in potentially your life as to your career, versus, you know, take any of, I'm sure anybody in chat, any of us here right now, if you said, what is your favorite piece of media, and then he's like, can you talk about it for 10 minutes? It's like, you joking? Like, it's not going to be hard.
You will have to stop me at 10 minutes.
Exactly.
And also,
Where I'm going with that is just that his film is like a synthesis of. It is like an AI. It is like taking. I've seen this before, and that worked. I like that. That goes in, as opposed to the way you want it to work, which is you create something and you go. So that arm is from this. That hand is from this. That fingernail is from this. That thing is from this. That thing is from this. This is from when I was walking across the street and I did this. This is when I was thinking about something my father told me, or this is when I went on a trip and blah blah blah. It's like that's where it's a life that gets put into the work, as opposed to. Oh, I really like that scene in 2001. So that that goes in there. Or I really like that scene in Rosemary's Baby.
Movie, it's not even an interesting combination of things,
It's not even derivative of his self-proclaimed favorite movies. You know what I mean? Because I remember that video you covered. It was like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. It was Signs, and I don't remember what else. If you do, shout it out. But when you watch Shelby Oaks, is any of those films in there? No. It's just derivative of all the other sort of modern
derivative of a
horror
concept.
Yeah.
Like I said, you watch it and you kind of like, I think I've seen this before. You're like, pretty much nothing new.
But he's not even like cribbing things from his favorite movies.
Well, so yeah, there is a weird middle ground of if you copy really well, it's like almost passable. A lot of people accuse Tarantino of this. It's like if you can remix to the point where nobody can even tell what your influences are, that's great. But if you can remix to the point where like, I recognize that, but you've got it here in a way that's really fucking cool, like that's also a plus to an extent. But when you take the thing and then drain it of its life and just stack it among other things, kind of Frankenstein's monster sort of thing of just, I recognize all the pieces, but that's not a person. That's something else, man. I don't know what you've made.
There's a way to combine things in an interesting way. You're like, oh, it's got like this, and it's kind of like this, and it's kind of like that, and you enthusiastically can see how they're fit together in a neat way, but can't even do that.
And maybe if that could inspire someone to keep making films, that'd be pretty cool. Once again, H Bomber Guy. This is on Letterboxd, which is the site that I had to learn about.
It's not worth it. Don't learn about it.
No, but
nothing good happens there.
Yeah, H Bomber Guy saw it and wrote out a review, and he's going to read a portion of it. I thought it was a meaningful moment.
I'm gonna read straight, so I guess this counts as stealing content. So I'm no better than those darn dirty streamers here, but here I go. Will it feel incomplete without having played the game, or be so unlike it that it might have been, and might as well have been something else? Iron Lung has some of those issues, maybe, but I'm genuinely really impressed by how well it threads the needle. The film is quite literally a vehicle for its main star, but it's shot and edited as if Mark directed someone else in the main role. There's a part where Mark gets a dab of blood on his hand and wipes it on his trousers, and it's loving. You see the ribbing of the fabric, the seeping in of the blood, its shininess in the light. It knows to focus on the feel and atmosphere. A worse movie would cut or shorten that shot, or never have that shot at all. So much thinking must have gone into where to put the camera, how to highlight the physicality of the space, and how to make that very small room keep feeling new and strange. It's not in a rush to prove Markiplier can act or direct or edit, which sort of proves he can. The sound design was brill. I love Andrew Hulshult's music, and there hasn't been guy fumbling with a floppy map while wearing fingerless gloves fully this good for a long time. This choice of adaptation feels very personal. It's hard not to see parallels between the game's premise, disposably sitting in a small room hacking away at an inscrutable work with an unknown chance of success, and being a YouTuber. All the anxieties about what this job entails at its worst are balled up, calcified, and atrophied under years of pressure and stress, and vomited back up like rotting stones all over the floor of the SM-13. Not quite literally, but sort of literally. Oh, man. Sorry. Jesus Christ.
Like, you know, we've delivered hours ago what we thought were the pros and cons, the criticisms and praises, and I could imagine reading that from someone, you know, I think H1 Guy's made plenty of really strong videos of good analysis, but I'm also famously someone who thinks he made a fucking catastrophic, that's a word now, video on DS2, some other stuff. But I imagine Mark is likes his work quite a bit. So hearing that from someone that you trust, like, to review things artistically, probably means a lot. But I'd be inclined to agree about the nature of the camera. It was actually something I was going to bring up as to someone referenced it in chat. You remember in the Duffer Brothers thing with Stranger Things where they're on set, they're on the scene, they're filming Holly running, and then he just says, "We're going to do some Evil Dead here," and he literally just means following her closely with the camera, and it rocks.
Yeah.
It's the most like frustrating thing for me in the sense of like, what the fuck? Like you just randomly thought of Eva. There's no planning and no consideration there. You just did the thing that you do, which again feels kind of like how Stuckman probably put things together. It's like, I'll put that there and put that there because that's things that people like and that's things that they do. Meanwhile, the camera in that film, I did feel like they would have planned for a while. Like, how can we make it so that this isn't the most boring shit ever? Because we're in this one room. We got to keep moving it around. So whenever it was like tight up on his hand as he was, turning the ship and there's blood on it or whatever, or when it shoots him from below in the files he's reaching for, or through the screen of the computer or by the side or whatever have you, I was just like, yeah, that's a new one. That's another new one. That's another new one. There's a shot, I think, when he realizes she says Simon, it's like there's borders that are created through the pipes. Almost creates like black bars as he's moving across, and I was just like, oh, that's another new one. He's almost silhouetted. There's a bunch of them, and I was just like, they really tried with this, because I know that anyone would have been. It's like, this is gonna be boring if we're not very, very careful with like visually, and I assume that's what's kind of been commented on there. It's like you can tell someone was trying with this, and that they thought about the shots. Whether or not they were super successful is like, that's the kind of, I've said before, it's like, that's the number one ingredient we really want. So much better. There was a post the other day about The Room. So much better to have a candid attempt at making something well and it fail or it succeed versus the conventional sludge pipe stuff that we've talked about so many times, where
absolutely just
films are made because they're made
of CGI and
is
what they think is necessary, or it's done because that's just what you do, or designed by committee. Designed by boardroom.
It's just a thing of like, again, with the Evil Dead thing, it's like, why are you doing that? It's like, because I know that thing and I like that thing. It's like, yeah, but what's happening in the moment? Is there any reason why that would be there that way, or do you just randomly think of it? And it's like, listen, we're on a time limit, okay? We only had 3 years of prep. Like, what could you take from us from this? I think I've got a little bit of background radiation of hating them, like a lot, after seeing that behind the scenes. Even though they're probably going to disappear from consciousness now. They'll go into the same coma that D&D went into for a few years. Did we talk about on EFAP before the whole, like, they're not doing interviews anymore? They're just like, they've like almost disappeared.
I think it was mentioned
probably a good
because
idea.
they were probably told, you better shut the fuck up and stop doing interviews. You're ruining everything, even more than you've already ruined it.
We're almost lucky to have gotten that behind the scenes. Like, we could have, they could have kept it away from us.
I'm sure they have a movie coming out there because they jump ship to Paramount, right? And I think I'm sure they've got one coming out. It might even be this year, and it's called something really appropriate, like something very bad is about to happen. So they haven't completely disappeared, but
yeah, let's see how they do without the Stranger Things IP. Be very curious.
I was on Reddit. Sorry, it's completely unrelated, and I came across like a caption of a tweet, and it's got like 100K likes as my face. So I'm like, oh, okay. Then I read it. It's like, YouTuber Markiplier broke down in tears after his self-financed horror movie Iron Lung opened to $23 at the worldwide box office. Quote, fuck, dude, this movie cost so much money. I'm so fucked.
Oh man, I love that video.
$23.
That's a funny tweet.
Oh fuck, I'm gonna lose so much money.
Oh god, oh shit.
Oh, very true. That actually kind of, I think, appropriate, sort of, we can wrap up there. Because I think that kind of tells the story in total. There was one other thing I was thinking about, but I think we're all right.
Catch the rest later, yeah.
Because there's another section where
it's just a.
I don't need to play it. I'll just say it. So it was like 6 years. It's some decent chunk of time. He's playing a video game, and I think the word honey comes up or something. And then he just has a rant about how he doesn't trust Honey. He thinks Honey is bullshit. There's no way they could be paying so many YouTubers and offering so many YouTubers so much money for a service like that.
Where do they get the money from?
He said, like, it doesn't make any sense. And he was like, I don't fucking trust them. And he recommends people don't take the sponsorship, and that he's refused them. And then it was years later that the scandal came out, which, by the way, there are videos you can check to see the totality of the scams with how they do it. But from what I saw briefly of what he explained, it was the way it works when you do an affiliate thing, right? So say, for example, I say, hey, check out my link with Honey. You guys click it, and then you go to the website, and it would cause a cookie to register that it is my affiliate link. So when you buy the thing, it gives me the cut. And what was happening with Honey with all creators was that when they hit like purchase, the cookie would be replaced, and it would go no affiliate. So they could then like decide how much they want to give as a cut, or tell the YouTuber how much of the revenue is actually going to them or not. Basically, like that's some peak scummery.
Yeah, there's some good videos out there on Honey and all the scamminess of it. It's worth taking a look because it goes deeper than you think in all the ways that in all the ways that they've been basically scamming people.
He goes over it, and he says after explaining all of that there's more. Like there's more things that they've done that are horrible, and it's just like, oh, well, that's great. So good intuition, because I'm not gonna lie, I felt similar about Honey, because I was confused, and I remember talking about it with friends at the time. I was just like, so it draws coupons from like everywhere, and it gives the person buying a discount on the thing they were buying. Where did they get the money? Like, at what point the thing is bought, you got a discount? Do they take a portion of what you would have been discounted? But then that doesn't even make sense, because you've already it's just like and then of course the amount of people promoting it, and for a lot of money. It's like they're making, he even estimated, he thinks they're making more than millions because of the crazy deals they had with so many YouTubers, which is,
I bet they made gangbusters. Absolutely.
So not good. And of course, just lies in contrast then with, he's perceptive to the point of not wanting to promote what he thinks might be scams when it comes to sponsorships. Meanwhile, maybe the final comparison of the night, someone else, a YouTuber turned filmmaker who released it, he's kind of in the most hot water for what sponsorships he's willing to take, especially with the audience he kind of has. If he was like a known scummy person who doesn't give a shit, say like Logan Paul or whatever, I don't think anyone would care. It's like, yeah, no one's surprised. But because it's him, it's just like, yeah, that's actually like really surprising, Mr. I have to be nice to people, otherwise I could, affect their ability to express themselves through the art of filmmaking. He's like, you have that standard, but you're willing to... Just very strange. Doesn't make any fucking sense. But he continues, nothing's stopping him. That was the biggest revelation for me. It was that not that people highlighting this the gambling app stuff. It was that, no, dude, he's been doing this for like years, and his whole community have like memes about how he never listens to them. It's like, oh.
I almost think it's worse though, because in the Honey example, that's a case of a company scamming the people who are running the ads for them. Whereas in the Stuckman case, that is a case of a guy who knows exactly what the product is, and the company isn't scamming him. They're not misleading him. We know a debt collection agency is a debt collection agency, and we know that a gambling company is a gambling company, and he knows that too. And yet he chooses those anyway. So it's like you can't claim ignorance about that. And as his comment section points out, like, they keep telling him don't do ads for these people, and yet he carries on doing ads for these people.
I completely agree. What I was trying to highlight was like Markiplier's gone above and beyond. Like, instead of taking the deal and then regretting it and making a video saying they've scammed us, fuck this company, hate them, he preemptively assumed by thinking about how their business practice works that it's not worth getting involved with them. It's like, do you think Chris Stuckman ever like considered this with the fucking better help?
He just saw the money coming in. Because like some of these people, they will offer a lot of money, but like it is your job as a creator to do basic due diligence at the very least, and say like, do I actually want to be marketing gambling at small children in a SpongeBob SquarePants review? Probably not, but they did offer me loads of cash, so I said yes.
There is one bonus amusing clip that I did have in here, and this was I saw it shared on Twitter, and it was this is the Honey section, but someone shared this as like, it's so weird to see like a movie being that successful when it comes from not just a normal guy, but a particularly amusing normal guy in the sense of the mistakes he makes.
Is crazy.
I once ate 10-day-old meatloaf that I made. Handmade my grandma's meatloaf. I did not put it in an airtight container. It was in the fridge, admittedly, but it was not in an airtight container. I ate it anyway. It had like some white fuzz on it, but I thought if I cooked it out, I'd be okay. I puked so hard I broke blood vessels in my eyes. And you might be thinking, oh man, was this back in college? Nah, this was last year. I'm just stupid.
Hello, everybody. No, don't do that.
This was last year.
Oh no! Don't be doing that. Look, it's one thing if you really want a sandwich and you take the one tiny little speck of mold off the bread. That's one thing. But if the meatloaf is fuzzy, it's over.
I'm the opposite of Markiplier. If I have any sense that the food might be molding or rotting anyway, I'm like, no, it's out, it's done. I'm a little more worried about that sort of thing. Don't like it. Especially, you mentioned like the bread example, right? If you see like a dot and you can pull it off, whatever. I saw a graphic once, and I was like, that's just a sign of other, like it's like an iceberg. There's other things going on inside that piece of food that you should be more careful. Like your immune system can defeat it. But I'm not risking that shit. No way.
But why you want to stress out your immune system like that? They got a lot of work to do for you.
Exactly.
No need to be giving them battles.
You got to keep them sharp. You got to keep them on their toes.
An immune with crazy illnesses. Like, hey,
absolutely,
you guys what's going on out here?
You can't let them rest on their laurels.
Well, fair enough. But that's kind of the story as I best could representative of Markiplier and Iron Lung. It's a neat thing that's happened. Wish him the best for the future. I do believe that he's going to pursue adapting Amnesia: The Dark Descent, probably Soma as well, and it's going to be really cool to see that. Obviously, that will be hard to not be unhappy about if they were to be fucked up. It's not a sensitive topic, Soma. if it were ruined, it would be like, I might have to hurt you. With psionic damage via a hellish demon from under the blood ocean, but this I just think is an awesome thing that he's done, and it looks like he's, like he said, it's not even just about like the arduous journey is completed, it's that it's set the stage to be able to do it again, but perhaps easier and with more people and give people more chances and inspire them and stuff. It's just like, yeah, good shit. And it's just really easy to get behind because he comes across to me, and I know plenty of people feel differently, but I just feel he is genuine, and I get the sense he's a good person. I always pretty much have, never given strong reason to, like, he may make mistakes here and there or something, but they're always very realistic, normal person mistakes, nothing catastrophic, and so he's worked hard, and best of luck to him. I don't know what else that can be said, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't really know much of anything about him before today, and I like him. He seems cool. I'm happy for him. I'm happy the movie's doing well. It's good for the industry. All that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Super excited for what he makes next. I think that whatever it is, it's in far better hands than anyone else right now. So I'm definitely interested.
Which I'd say wraps us up. But before we go, Capital Opinions, why don't you tell chat where they can find you and what you're up to?
Oh, you can find me on youtube.com. There's a link in the description. Isn't that amazing?
Whoa.
And, it's interesting. I was sort of inspired by, Shelby Oaks and Iron Lung and all that sort of stuff. I was originally not going to really mention this until it was further along in the process. But then partly inspired by, you remember when Chris Stuckman said he was going to make a bunch of videos about explaining the process of indie filmmaking, and then he just never did?
Oh, yes.
He had what was it called? Like the journey, director's journey or something. He made videos at one point, but he just stopped.
Gave up.
Yeah.
I was partly inspired by him not doing that to do that, because I'm making a feature film. We're going to be shooting it later this year. And so I was, like I said, just going to drop that eventually once it was already underway. But I'm going to start making some videos sort of about the process as it goes. For anyone interested in that sort of thing, you can find it on the channel. There will be plenty more of that to come.
Absolutely.
I'll sort of leave it at that for now.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be awesome. And what are they?
How many gallons of blood do you?
That's a good question. We haven't done a gallon inventory yet, but There's blood. There will be blood involved.
Yay!
Probably not as much
Okay,
as Iron
alright.
Lung. I would say
Oh,
probably
weak.
less.
Skip.
How many eldritch creatures? We dealing with like 5 or?
You know what? I'm not going to reveal how many eldritch creatures we have yet.
Okay,
Leave a
fair
little
enough.
something for the
Spoilery.
audience to get excited about.
Yeah. Well, that sounds wonderful. Is there anything that they could be excited for literally right now that you may have released? Some discussions, maybe?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
No,
But
but
you
I mean,
saw Shelby Oaks. You didn't even.
we did. Well, no. Tomorrow on the channel, we will be talking about Shelby Oaks and Iron Lung. So if you didn't get
Ooh.
enough today, we'll be doing that again tomorrow. So it'll be fun. We'll also probably be talking about a little bit some of the other better YouTuber turned filmmaker movies that have come out, since we didn't talk about that too much today, like Talk to Me and Arctic with Mads Mikkelsen and Eighth Grade by Bo Burnham and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting. So you can join us tomorrow for that.
Well, beautiful. Thank you for joining us, of course. Fringy, Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to mention?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Hopefully soon, but not at the moment.
Should have another, I think Stranger Things 5 Part 2 will be out this week, and maybe even Part 3 next week. It's not going to fucking happen, but maybe next weekend at some point. Videos will be out this week, whatever happens.
Wow.
I'm just working, but I suppose it's probably worth letting the folks know about next week's. Look, it's kind of a next week's episode is going to be on Valentine's Day, and that would only happen every how many years?
I feel like it's not
5
actually either. It's not happened. I'm trying to think if it hasn't happened before.
Is it
because
possible that it couldn't have happened?
I was about to say,
ever?
is it
Like
possible? We've done. I'm trying to think of how time works. It's like, will that have happened before? Because if it's once per 7 years, then I guess it might have early days, maybe.
But I mean, it wouldn't be because of leap years fuck it up.
Presumably, yeah. I like I said,
Leap years make it so that it's possible that it could be. In any case, it's lined up well because it means that gives us an opportunity to do an episode on, a movie about love. So the movie that if you haven't seen and you want to, be watching that episode, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, because it's probably the best
movie of all time.
Movie. It's. I just don't know what would be competitive with it.
A movie about
When Harry Met Sally, Casablanca, things like that.
Oh, sure, yeah, sure. never. It's just that I associate the genre with like not many good things. So
no, and
there's some good ones,
and we'll talk about it. But Eternal Sunshine is one of the few movies that when they cover sort of like a dream state or an abstract state, that they do it right, or rather they do things that I'm like, yes, that's how it feels. You got it, as opposed to. Some people are a little lame-o when it comes to traversing sort of an environment like that. And take that as a little bit of a teaser. If you haven't seen the movie, absolutely watch it. It is top-tier good shit.
Yes, it's fantastic. And it'll be great to talk about it. So that's next week.
Will.
But yeah, otherwise I'm just, you know the deal. In the dungeon.
Wonderful, wonderful done. I'm trying to think of... What I'll mention is tomorrow I'll finish off Expedition 33. I want to do the rest of that Endless Tower thing. I'll do Verso's drafts, I think it was called. And then we'll try Simon one more time, but I'm not hopeful about that. And if we can't beat him, that'll be that. But Tuesday then, Mugenics is out, and it looks really cool, and I'm looking forward to playing that. So I'll do that on Tuesday, because it's not out on Monday, so I got to wait. So that means we'll move the Monday to the Tuesday. After Real BBC, I'll have a look at this, this cat game. Looks like it's going to be neat. From the guy who made Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy, right? And it's getting ridiculously good reviews before it's out. So it looks like it's going to be real fun. But yes, other than that, usual stuff. And yeah, join us next Saturday to talk about a pretty awesome film. As for now, I suppose, have yourselves a good night. We can we'll raid good old Nick Diorio. He's streaming right now, having some fun apparently with Hassan Piker's pet denims. That's what's in the title.
Oh my goodness.
So, you know,
Oh my god.
if you're interested, of course. But other than that, we'll see you around. Toodle pip.
See
Cheerio.
you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye bye.
You know what else is massive?